Becoming a ninja starting from Naruto. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author, we're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 76 Little Kakashi's Story. Many of Konoha's forbidden techniques were invented by Senju Tobirama. Although Senju Tobirama's reputation was notoriously bad, Orochimaru was not a moral purist, he truly admired the second Hokage. After all, Senju Tobirama's actions truly brought strength to Konoha. However, simply acquiring Emiya Shiyuan's body wasn't enough. Orochimaru needed to find the Impure World Reincarnation technique. He secretly infiltrated the chamber containing the forbidden techniques, only to discover that the Impure World Reincarnation technique wasn't there. He only found a more satisfying technique for immortality. Unfortunately, learning this forbidden technique was extremely difficult. This technique involved the soul, a field Orochimaru had never considered. The study of the soul was a completely new field, and even Orochimaru, who considered himself knowledgeable, found it somewhat daunting. Fortunately, Tsunade was constantly traveling. Orochimaru believed he had plenty of time. If nothing unexpected happened, the Impure World Reincarnation technique might still be in the sealed book held by the Hokage, and he should be able to find it. During this period, the situation within Konoha was growing increasingly dire. The victory in the Second Shinobi World War had inflicted heavy losses on Konoha, leading to the threat of sending recent graduates from the Ninja Academy to the battlefield. To bolster the village's strength, the Konoha leadership, like their teacher, Tobirama Senju, finally began to touch taboos. For example, they were using the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. During a regular meeting of Konoha's leadership, Danzo Shimura mentioned the need to recreate the first Hokages would release power through human experiments. That would be a blasphemy against the first Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his face tinged with worry, as if he was hesitant. What if the village knew? As Konoha's third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen grew older and felt the weight of his responsibilities. He had to consider the feelings of the Konoha ninjas while also considering the looming threats from the outside world. Hiruzen, hasn't this ninja world war taught you enough? Shimura Danzo, his face bandaged and tea in hand, advised in a deep voice, this war isn't over yet. The next war may come even sooner. We must protect Konoha at all costs. We must find a way to regain the power of the first Hokage. Keeping the entire experiment a secret will suffice, then let Danzo take charge. Hokage advisor Udatane Kaharu agreed with Shimura Danzo's proposal. This experiment must be kept strictly confidential. Hokage advisor Miro Kadawane also agreed. But, Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed, but also set his own bottom line. If any major problems arise in the experiment, it must be stopped immediately. How can human experiments be absolutely safe? Shimura Danzo casually mentioned the cost of human life, but he also took the opportunity to mention another point. If we could obtain some of that gentleman's knowledge, perhaps we could reduce casualties during the experiment. After all, he was the greatest medical ninja and the first to perform human surgery. That gentleman's soul has long since ascended to heaven. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Shimura Danzo's words. Actually, I did get a little information. Shimura Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, unconvinced his old friend hadn't noticed. I heard that Tsunade brought back a crystal coffin from the wet-bone forest. This fact had not escaped Shimura Danzo's notice. Initially, it was only because of Tsunade's status and her constant monitoring, fearing an overreaction from her that would cause chaos within Konoha, and because he himself had not yet mastered the Impure World Reincarnation technique, that Shimura Danzo had shelved the matter. Now Tsunade has left Konoha. During this period, Danzo Shimura believed the matter was now open. Konoha had already recovered the other half of Emiya Shiyuan's body. The only remaining obstacle was that no one in Konoha had yet mastered the Impure World Reincarnation technique. In order to learn it, Danzo Shimura had taken the technique from the secret chamber, which was why Orochimaru hadn't found it. However, upon witnessing its difficulty, Danzo Shimura lacked confidence. Fortunately, he knew that the true key to this forbidden technique lay not in the practitioner, but in the person who resurrected Emiya Shiyuan. Now, Danzo Shimura simply needed someone who could use it to resurrect Emiya Shiyuan. Danzo Shimura knew Konoha's ninja very well. If anyone in Konoha still had the ability to master the Impure World Reincarnation technique, the most likely candidate was the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, known in the ninja world as the Professor of Ninjutsu. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen using the Impure World Reincarnation to bring Emiya Shiyuan back to the living world, the rest of the matter did not need to be taken care of by the third Hokage. Shimura Danzo had some experience in how to use Emiya Shiyuan. When he was a teenager, Shimura Danzo accompanied Emiya Shiyuan on his 10-year journey through the ninja world. He knew Emiya Shiyuan's kindness very well, and it would be easy for him to use Emiya Shiyuan to do things for Konoha. He even thought he could do a better job than his teacher, Senju Tobirama. But Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately refused. "We must not use that gentleman again," Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately objected, remembering the conflict between their companion Akimichi Tofu and their teacher, Senju Tobirama, and the humiliation Konoha had suffered during that time. To be honest, Shimura Danzo did not get the position of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew full well that his position as the third Hokage was a precarious one. He had dedicated years of effort to ensuring the peace of mind of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and to restoring Konoha's reputation. He didn't want to relive that past. Those who had fought through the First Shinobi World War were still alive. If word got out that Konoha had exploited Emiya Shiyuan, wouldn't it be enough to blame their fathers for the humiliation they endured in the Land of Grass? Even if they could exploit Emiya Shiyuan to become powerful, if Konoha's reputation was further damaged, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't imagine what would happen. Even if he chose death, like his teacher, Senju Tobirama, it wouldn't restore Konoha's reputation. Konoha's two Hokages had both exploited a sage like Emiya Shiyuan, especially since he had personally promised the other ninja villages that he would no longer use the Impure World Reincarnation technique. If he broke that promise, would anyone still trust Konoha's credibility? Hiruzen, but you should also know, Danzo Shimura also put forward his own opinion. His eyes were fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi. And he talked about the issue that Hiruzen Sarutobi was most concerned about. If we can use that gentleman again, it means that more people in the village will be able to survive in the future. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily rejected Danzo Shimura, thinking that this longtime friend really couldn't grasp the key point. Do you want the next generation of the village to think that living in humiliation is worse than death, like our companion Torifuse? The accusations of Akimichi Torifuse were still fresh in his mind. How dare this guy Danzo Shimura bring up the past? As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi gradually realized the importance of a good reputation during this period. In peacetime, it can bring more commissions to Konoha, and in wartime, it can also obtain a better diplomatic environment. This is something that is difficult to obtain with money and power. No one in Konoha may practice the Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu. This is a decree from the Hokage. Anyone violating this order will be severely punished. Fearing that Shimura Danzo was still refusing to give up, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately issued a Hokage decree, forbidding him from exploiting this matter. Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo tried to persuade him. Abandon those unrealistic ideas immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, and he sternly rebuked, I know better than you the consequences of using that forbidden jutsu to resurrect that lord. You've been handling village intelligence for a while now, but your concerns about personal gain have narrowed your horizons. You don't even understand how important Konoha's reputation is to us. No one may touch that forbidden jutsu, and absolutely no one may touch the crystal coffin in the medical ward. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was stern, showing no sign of weakness. Shimura Danzo's face darkened. He had never endured such an embarrassing accusation before. He simply grabbed his ninja sword and tried to leave. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo, I'm the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished, staring intently at Shimura Danzo's back, hoping the Hokages would reach his old friend. Any Konoha ninja must obey the absolute prohibitions issued by the Hokage. Those who violate these prohibitions will be severely punished, even the Hokage's assistant. With a bang, Shimura Danzo slammed the conference room door shut. The two Hokage advisors watched their old friend bicker over this matter and exchanged bewildered glances, each of them somewhat unsure of right or wrong. On the one hand, Emiya Shiyuan's influence was waning. On the other, Shimura Danzo's proposal was beneficial to Konoha. If Konoha could keep the matter of Emiya Shiyuan secret, they could leverage his power to boost Konoha's combat power in the future. As for attracting accusations and attacks from other ninja villages, Konoha seemed to be currently at odds with other major ninja villages, particularly its former ally, the Hidden Cloud Village. The Hidden Cloud Village even attempted to abduct Konoha's pre-selected candidate for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki some time ago, but that alliance had long since broken down. HMPH, Shimura Danzo glanced back coldly after leaving the Hokage's building, then headed off in another direction. It was a pity, since Sarutobi Hiruzen was the most likely to master the Impure World Reincarnation technique. Shimura Danzo pondered for a moment before remembering the young man with a keen interest in all techniques and knowledge. If the Hokage's disciple used the Impure World Reincarnation technique to resurrect Emiya Shiyuan, then he couldn't be blamed. It just so happened that he had been taking care of the crystal coffin. Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru's ideas were perfectly aligned. Since Shimura Danzo held a scroll for the Impure World Reincarnation technique, and Orochimaru possessed Emiya Shihara's crystal coffin, the remaining time was spent waiting for Orochimaru to gradually master the technique. This also happened to bring the two of them into close contact. For example, during Hashirama's cell transplantation experiments, the widespread death of test subjects caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention, and he halted the project. However, Shimura Danzo colluded with Orochimaru and continued the experiments. The key issue remained the Impure World Reincarnation technique. Shimura Danzo believed that as long as he prioritized the Impure World Reincarnation technique and secured Emiya Shiyuan, other problems would be easily solved. What a shame, I've never met that gentleman before. Orochimaru was intrigued by Shimura Danzo's enthusiasm, seemingly puzzled as to why Emiya Shiyuan would be so interested in someone like Shimura Danzo and Tsunade. HMPH, as Shimura Danzo grew older, his temper gradually became more extreme. His assessment of Emiya Shiyuan was reduced to one sentence: he's just someone who's easily exploited. Of course, the rest of Konoha wouldn't think so. For example, in a small family in Konoha, a growing child curiously asked his father about the bedtime stories he heard every day about Emiya Shiyuan. Has such a perfect person really existed in the world? Of course they do. Hatake Tsukumo chuckled softly, his lips wrinkled, making him look older. Let me tell you a secret. I've seen someone just as perfect with my own eyes. Dad's trying to lie again, Kakashi said unhappily, trying to hide under the covers like a grown-up. I'm not 2 or 3 anymore. That person died over 1,000 years ago. Ha 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 ha. Hatake Tsukumo patted his little head, chuckling softly as he spoke about something else. Dad's going out for a while, maybe, a mission? I can take care of myself. Little Kakashi quickly indicated he could. I'll be back as soon as possible. Hatake Tsukumo patted little Kakashi's head and turned off the light for his son. The room was plunged into darkness. The next moment, a flash of light appeared in the darkness. A flash of lightning flashed from Hatake Tsukumo's fingertips. The lightning flashed silently, gentle as water, illuminating the path like a flashlight, allowing Hatake Tsukumo to slowly emerge from the darkened room. Storm release. Little Kakashi slunk out from under the covers, watching his father leave his room. He already knew it was a storm release Kakigenkai, and that with future practice, he too would awaken that power. However, the little boy never imagined it. Hatake Tsukumo's mission had been fraught with obstacles, and when his father returned, the already missing half of their warmth was drastically altered. Chapter 77: A promise that can never be fulfilled. Protecting Konoha and protecting one's comrades. These two things should have been synonymous. However, when these two things finally collided, what would a village's ninja choose? Everyone had a different opinion. According to the first Hokage's legacy, protecting Konoha was a matter of life and death. However, Hatake Tsukumo was a thoughtful man who believed the lives of his comrades were more important than missions. If one failed to cherish even their comrades, then a ninja would truly degenerate into a mere tool. The world seemed strange. Little Kakashi had tried to think like an adult. Even such a mature child couldn't understand why his father, having just recently gone on a mission and rescued a friend, had gone from war hero and Hokage candidate to condemned loser. Even the person he had rescued blamed him. His father offered no excuses. Some said his father's violation of ninja rules had caused Konoha to suffer huge losses. He should have resolutely carried out the village's mission, not acted arbitrarily. This was difficult for little Kakashi to understand. Yet, young Kakashi still deeply respected his father. Even when everyone was criticizing him, he remained by his side like a well-behaved and sensible child, for in his heart, his father was still a hero. However, Hatake Tsukumo gradually became a recluse, even focusing all his energy on accompanying his son. When young Kakashi passed the entrance exam for the Ninja Academy, Hatake Tsukumo's face broke into a rare smile, which finally brought some joy to the young Kakashi. Late at night, young Kakashi suddenly noticed something strange about his father. He would mutter to himself late at night, clutching the short sword that had made him famous. "Emiya-sama, if only you were still here." Hatake Tsukumo kept thinking of the man he had met in his youth. Humans, when weak, always seek guidance from those they admire. No matter how powerful humans become, they will always face such confusion, and they will always need to hope for a stronger person to show them the way. I always feel like the village is going down a wrong path. If someone had to watch their comrades die in order to protect Konoha, what was Konoha protecting? If the interests of the village were sacrificed to protect their comrades, then Konoha would suffer significant losses, defeating the very purpose of protecting Konoha. If the interests of the village were the only criterion for protecting their comrades, then their lives would become a bargaining chip. Yet, everyone in Konoha had accepted the willingness to sacrifice everything for Konoha. This willingness had become an accepted norm. Yet, he had broken this norm, becoming an outlier among the ninja. "Dad," little Kakashi rushed over fearfully, hugging his arm. He stared at the dagger in his father's hand, the child almost feeling his father's deathly presence. "I'm a little scared, then I'll stay by Kakashi's side, okay?" Hatake Tsukumo gently stroked little Kakashi's head. "Yes," little Kakashi nodded quickly. In the little boy's room, father and son finally began to discuss their recent conversation, and it was at this moment that they began to discuss this issue. "Dad, are you sad about what happened recently?" "Yes, but I don't think Dad did anything wrong." Little Kakashi hugged his father's arm and muttered softly, "If you don't even cherish your companions, then what else can you cherish? You are still too young, Kakashi." Hatake Tsukumo smiled and didn't intend to talk too much about these topics with his son. He just picked up the bedtime story beside the bed and planned to coax his son to sleep. Did Dad really meet Emiya Shihara-sama? Little Kakashi pressed down the bedtime storybook, trying to soothe his father with his own way. He seemed to believe that his father had actually met Emiya Shihara. "I remember what Dad said." "What kind of person was he?" Hatake Tsukumo chuckled, recounting the man he met as a teenager. "He was always busy with work, always cherishing his time, rarely willing to talk to anyone around him. So many people thought he was arrogant, but he was never arrogant. He always treated everyone equally. His life was dedicated to one thing, striving to save every life. In his eyes, like a god who warmly cares for the world, he chose to become a medical ninja because he didn't want anyone else to suffer the pain of losing a loved one." Hatake Tsukumo's heart skipped a beat as he spoke this. His hand, stroking his son's head, paused slightly, remembering what the man had said. The pain of losing a loved one couldn't be ignored even by him. After Kakashi's mother's death, Hatake Tsukumo was almost unable to hold back. The man looked at his well-behaved yet proud son, and he couldn't bear to think about the devastation his son would feel after losing him. However, Hatake Tsukumo, who had always been by his son's side, saw something else. Some were attacking his son for harming Konoha's interests, causing his son, Kakashi, to be criticized in the village. His son, too, was experiencing this criticism alongside him. Yet, it was his son's love for his father that made Hatake Tsukumo reluctant to let him continue to endure the village's criticism. Perhaps only death could bring relief? But he couldn't tell his son. The next afternoon, young Kakashi returned home. When he opened the door, he saw his father lying in a pool of blood. He couldn't believe what he saw. He had always been by his father's side, he had always supported him. Why would he choose death over this? However, Hatake Tsukumo's death didn't seem to wash away the shame he had suffered. His funeral was poorly attended, and some even accused him of harming the village. Fortunately, the people who attended the funeral were all incredibly important. At least the 3 Konoha ninjas who had once respected Hatake Tsukumo were present, and the funeral itself became a rare occasion for them. "I thought you wouldn't be back," Orochimaru said, a little surprised to see Tsunade return. "How could she not be?" Tsunade looked at Hatake Tsukumo's portrait with a hint of discontent. "I heard some people are accusing Hatake-senpai of violating ninja rules. When did protecting one's comrades become a ninja rule?" As a longtime friend of Hatake Tsukumo, Tsunade didn't believe Hatake was wrong. She would have made the same choice in his position. "What bullshit rules?" Tsunade cursed, remembering the rumors in the village. I don't believe there's any bullshit mission more important than your life and Jiraiya's. Orochimaru couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Tsunade noticed the smile on Orochimaru's face, and her temper flared as she cursed back. Orochimaru, you don't think those idiots in the village are right, do you? Back when we were fighting the Iwagakure village, you even wanted to kill Jiraiya to get rid of him. It was a memory from the past. During the Second Shinobi World War, the three of them were trapped by the Iwagakure village, and Jiraiya was severely injured and unable to escape. Back then, Tsunade was still trying hard to save Jiraiya's life, but Orochimaru insisted on killing Jiraiya and then retreating. If reinforcements hadn't arrived, Tsunade and Orochimaru might have clashed. But, this is the code of ninja. Jiraiya stood beside them and couldn't help but sigh. At that time, if we hadn't waited for reinforcements, Orochimaru's idea would not be a mistake, it would even be the best choice. Even if he killed me at that time, I would agree with his approach. I also don't agree with your protection of me at that time. Get out of here, both of you. Tsunade's face was obviously very angry. Jiraiya ran away in a panic. Orochimaru still stood there stubbornly, even with a smile on his face, as if he didn't care about his past behavior at all. He just looked at Tsunade quietly. Lady Tsunade, calm down. Shizune, who was standing beside Tsunade, quickly persuaded in a low voice. The village has completely changed. Tsunade took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She remembered the conversation between her great-grandfather, the first Hokage, and Emiya Shiyuan. When the rules of the village have become customary to do whatever it takes for the benefit of the village, even sacrificing the lives of companions, the will left by the great-grandfather has been distorted by the people of the village. That person mentioned it to the great-grandfather. This is originally a two-way issue. If the village leaders think that the lives of the village ninjas are more important, when they give up the interests of the village for the lives of their companions, they should be praised by the village leaders instead of blamed. Because this will form a two-way rush, the ninjas in the village will also complete the tasks assigned by the village at the cost of their lives because the leaders value their lives. The leaders will also make the village better and better because the ninjas in the village are willing to protect the interests of the village at the cost of their lives. Ninjas are not afraid of sacrifice, they will protect each other's companions. Because of the existence of companions, there will be no meaningless sacrifices. The village is not afraid of losses in interests, because there will always be ninjas who understand that they were born in a village worth protecting. People are willing to protect the village without fear of giving their lives, but when the village leaders think that the interests of the village are above all else, they will do anything for the benefit of the village, even at the cost of their companions' lives. The relationship between the ninja and the village, which should be close to and attracted to each other, will become mutually exclusive. At this time, someone will awaken like Senior Hatake Tsukumo. Kid, your father is not wrong. The wrong thing is this unrecognizable Konoha? Tsunade glanced at the short figure standing in front of the tombstone, and said in a cold voice, don't blame your father for being cowardly. The wrong thing is this unpleasant era. Practice hard to awaken the storm release created by your father, and implement the will left by your father. Little Kakashi was silent. Are you leaving? Orochimaru saw Tsunade about to leave, feeling a mixture of reluctance and anticipation. Tsunade, the situation in the ninja world isn't looking good right now. The Ninja World War, maybe it's about to start again, so what? Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru with a nonchalant expression, her voice echoing coldly in his ears. There's no point staying in this village with its twisted people. I hate Konoha more than ever. Then, as if a thought struck Tsunade, she suddenly said, Orochimaru, if you become the Yondaime, change all this. Perhaps then I'll come back, okay? A smile finally appeared on Orochimaru's face. In this era of Konoha, everyone in Konoha believed that Orochimaru, one of the three great ninjas, was the only candidate for Hokage. Orochimaru knew that what he was doing might resent his former friends, but he believed that as long as he concealed his darkness, just like his mentor, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could still bring his old friends back. Sadly, this promise could never be fulfilled. After the Third Shinobi World War, many children grew up in the aftermath of the conflict, many still grieving the loss of their loved ones. Even post-war Konoha was in turmoil, with the Nine Tails Rebellion causing even more loss. But none of this mattered to Orochimaru. The position of Hokage, or even the ethereal power of power, was far less important to him than his own immortality. Only by living could everything have meaning. To achieve immortality, Orochimaru would stop at nothing. When his hidden human experiments in Konoha were finally discovered by his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru decided to sever all ties with the past and leave Konoha, becoming a renegade ninja. He abandoned his promise to Tsunade and took the crystal coffin Tsunade had left behind in Konoha. 55 years into the Konoha calendar, years after Orochimaru's defection, the last crystal coffin met its fate. Compared to the vicissitudes it has experienced over the past 1,000 years, compared to the tragic stories of countless souls its owner has witnessed in the underworld for thousands of years, everything that has happened in the past few decades is so insignificant. Chapter 78, Emiya Shiyuan's suicide note to the world. In the land of rivers, in a gloomy underground fortress, a long row of candlelight illuminated the corridor. A long-haired man in a black robe adorned with auspicious clouds reached out a pale hand and stroked a candle by the corridor, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A rumbling sound echoed from the ground. A secret chamber slowly opened before the long-haired man. The scene within this chamber was eerie and particularly eerie, for in its center stood an exquisitely ornate crystal coffin. Within the coffin lay a half-dead body. Through the transparent coffin, one could even clearly see the body's organs, resembling a human specimen for medical study. A hooded young man stood before the crystal coffin. Wearing glasses, he admired the coffin before him, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fascination, as if it were a truly exquisite work of art. Even when he heard the door to the chamber open, he still felt a sense of lingering excitement. Kabuto, the long-haired man, entered the secret room, his smile brightening slightly as he slowly greeted, "It seems you enjoy my collection, Lord Orochimaru." The young man turned around, bowed his head respectfully, and apologized. "My apologies, Lord Orochimaru, I was a little mesmerized." The young man's name was Kabuto Yakushi. As Orochimaru's subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi knew his superior well. The master treated his subordinates with great tolerance, unconcerned with their transgressions, as long as their orders were carried out. This didn't mean Orochimaru was kind. As a notorious S-rank renegade ninja in the ninja world, Orochimaru judged his subordinates like tools, ready to be used or discarded. He only cared about their usefulness. If they were useless, Orochimaru would use them as experimental material, striving to make them useful as much as possible. If they were truly useless, he would try to make them useful in their next life. If they were extremely useful, Orochimaru would be especially lenient, even warm, like his own children. He was always like that. "Okay, Kabuto." Orochimaru was very generous to the very useful Kabuto Yakushi, and even chuckled and took the initiative to help him explain. "I can understand your obsession. After all, this is the first human specimen to appear in the ninja world, the first medical ninja to appear in the ninja world, using his own body as the material to make the first human specimen for medical research. We can even see through the half-body in the crystal coffin and get a glimpse of how great the thoughts of this ninja who lived 1,000 years ago were before he died." Orochimaru slowly approached the crystal coffin in front of him, a hint of obsession in his eyes. "Even for me, every time I see this precious collection, I will be amazed by this masterpiece that has been passed down for thousands of years, let alone you medical ninjas. In the eyes of you medical ninjas, perhaps this man's status can be compared with the Sage of Six Paths." Yes, Kabuto Yakushi stood beside Orochimaru, staring at the half-body in the crystal coffin with burning eyes, and talked about the story he had heard since he was a child. Emiya Shiyuan, the first to create the concept of medical ninja, the first to develop a medical ninjutsu system that spanned thousands of years. Legend has it that his medical skills were superb. Kabuto Yakushi stared at the crystal coffin, and his steps slowly moved forward, in his hands. No matter how serious the illness was, it could be cured. Legend has it that he had noble morals. In his hands, he cured more patients than a country, and in the last moments of his life, in order to let the ninja world break the prejudice against surgical dissection to treat diseases, and to make it easier for future generations to learn medical skills, he asked his friends to split his body in two, and made 2 human specimens sealed in crystal coffins. What a great man! Kabuto Yakushi reached out and touched the patterns on the crystal coffin, and talked about the first time he heard the director of the orphanage who adopted him say this when he was a child. Medical ninjas endure pain that the world cannot endure. To save the world's people who are born in pain, it is because of Emiya Shiyuan's noble definition of medical ninjas that the ninjas are willing to protect medical ninjas after fighting until now. Even in the bloody and brutal ninja world war, no one was willing to kill the medical ninja from the enemy village. Yakushi Kabuto said this with a touch of shame. He was indeed skilled in medical ninjutsu, even better than most in the ninja world, but his moral character was far from noble. However, Yakushi Kabuto's guilt was fleeting. In such a confusing ninja world, where everyone pursued nothing but hatred, murder, and the scramble for profit. Even Tsunade, known as the current medical master, wouldn't dare to claim nobility, let alone a simple medical ninja like him. Come to think of it, I've never thought of it, Lord Orochimaru actually has a crystal coffin. Kabuto Yakushi recalled the legend about the two crystal coffins and inquired about their origins. Legend has it that the crystal coffins coveted by medical ninjas disappeared long ago. One of them ended up in the hands of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, but it later triggered the First Ninja World War. Fortunately, the person in the crystal coffin quelled the war. Yes, I'm curious about the existence of that crystal coffin, too. Unfortunately, I was born too late, so I can only get this one. Orochimaru shook his head, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. This crystal coffin has been sealed in the wet-boned forest of the slug. Later, the slug gave it to Tsunade. I see, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly understood. The ninja world's most skilled summoning beast in medical skills is the slug, the owner of the wet-boned forest. The ninja world's foremost medical ninja would undoubtedly have received a summoning contract from the slug, leaving a specimen of his remains to his companions before his death. The virtuous Lord Emiya Shiyuan would undoubtedly have entrusted the slug with transferring the remains to a future genius skilled in medical ninjutsu. Undoubtedly, the most powerful medical ninja today is Tsunade. Kabuto Yakushi knew Tsunade, having once been one of the three ninjas of Konoha, along with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Tsunade had long ago signed a summoning contract with the slugs of the corpse forest, and, relying on the slug's power, had once shone brightly in war. Lady Tsunade Kabuto Yakushi expressed his understanding, and he also recognized Tsunade's medical skills. If it is Lady Tsunade, it is indeed worthy of entrusting this collection to you. Orochimaru showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, and slowly shook his head and said, this collection is of no help to Tsunade. It just makes her more depressed for Tsunade. This crystal coffin should not actually appear. Orochimaru sighed, and seemed to be somewhat helpless and said, because when Tsunade was a child, she had seen the real Emiya Shiyuan and had received his teachings. People will always lose themselves after seeing two amazing humans. Tsunade was already lost back then. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes became extremely complicated. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the ninja who is best at developing dangerous forbidden techniques in the ninja world, after the last battle between the first Hokage and his nemesis Uchiha Madara, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, defeated his destined opponent Uchiha Madara, but was also seriously injured and his life was shortened. Orochimaru stretched out his hand and pressed on the crystal coffin, and took the initiative to reveal the secret. In order to heal the first Hokage, the second Hokage used a forbidden technique called Impure World Reincarnation and the other half of the body to revive this greatest medical ninja. That battle was also the biggest crisis since the founding of Konoha village. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, defeated his good friend and rival Uchiha Madara, but was also seriously injured at that time, and no one could heal him. In order to heal his brother, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, shattered the precious crystal coffin, and used forbidden techniques and half of the body to revive Emiya Shiyuan from 1,000 years ago. Tsunade has mentioned it more than once. In fact, she had met Emiya Shiyuan when she was a child. Perhaps you can say that I may have met him before. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and he remembered the silhouette illuminated by the afterglow of the setting sun that he saw in his childhood. That person must be him. This is really. There was a hint of jealous envy in Kabuto Yakushi's tone, and he sighed. It was an enviable past to be able to meet the first medical ninja in the ninja world. Yet Orochimaru looked at Kabuto Yakushi with satisfaction, and continued, but there is no need to envy it, because we have the opportunity to see it today. Tsunade got this crystal coffin from the slug, and left this crystal coffin in Konoha when she left Konoha to travel. Before leaving Konoha I took this precious collection away. Orochimaru stretched out his fingers, stroked the patterns on the crystal coffin, and praised softly, Emiya Shiyuan, what an amazing human being. Even after 1,000 years, you can feel how smart his mind is. And his knowledge is still useful today. Could it be that? Kabuto Yakushi's gaze immediately stopped at the gorgeous patterns on the crystal coffin. He pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and became curious about the mysteries contained in the crystal coffin. Are there any secrets in the patterns on it? Yes, Emiya Shiyuan left behind many wonderful ideas. It's a pity that Tsunade didn't discover the secret left by the great man who once guided her. I discovered it when I was planning to dissect his body. Orochimaru seemed very happy with Kabuto Yakushi's attitude, and he didn't hesitate to share the secret that spanned thousands of years. If you understand the structure of the human body well enough, under light bright enough to perform surgery, you will find the code engraved on the patterns on the crystal coffin. This code is the suicide note that Emiya Shiyuan left to the medical ninjas of this world. Chapter 79 The Second Resurrection. With a click, the entire chamber erupted in light. Orochimaru turned on the brightest light. This was the light he often used for his human dissection experiments. The light illuminated the crystal coffin, and the veins within it became faintly transparent under the light. This transparency blended with the exquisite patterns on the crystal coffin, creating a breathtaking beauty. The words on it could be clearly seen. These words, passed down through the millennia, reached the bodies of future generations. These words were so beautiful, as if they could offer a glimpse into the stories of their ancestors thousands of years ago. People of future generations, when you read this suicide note, I believe you have reached the end of your journey in human research. It seems you are about to touch the realm of death. My story may only serve as a reference for you. Orochimaru nodded with a hint of pride as he read Emiya Shiyuan's suicide note. He believed that his journey in human research had indeed reached its end, and that he was indeed about to touch the realm of death. Summoning technique. This is a common technique for summoning summon beasts. However, based on this technique, I have derived an unusual conjecture. The summoning technique can summon ninja beasts from another dimension that contain chakra energy through a summoning blood contract. Humans have souls. Human souls also contain chakra. Orochimaru's fingers stroked the lines while interpreting the secrets above. He spoke very slowly. Is it possible to use this summoning technique to summon human souls from the underworld to resurrect the dead and save the people in the world who are heartbroken because of the death of their loved ones? Kabuto Yakushi has a very clever mind. This young man who usually wears glasses and looks like a scholar remembered the story Orochimaru had just told about the second Hokage resurrecting Emiya Shiyuan. So, the second Hokage has developed the technique to resurrect the dead. Not only that, this secret is more shocking than you can imagine. The smile on Orochimaru's face grew wider and wider, and he admired the shock that Kabuto had experienced. Would you like to interpret this secret yourself, Kabuto? Kabuto hesitated for a moment. Although Kabuto fully believed that the more secrets one knew, the more dangerous it was, he still felt a sense of curiosity when faced with a secret that had been passed down for thousands of years. Of course. The most important thing was that when Orochimaru ordered Kabuto to come to this underground fortress to meet up, he also asked Kabuto to capture a ninja as an experimental material. Kabuto slowly stretched out his finger. As Orochimaru's experimental assistant, Kabuto was very familiar with the structure of the human body, and he easily read the secret hidden in the patterns on the crystal coffin. To communicate with the underworld, Kabuto Yakushi read out the first sentence, his heart trembling uncontrollably. I obtained the remains of the six-path sage, cow. Shocking, isn't it? Orochimaru laughed heartily, ordering his men to continue revealing the secrets. Keep reading, the following will shock you even more. Yes, Kabuto Yakushi pressed his fingers against the lines, curiosity driving him to read on, his heart growing more and more as Orochimaru had said. I removed the six-path sage's eyes, I transplanted the Rinnegan. The eyes that can communicate yin and yang, into my own body. These eyes hold the power to change life and death, because, Kabuto Yakushi's fingers paused, his pupils dilating involuntarily as he couldn't believe what he was reading. Later, in order to make up for the huge mistake I made, I really resurrected some of the dead. Do you want to continue? Orochimaru looked at Kabuto Yakushi, who dared not move, with a smile. He was not very interested in the text at the end, but was willing to satisfy the curiosity of his subordinates. Although I don't like the content at the end, and I already knew it, but maybe you will like it. Kabuto Yakushi couldn't suppress his curiosity. His fingers stroked the patterns on the crystal coffin little by little until he reached the end and deciphered the last content. Resurrection from the dead. There's a price to pay. My life also ended because of this resurrection, enduring pain that the world cannot endure, saving those in pain. This is indeed the destiny I want to reach. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes gradually became complex, the shock slowly subsiding as he sighed. No wonder, Lord Emiya Shiyuan is considered the greatest medical ninja. What a respectable fool. Orochimaru's face flashed with mockery, even recalling the White Snake Sage's attitude towards Emiya Shiyuan. He said coldly, Emiya Shiyuan didn't have to sacrifice himself. Those people deserved to die. He used the power of a god to resurrect those who should not have been saved. As a human who pursued immortality, Orochimaru disapproved of Emiya Shiyuan's ideals, as their philosophies were completely opposite. Emiya Shiyuan was undoubtedly great, but that didn't stop Orochimaru from wanting to exploit him. I want to resurrect Emiya Shiyuan. Orochimaru gazed at the half-body in the crystal coffin and expressed his thoughts, using the Impure World Reincarnation technique and this half-body. I'll resurrect this medical ninja who died 1,000 years ago? Is there something wrong with Orochimaru-sama's health? Kabuto Yakushi wasn't dissatisfied with Orochimaru's plan, for he didn't care about anything. He was simply curious about Orochimaru's motives. Is it about the secrets of the Rinnegan? How clever! Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. Both. First, I'm truly curious about the Rinnegan. Since joining this mysterious organization, I've witnessed its power. If I want to obtain the Rinnegan of this organization's leader, I'm not strong enough to compete with him. I must learn more about its secrets. After Orochimaru finished speaking, his expression suddenly darkened. Second, I do have a minor problem with my health. No, not just a minor problem. It's a problem that could be fatal. Orochimaru had discovered his weakness in his quest for immortality. In Konoha's hidden chamber, Orochimaru discovered a forbidden immortality technique called the corpse reincarnation technique. It not only granted immortality but also allowed him to steal the powers of others. However, his constant use of the corpse reincarnation technique to invade the bodies of others had left his soul vulnerable, a problem he needed to address. This kind of spiritual issue is undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary medical ninjas, not even Tsunade, but only those skilled in the study of the soul. What a coincidence. Emiya Shiyuan's suicide note contained information Orochimaru was interested in. Emiya Shiyuan had studied the soul and had come into contact with the six-path sage's Rinnegan. This medical ninja's research interests perfectly aligned with Orochimaru's requirements. The only complication was that Emiya Shiyuan was a genuinely good man, having even helped to quell the First Shinobi World War. He might not accept Orochimaru's treatment of human life as mere tools. Orochimaru was confident in this. Orochimaru was convinced he could use him. After all, even an idiot ally like Shimura Danzo believed he could use Emiya Shiyuan, a 1,000-year-old relic, a fool willing to sacrifice himself to save others. Thinking of this, Orochimaru found Emiya Shiyuan a bit ridiculous. If he couldn't turn Emiya Shiyuan into a tool to manipulate, he would be betraying his infamous reputation in the ninja world. Begin. Orochimaru slammed his palm down on the crystal coffin. The crackling sound was heartbreaking. This was the only crystal coffin left in the entire ninja world. Especially for Kabuto Yakushi, a medical ninja, the regret on his face was almost indescribable. After all, this crystal coffin was a sacred object of faith for medical ninjas. After Orochimaru opened the crystal coffin, he immediately looked at Emiya Shiyuan's eye sockets, desperately hoping that the six-path sage's Rinnegan was still preserved there. However, Orochimaru was ultimately disappointed. Emiya Shiyuan's eye sockets were empty. Thousands of years ago, the person who handled Emiya Shiyuan's remains might have stolen the Rinnegan's power for their own use, or perhaps, believing it had caused the death of such a great medical ninja, secretly removed it. What a shame. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto Yakushi ignored Orochimaru's regret and dragged a tightly bound Tsunagakure ninja from a corner. Here are the materials you requested for your experiment. The Impure World Reincarnation technique requires only a few ingredients. Only two are truly necessary. First, a sufficient number of deceased bodies, sufficient to serve as a medium for summoning souls from the underworld. Second, a living person as a vessel for sacrifice. The stronger the living person's vitality and chakra, the stronger the Impure World Reincarnation. Orochimaru's conditions were limited. The Akatsuki's internal surveillance was extremely strict. Before Orochimaru officially left Akatsuki, finding an opportunity to act alone was difficult, and he resorted to various means to get rid of his partner. Orochimaru delegated this task to Kabuto Yakushi. Time was running out for him, so he could only capture a chunin from the Sands village as a sacrificial vessel for the resurrection. This was the best material he could provide. However, this chunin's chakra was sufficient. In fact, this was Orochimaru's second use of the Impure World Reincarnation. According to Orochimaru's judgment, resurrecting Emiya Shiyuan with only one chunin as the resurrection material would be enough to allow him to retain a certain degree of sanity. Kabuto Yakushi maintained a certain degree of respect for Emiya Shiyuan. He carefully arranged the half-body with its organs exposed before placing the chunin from the Sands village. The chunin from the Sands village looked at the half-body beside him with horror, so scared that tears came to his eyes. How could there be a half-body here? Hush, Kabuto raised his lips, offering a soothing smile. Please remain quiet. Being the vessel for Emiya Shiyuan-sama's resurrection is a matter of respect to us, as the medical ninjutsu he created must have saved your life. The Sand Village Chunin struggled desperately. But Orochimaru cared nothing for any life other than his own. Kabuto, get out of the way. Orochimaru commanded Kabuto to leave the range of the technique. He slowly completed the seals for the Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu and slammed his palm down on the ground. Ninjutsu Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu. A cruel, triumphant smile crossed Orochimaru's lips. As the technique was activated, a pitch-black cursed barrier suddenly formed on the ground, and the half-body within it slowly disintegrated into floating dust. It should work. Kabuto's face flickered with hesitation. If the technique failed, the traces of the greatest medical ninja left in the ninja world would be completely wiped out, a truly tragic fate. It will succeed. Emiya Shiyuan's soul must be in the underworld. Orochimaru's tongue darted out like a snake's collar, licking the corner of his mouth. He grinned coldly and said, "The second Hokage acted unscrupulously. After exploiting Emiya Shiyuan, he was forced to allow the soul of this great medical ninja to rest in peace in the underworld for the sake of Konoha's reputation." Dust rose. Countless dust fell on the Sand Village ninja. Compared to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Orochimaru's technique was more complete, because he truly hoped to gain the power of the Impure World Reincarnator. He even managed to allow the Impure World Reincarnator's power to transcend some time beyond the moment of death. Dust flew in the secret room. The Impure World body slowly transformed in the dust. Finally, the dust gradually dissipated. The Impure World person gradually revealed his true appearance. Did it succeed? Kabuto Yakashi looked at the Impure World person nervously. "It's a success," Orochimaru nodded, and with some anticipation in his eyes, he called out, "It's time to wake up, Lord Emiya Shiyuan." The Impure World Reincarnation slowly opened his eyes. What a strange pair of eyes they were. In the pupils were a pair of eyes that looked like the growth rings of tree roots. One could tell at a glance that they must contain mysterious abilities. The Rinnegan. A hint of greed flashed through Orochimaru's eyes. However, the greed in Orochimaru's eyes quickly turned into a look of regret, because the Rinnegan on the Impure World Reincarnation body would only accompany the Impure World Reincarnation person. Once the Impure World Reincarnation technique was lifted, the Rinnegan would completely disappear. Resurrected again, the Impure World Reincarnation person seemed a little confused about the situation. "Yes, I resurrected you, sir." A faint smile played at the corner of Orochimaru's lips as he began to introduce himself. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Orochimaru, a Konoha ninja. Perhaps we've met before. I apologize for disturbing your peace, sir." Emiya Shiyuan looked at Orochimaru, clad in a black robe with auspicious clouds, standing before him. The confusion in his expression shifted to an indescribable complexity. Why was he still wearing these clothes? And still pretending to be a Konoha ninja in these clothes? Bullying me because I'm dead and unaware of the truth? Could it be that Uchiha Madara Black Zetsu is still leading that organization? Black Zetsu isn't still acting under the guise of his own will? No problem, I don't care anymore. Emiya Shiyuan, bewildered, spoke with a sense of relief, as if he had long known his fate. Ever since Tobirama used this forbidden summoning technique to resurrect me the first time, I've thought there might be a day when I'd be resurrected a second time. This was true relief. The feeling of having overcome all odds and reached the end. Emiya Shiyuan's eyes dropped slightly, and he suppressed his emotions once again. The success of this millennium-long resurrection plan, and even its success a second time, inevitably made him feel relieved. Now, it was time to begin the second phase. Chapter 80, asking the masterminds behind Akatsuki how to solve the problem. This resurrection was more subtle than the last. Because Emiya Shiyuan had gained the memories of Senju Tobirama and the secrets of the Impure World Reincarnation technique, he sensed the time Orochimaru intended to revive his body. In the dim underground fortress, the shattered crystals on the ground shimmered faintly in the candlelight. Emiya Shiyuan gazed at the crystals, a look of relief crossing his face, as if he had fully accepted his fate of being resurrected once again through the Impure World Reincarnation technique. The second crystal coffin was destroyed. "It's my fault. I'm also a little sorry for failing my friend's trust." Orochimaru mentioned how he got the second crystal coffin, and by the way, he dispelled Emiya Shiyuan's dissatisfaction. "Tsunade got this crystal coffin from the Wet Bone Forest. She entrusted the crystal coffin to me before traveling to the ninja world, but I had to fail her trust. Tsunade has grown up, right?" Emiya Shiyuan thought of the little guy he had taught in the past, and seemed a little surprised that Tsunade got the crystal coffin. I didn't expect her to find the wet bone forest. Tsunade is a very determined person. Orochimaru thought of his friend and couldn't help laughing. She and I are companions who can trust life and death. If she knew that I destroyed Lord Emiya's crystal coffin, even for any reason, she might hunt me, her friend, for the rest of my life. Orochimaru believed that he was not lying. Although Orochimaru had defected from Konoha a long time ago, he still believed that his relationship with Tsunade was not bad, and he did not want to hurt Tsunade at any time. Compared to that idiot Jiraiya, Tsunade truly values friendship. To Tsunade, the lives of her companions are even more important than any mission. If Orochimaru were ever faced with danger, he would definitely prefer Tsunade to be by his side, not Jiraiya, because Tsunade would never abandon a friend. Of course, this requires a certain exception. Orochimaru does have a clear understanding of Tsunade. If Tsunade knew that he had stolen the crystal coffin she had entrusted to him, destroyed it, and used the Impure World Reincarnation technique to resurrect Emiya Shiyuan, she would immediately abandon her journey and join Jiraiya in hunting him down. Let's talk about this later, Orochimaru said uneasily, avoiding the topic of Tsunade. Finally, he became serious. The ninja world is facing a crisis that cannot be solved in our time, so I have no choice but to place my final hope on Lord Emiya. What crisis? Emiya Shiyuan subconsciously frowned. A crisis capable of destroying the ninja world. Orochimaru began to suppress a smile, a trace of worry crossing his face. He knew that if he wanted to use Emiya Shiyuan, he had to exploit his kindness and compassion. This was information that wasn't difficult to find out. From his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, his ally Shimura Danzo, his friend Tsunade, and his enemy Hanzo, Orochimaru knew Emiya Shiyuan's character from everyone he met, and all of this echoed the suicide note on the crystal coffin. This was a man with a heart full of love. Orochimaru had extraordinary respect and patience for someone like Emiya Shiyuan, whose value was unmatched by anyone else. Although Lord Emiya doesn't care, I always need to explain clearly why I have to disturb your peace of soul at this time. Orochimaru had a smile on his lips. And a sincere lie seemed to be revealed in his dangerous snake eyes. This world is on the brink of destruction. Speaking of which, it may make Lord Emiya feel a little unhappy. At this time, Konoha has been established for 55 years, it has been 40 years since the death of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and since Lord Emiya last left the ninja world, a lot has happened in this world. Lord Emiya once quelled the first Ninja World War, but the second and third Ninja World Wars broke out in the ninja world. Orochimaru was very satisfied with Emiya Shiyuan's attentive listening. He sincerely helped Emiya Shiyuan understand the changes in the current ninja world. The aftermath of the Third Ninja World War was completely calmed down a few years ago. A long time has passed. There are still many acquaintances that Lord Emiya knows in this era. For example, my teacher, the current third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Konoha's current Hokage assistant Shimura Danzo. 40 years have passed. Emiya Shiyuan's face seemed to have a trace of nostalgia, as if he missed the two young men who had cheated the power of the curse seal from him in the past. Hiruzen and the others are old now, right? Yes, originally, Sarutobi teacher had retired. Orochimaru chuckled, as if mocking, but he quickly restrained the mockery. Before Sarutobi teacher retired, he appointed a man named Namikaze Minato as Konoha's fourth Hokage. But Konoha broke out in a major incident of the Nine Tails Rampage 7 or 8 years ago. The fourth Hokage died in order to protect Konoha. Sarutobi teacher had to start the position of Hokage again. Orochimaru had long ceased to care about the position of Hokage, but that didn't mean he had no grudges. Sarutobi Hiruzen's denial still irritated him somewhat. The tragedy of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Emiya Shiyuan's eyes flickered slightly. He showed little concern for Sarutobi Hiruzen. While guiding Orochimaru's conversation, he seemingly inadvertently inquired about his real target. Who is Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki now? I remember it was very well behaved when it was sealed into Miro's body. It should be someone named Uzumaki Naruto, right? Orochimaru licked his lips habitually, recalling the legend of the nine-tailed demon fox, reviled and feared by the Konoha villagers. He had never seen Uzumaki Naruto. However, anyone who had held a high-ranking position in Konoha would undoubtedly know that the nine-tailed demon fox was the Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru's guess was indeed correct. It seems a lot has really happened, Emiya Shiyuan sighed. At this moment, after 1,000 years of tension, his mood finally relaxed as he let out a sigh. Uzumaki Naruto is already here, so information about Uchiha Sasuke shouldn't be far away either. Emiya Shiyuan felt even more relaxed than when he was resurrected, because he was finally sure that he had reached the real era, the era he had wanted to enter for 1,000 years ago, an era that would allow him to break free from his constraints. Kabuto Yakushi, who was standing nearby, pushed his glasses. He realized that whenever Orochimaru and Emiya Shiyuan mentioned Konoha, they would start talking nonsense about Konoha, so he quickly reminded them in a low voice, "Lord Orochimaru, we don't have much time. Now is not the time to talk nonsense because Orochimaru's situation is not safe." That guy, Orochimaru's face darkened. He remembered his partner in Akatsuki, quickly calming himself. He continued in a deep voice, "I'm truly sorry, Lord Emiya. The ninja world needs your strength right now, and I was forced to use the crystal coffin Tsune left me to resurrect you. During the Third Shinobi World War, an organization called Akatsuki emerged in the ninja world. This organization has recently been recruiting S-rank defectors, causing numerous tragedies within the ninja world. Konoha has long suspected Akatsuki of harboring an unknown conspiracy. At this point, Orochimaru paused before continuing, "I was ordered to defect from Konoha, becoming an S-rank defector and secretly infiltrating Akatsuki. This was deceiving an honest man." Orochimaru, believing Emiya Shiyuan didn't understand the situation, used lies to deceive him, believing he would still be loyal to Konoha. He used Konoha's name, pretending to be a ninja who had been forced to defect to facilitate a mission. Of course, Orochimaru wasn't without support. Everyone in the ninja world knew Orochimaru was a traitor to Konoha, even having a wanted order personally issued by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, Orochimaru remained unfazed. Even if his lies were exposed, Orochimaru was confident he could continue to deceive Emiya Shiyuan, because he still had an ally in Konoha he could contact, Shimura Danzo. That ally could help him secure an identity that Emiya Shiyuan could trust, and perhaps even come and testify in person. Emiya Shiyuan's expression was subtle. Kabuto Yakushi lowered his head. Emiya Shiyuan noticed Kabuto Yakushi's movements. He glanced at Orochimaru's auspicious black robe, and his expression suddenly became even more subtle. Emiya Shiyuan had initially felt a touch of self-doubt as he listened to Orochimaru's story, but Kabuto Yakushi's subconscious gestures were too much to ignore. However, when Orochimaru was truly deceiving, he became incredibly sincere, ignoring the sinister smile he occasionally flashed, and his lies sounded like the truth. "I've got some information. The leader of this organization is called Pine. Pine possesses a pair of Rinnegan, and he wants to use the power of the Rinnegan to rule the ninja world." When Orochimaru said this, he simply revealed his true intentions. "However, in this world, I only found information about the Rinnegan on the crystal coffin left by Lord Emiya in the world. Only Lord Emiya knows the secret of the Rinnegan." Orochimaru spoke faster and faster, and a bit of uncontrollable greed slowly revealed in his eyes. "Lord Emiya, can you provide some information about the Rinnegan so that we can thwart the conspiracy of the Rinnegan user to rule the world?" Emiya Shiyuan fell silent and fell into thought. Until Orochimaru's expression gradually became nervous, a light flashed slightly in Emiya Shiyuan's Rinnegan, and he spoke softly. "The power of the Rinnegan is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if I provide you with information about the Rinnegan, you will not be able to defeat the other party. Any conventional means will not be effective against the Rinnegan. Then what should we do?" Orochimaru's mood also became relaxed. His face seemed very anxious, but he said with some regret, "If we really can't get rid of the leader of the Akatsuki organization, I'm afraid that many people in the ninja world will die because of the Akatsuki organization. I am just an impure body. If the other party is an evil person who wants to rule the world, I can't help you fight against the real Rinnegan users in this world, because that is the power of God." Emiya Shiyuan's brows were still frowned. He sensed the power that his impure body could exert, and seemed to mention one thing with some regret. "Unless your Konoha's first-generation Senju Hashirama is alive, only his would escape can hope to fight against the Rinnegan." Orochimaru's mind moved. Although Shihara Emiya was reluctant to provide information about the Rinnegan, he soon realized Shihara's other value, which reminded him of a human experiment he had once conducted. "We once tried to use wood release to defeat the Rinnegan." Orochimaru immediately lied, finding the first opportunity to use Shihara Emiya. But no one in Konoha has ever been able to awaken wood release. In an attempt to recreate the first Hokage's wood release, some have proposed using the first Hokage's cells to conduct repeated human experiments, even at the cost of violating taboos to resolve the Akatsuki threat. Konoha sacrificed too many lives to obtain a practitioner capable of countering the Rinnegan, forcing my teacher to end the experiment. Orochimaru unconsciously licked his lips. With your research in human medicine, can you recreate the first Hokage's wood release? If possible, I will immediately submit a request to the village. Orochimaru's eyes shone with a fiery intensity, as if eager to hear those words from Shihara Emiya. There's no guarantee. Shihara Emiya frowned, and did not give a definite answer, but just said, when I resurrected and treated Hashirama for the first time, I studied his cells. Those highly phagocytic cells are not something that ordinary people can withstand. Even if you are trying to fight against the Rinnegan, it is too risky to conduct human experiments rashly. There's nothing we can do about it. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little regretful about his failure, and wanted to discuss the compatibility of Hashirama's cells with Shihara Emiya. After all, the first Hokages, Lord Orochimaru Kabuto Yakushi, realized that Orochimaru and Shihara Emiya would immediately go astray once they were involved in experimental research. They seemed to want to conduct an experimental exchange on the study of Hashirama's cells here, and had to hurriedly urge Orochimaru. Time. Leaving for too long will alert Sasori-sama. I'll submit a request to the village first. Orochimaru immediately ended their first exchange, intending to use this opportunity to gain Emiya Shihara's first assistance. If it's Emiya-sama, you might be able to gain the power to fight the Rinnegan user. This is the village's secret stronghold. Please stay here for a while to prevent the Akatsuki from noticing your presence. Okay, Emiya Shihara didn't object. At least until Orochimaru delivered Hashirama's cells, Emiya Shihara wouldn't leave. He needed them to restore his strength as much as possible. Only then would he be more confident of a true resurrection in the future. Now that everyone was in place, he needed to slowly recover his strength to plan for his true resurrection and the person to assist him. For example, Orochimaru before him was a good candidate. Orochimaru, far away in Konoha, was another example. If Shimura Danzo could practice his curse seals well, his body would maintain a sufficient level of vitality, which should be enough for his own resurrection. However, before that, he needed someone to help him gather intelligence. Outside the bunker, Orochimaru adjusted his auspicious cloud robes and solemnly ordered Kabuto to arrange Emiya Shihara's daily life for the time being. Kabuto, for the time being, you will keep Lord Emiya busy. Never let him go out. He is truly priceless. Retrieve Hashirama's cells from another base as soon as possible. Immersing him in scientific research should be enough to keep him at bay, not until absolutely necessary. I don't want to use the Impure World Reincarnation technique to control him yet. Besides, I may not be able to control him either. Yes, Kabuto agreed with a low head. I'll deal with Scorpion first. Orochimaru's face shone with a sinister smile, and he wrapped his clothes tightly around him. He was very unhappy with his partner. HMPH, sooner or later I'll find a chance to kill him. Kabuto watched Orochimaru leave silently. Only after Orochimaru disappeared did Kabuto slowly walk into the bunker, intending to guide Emiya Shihara to set up a laboratory that he would like. Regarding this medical ninja, Kabuto Yakushi also admired the other's story very much, because he also grew up listening to the other stories when he was a child. However, what Kabuto Yakushi never expected was that the other party had also heard of his story. Lord Emiya Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses carefully, while helping Shihara Emiya to tidy up the laboratory. He introduced himself. My name is Kabuto Yakushi, a medical ninja Yakushi. Huh? Shihara Emiya paused his movements, and suddenly asked a name. Yakushi no. Have you heard of this name? Yes. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Shihara Emiya a little at a loss, and his movement of pushing his glasses was inevitably a little stiff. That was the director when I was in the orphanage after all. Judging from the time, Shihara Emiya and Nono should have no intersection. After all, Emiya Shihara has disappeared for 40 years. At that time, Dean Yakushi Nono was not even born yet. No matter what, it is impossible for them to have any intersection unless they were in the underworld. Oh, it seems it must be you. Emiya Shihara seemed to be unaware of it. He was still flipping through these new age experimental instruments and spoke nonchalantly. When Yakushi Nono died, her soul was trapped between life and death due to her obsession and could not return to the underworld to be freed. She has always been thinking about her orphanage and a child named Yakushi Kabuto. Chapter 81 Nagato and Obito Madara. What kind of chess pieces are these? Crack. A beaker fell to the ground and shattered. Yakushi Nono. He had almost forgotten that name. Kabuto had never imagined he would hear news about Dean Yakushi Nono, even from the underworld. The dean who had so tenderly raised him, even after death, still yearned for him, so much so that his name had become a constant obsession for her soul. Yes, it seemed natural. When that gentle woman died, she didn't even know the truth, couldn't even recognize her child. Her only thought was a fake photo, her only wish a false fantasy. What's wrong? Emiya Shiyuan seemed a little surprised by Kabuto's loss of composure. No, it's okay. Kabuto felt a little embarrassed. For those in the world, the soul of the deceased cannot be liberated. If Yakushi Nona's soul was trapped between life and death because of her obsession with him, unable to reach the underworld for liberation, how could he turn a blind eye? Ever since Nono Yakushi's death, the silver-haired youth had thought his heart had long since grown numb. Now, it began to beat again, even with a faint pang, as if a heart he had thought was empty had regained its vitality. Kabuto Yakushi felt a surge of panic, as if a raging wind were constantly tearing at his long-blocked heart. The silver-haired youth quickly crouched to pick up the shards of glass, subconsciously wanting to ask about Nono Yakushi. Emiya-sama, did Dean Nono mention anything? Kabuto Yakushi didn't doubt the truth of Emiya Shiyuan's words. He knew that Emiya Shiyuan and Nono Yakushi could never have met in this world, only in the afterlife could they possibly meet. Kabuto Yakushi desperately hoped that Shihara was lying, but his noble character wouldn't deceive him. You've said a lot, haven't you? After all, I'm curious about the stories of the present world, too, like, about Danzo, like, you being a sensible but somewhat disobedient child. In the end, it's basically all about a child named Kabuto Yakushi leaving the road of darkness. Her obsession must be to see you, is that so? Kabuto Yakushi clenched the shards of glass tightly in his hand. But, she probably doesn't stand a chance. Emiya Shiyuan's words made Kabuto Yakushi's heart tighten. What? Kabuto Yakushi's head shot up. There's nothing I can do, but Emiya Shiyuan's next words completely relaxed Kabuto Yakushi, and he sighed with a hint of resignation. Although her soul longs to remain in that desolate place, waiting for you to respond after death, to prevent her soul from being completely lost, and to prevent the wandering god of death from devouring her soul, I can only send her soul back to the pure land of the underworld for liberation. Your hand. Emiya Shiyuan noticed the blood on the ground, and a trace of emerald green chakra emerged from his palm, healing the wound on Kabuto Yakushi's palm. It seems that you have a deep relationship. Emiya Shiyuan seemed to see through Kabuto Yakushi's thoughts, and said calmly, maybe I shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Maybe after you die, you can also resolve her obsession. No, there was only a bitter smile on Kabuto Yakushi's face. He quickly shook his head and looked at Emiya Shiyuan who treated him. I should thank Lord Emiya. The dean has been a kind person all his life. The best result is to let her soul be liberated as soon as possible. It doesn't matter. Emiya Shiyuan didn't care about Kabuto Yakushi's thanks. He checked that the wound on Kabuto Yakushi's hand had healed, and then continued in a cold voice, for me, it was just a matter of convenience. It happened that the people she met in her life overlap with the people I met in my life, so she seemed a little special. I just happened to remember her name, but for us Kabuto Yakushi subconsciously wanted to express his gratitude. Okay, Emiya interrupted Kabuto Yakushi, and he stopped the topic just in time, and asked, by the way, are there any new advances in medicine? Kabuto Yakushi's face couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Fortunately, Emiya was already accustomed to the shame of these medical ninjas. In the following days, Kabuto Yakushi's attitude towards Emiya became more and more respectful, and he also strictly followed Orochimaru's instructions to help Emiya bring Hashirama's cells. Hashirama's cells are extremely powerful yang-style chakra, and they require powerful yin-style chakra to neutralize them. It's normal that your experiment failed. Emiya was not stingy with Kabuto Yakushi's teachings. He also took this opportunity to use Hashirama's cells to enhance the power of his own impure world body without Kabuto Yakushi's knowledge, so that his strength would be enough to gain a foothold in this era. Kabuto Yakushi was extremely satisfied with receiving instruction from Emiya. During this time, his medical ninjutsu skills improved by leaps and bounds. Emiya's gentle treatment of him made him feel as if he were back in the orphanage, receiving instruction from the director. Comparing Kabuto Yakushi's accomplishments, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a bit itchy at this point. For a scientific lunatic obsessed with knowledge and power, nothing could be more exciting than an unknown treasure trove of knowledge before him. If it weren't for the Akatsuki's unexpectedly abundant experimental funding, coupled with his desire for the Rinnegan, Orochimaru would have truly wanted to abandon the organization and immediately follow Shihara Emiya to delve into the knowledge he had acquired. Especially since Shihara Emiya was truly knowledgeable about the soul. Orochimaru secretly had Kabuto Yakashi take the opportunity to test Emiya Shihara's research on the soul. It turned out that Emiya Shihara, despite never having encountered the immortality technique, the undying corpse reincarnation technique, passed down by the second Hokage, had proposed the concept of an undying corpse reincarnation technique and even quickly developed a prototype and theoretical basis for it. The allure was too great. Yet, Orochimaru knew nothing of it. His every action was under surveillance. Someone within Akatsuki was even more unbearable than he was about the news of Emiya Shihara's resurrection. It was the one who truly longed for his return. Within the gloomy cave, a black and white monster lurked beneath the earth, clad in a black robe shrouded in auspicious clouds. It was the fusion of the original black Zetsu and white Zetsu. Uchiha Madara, ultimately unable to resist the passage of life, combined the two, before his death, to allow them to guide his pawns in their plan. I just received a message from a clone. White Zetsu told Black Zetsu the news in confusion. The clone we arranged to monitor Lord Emiya reported that Orochimaru secretly resurrected Lord Emiya Shihara using the Impure World Reincarnation technique. What should we do now? Emiya is back. A hint of joy flashed across half of Black Zetsu's face. For Black Zetsu, nothing is more important than the news of Emiya Shihara. No matter if it is Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Madara's pawns Nagato and Uchiha Obito, they are far inferior to the news of Emiya Shihara. Especially since Black Zetsu knew that Emiya Shihara returned to the underworld, and when he returned again, he brought back information about his mortal enemy, the Six Paths Sage. It was for this reason that Black Zetsu had been keeping an eye on Emiya Shihara's body. Even after learning that Shihara Emiya's body was in Orochimaru's possession and that Orochimaru was researching Impure World Reincarnation, Black Zetsu had been trying to get Akatsuki to grant Orochimaru more funding for his experiments, secretly aiding him in mastering the technique and resurrecting Shihara Emiya. However, Orochimaru had secretly embezzled the funds to pursue his own immortality technique, even using them to expand his experimental base. This embezzlement of funds filled Black Zetsu with hatred and anger. Sometimes he believed that Orochimaru's ingenuity might one day rival Shihara Emiya's human experimentation skills, while other times he felt that Orochimaru's vulgar pursuits and low moral character were no match for Shihara Emiya's. Now Shihara Emiya was back. No more putting up with Orochimaru. Go see him. Black Zetsu refused to wait any longer. He desperately wanted to learn about the Six Paths Sage from Shihara Emiya, and hoped to convince him to lead the Infinite Tsukuyomi project again. Before his death, Uchiha Madara found a pawn named Uchiha Obito. This pawn turned out to be a complete idiot. To date, none of the plans have shown any sign of implementation. Even Akatsuki is still reliant on commissions to raise funds. While this pawn, Uchiha Obito, continues to believe he's guiding Akatsuki and its true master, Akatsuki has hired a bunch of idiots, constantly doing trivial tasks and still asking them to gather intelligence for mere commissions. What kind of pawn is this? Compared to Emiya Shihara, the pawn who single-handedly nearly destroyed the shinobi clan in ancient times without his guidance, Uchiha Obito seems so useless that Black Zetsu has felt his future is bleak for years. Aside from a strange Mangekyou Sharingan ability, Uchiha Obito possesses nothing Black Zetsu would consider remarkable. Not even his moral integrity. He's completely outclassed by Emiya Shihara in every way. No one is more important than Emiya, not Nagato, Obito, not even Madara. In front of Emiya, these pawns are all discardable. Black Zetsu's attitude was resolute, a sinister sneer plastered on his face. Emiya has returned. It's time to convince him to take control of our plans again. If Emiya Shihara could be persuaded as easily after meeting the Six Paths Sage as before, he could even immediately manipulate Nagato to completely resurrect Emiya Shihara. With Emiya Shihara fully resurrected, with his power at his peak, gathering the tailed beasts would be a piece of cake, and he could use him to resurrect Kaguya. However, Black Zetsu hadn't anticipated an even greater surprise. This time, after his Impure World Reincarnation, Emiya Shihara could still wield the power of the Rinnegan. Although it was only a false Rinnegan, it was unmatched by anyone else of this era. Compared to the surprise Black Zetsu expressed, Emiya Shihara seemed to have undergone a greater change than the Rinnegan itself. Taking advantage of the time when Kabuto Yakashi was not on the underground fortress, Emiya Shihara and Black Zetsu had the opportunity to meet, so that they could fulfill the agreement that spanned 40 years. Compared to 40 years ago, they had actually undergone some changes. For example, Black Zetsu, it formed a fusion with the original body of White Zetsu. For example, when Emiya Shiyuan saw Black Zetsu, his whole expression became slightly sharper, no longer like the man who was kind and compassionate to all living beings in the past. The current Emiya Shiyuan was more like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. Obviously, the last time Tobirama Senju used the Death Seal and the 3 Ninja World Wars, or perhaps because of other things, the kind-hearted medical ninja's perception of the world had changed a little. There was something cold in Emiya Shiyuan's expression, mixed with the dead eyes of the Impure World body, which made Black Zetsu feel a little fear and uneasiness. Long time no see, Black Zetsu. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Orochimaru is a spy sent by Konoha. Long time no see, Lord Emiya. Black Zetsu's manner of address was subconsciously changing. He wanted to say something but didn't dare to, so he could only offer a stiff greeting. At this moment, Black Zetsu noticed a change in Emiya Shiyuan, as if he sensed a pathetically thick barrier between him and him. The Sage of Six Paths? It had to be because of the Sage, right? If Emiya Shiyuan had changed, it must have been because he had seen the Sage in the underworld. What on earth had that bastard instilled in him? I saw the Sage. Emiya Shiyuan hadn't forgotten the agreement he had made with Black Zetsu. Did the Six-Path Sage say anything? Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Following the same story he'd used to deceive Emiya Shiyuan, he spoke first. Does the Six-Path Sage still believe that humanity's fate should be decided by itself, not by Kaguya? Black Zetsu had already prepared an excuse for Emiya Shiyuan regarding his mother Kaguya's evil deeds against humanity, turning them into White Zetsu. Humanity's fate was determined by Kaguya. Therefore, their punishment should naturally be decided by Kaguya as well. He planned to convince Emiya Shiyuan that no matter what the Six-Path Sage said, it was Kaguya, as a god, who had a responsibility to decide humanity's fate. He knew Emiya Shiyuan would believe it. In fact, Emiya Shiyuan knew he would fall for Black Zetsu's story. However, compared to before, Emiya Shiyuan had a more complete explanation. The man with the filthy body fell silent for a moment, his eyes slightly raised, and his aura gradually became lifeless. I don't know, I may have failed your trust, Black Zetsu. I don't think the Sage of Six Paths will want to help us. I relied on the power of my chakra to travel from the underworld to the gap between life and death where he was, and met countless lost souls there. I freed countless lost souls in the gap between life and death, and learned countless tragic stories from the mouths of those souls. I liberated their souls and returned them to the Pure Land. Black Zetsu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Emiya is still a good person even after death? Perhaps this is why it has always been willing to trust each other. Only good people like Emiya can prevent it from living in fear in the world. But, Emiya changed the subject, his voice cold. While they were living and suffering in the real world, while their souls were lost between life and death, that high and mighty god was always wandering in the gap between life and death. The ninja battles in the real world and the lost souls in the underworld were never within his sight. I don't understand what that god truly cares about. Black Zetsu knew exactly what the Six-Path Sage was thinking. Of course he was wary of Kaguya's resurrection. However, he couldn't tell Emiya about this thought. He vaguely understood Emiya's thoughts and had some idea of the Six-Path Sage's state. Logically, if the Six-Path Sage still had enough power, he couldn't be indifferent to what was happening in the real world. He would definitely find ways to interfere with it. If that was the case, it only meant that the Six-Path Sage's remaining power was insufficient to interfere with the real world. He was only Kaguya's son, not the pure Otsutsuki bloodline, otherwise he wouldn't be bound by his lifespan. But this was a good thing. Emiya Shiyuan's disappointment in the Six-Path Sage is precisely the opportunity it has to exploit him, because it knows that Emiya Shiyuan will not deceive it. Taking a step back, if Emiya Shiyuan knew Kaguya's true identity, the first thing he should do when he returns to the human world is to question or even seal her, instead of nagging about the Six-Path Sage. No wonder Emiya Shiyuan has become like this. Is he disappointed with the Six-Path Sage's actions? Black Zetsu immediately noticed the flaws of the Six-Path Sage and his own opportunities, and took the opportunity to speak ill of the six-path sage, praising him openly and criticizing him secretly. Don't be disappointed, Shihara. Perhaps in the eyes of the six-path sage, the world is not so bad that Kaguya needs to appear. No, I once said to Madara, this era is not that bad yet. Now it seems that I was obviously wrong. Everything is just as Madara said. The fighting between ninjas intensified until this era became as hopeless as it is today. Shihara Emiya shook his head. His eyes fell on Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, I saw darker stories in the underworld than 40 years ago. The world is full of fighting and lies. Compared to 40 years ago, this world has completely fallen into the abyss. Do you see the Kabuto Yakashi next to me? Shihara Emiya picked up the example of Kabuto Yakashi and said coldly, after he and his adoptive mother were used by Danzo, he lured them to kill each other. The young man who used to follow me and deceive me into getting my power has finally become an extremely evil person. It's not your fault. Black Zetsu quickly helped Shihara Emiya to exonerate himself, and subconsciously talked about Danzo. The Akatsuki organization we are in now once wanted to be like you, trying to instill the will of peace in the world, but due to the growth of the organization's strength, it was destroyed by Danzo once. Emiya, no matter how hard you try, you can't change an evil person with a dark heart, just like you can never change Senju Tobirama's prejudice against Madara. Now, everything that happened in this world only proves one thing, our plan is correct. It is impossible for humans who are obsessed with fighting for their own interests to save themselves. Only true gods can change all this, but Shihara Emiya's body sat on the experimental table, his palm supporting his chin, and he fell into an unprecedented calmness. Will Kaguya-sama really save the world? I only worry about one problem. If Kaguya-sama is resurrected, will she really not be like her son, the Sage of Six Paths, who is high in the sky, and want to quietly wait for humans to change, turning a blind eye to the suffering suffered by humans? How could that be? A great mother will regard everyone as her children. Black Zetsu slowly walked to the side of Emiya Shihara, and persuaded him in a hoarse voice, Emiya, you have always been the person most like Kaguya. When I saw you, I seemed to see Kaguya's shadow. Only you have the same great love as Kaguya. Emiya Shihara subconsciously raised his head. Emiya, since the six-path sage is unwilling to help, Black Zetsu stretched out his palm and made the same invitation to Emiya Shihara. Then there is no need to pay attention to him, Emiya. Everything else depends on ourselves. After a long silence, Emiya Shihara tightly grasped Black Zetsu's hand in the look of surprise and nervousness. You say? Under the gaze of Black Zetsu, Emiya Shihara's face actually showed a smile, but such a smile made him look so sad. Black Zetsu, does this sound like what I experienced when I was first resurrected? Back then, I didn't know anything about Kaguya-sama, and I thought this world was hopeless. I could only hopelessly trust Ashura. Now, Emiya Shihara's smile was unremarkable, hinting at a sense of despair and despair. His voice was equally dejected. I can only choose to trust you, just like I did back then. Emiya, don't despair. Black Zetsu looked at Emiya Shihara, remembering how he had once seen him in such despair, and this made him feel sad. Damn Hashirama. Black Zetsu couldn't help but curse the six-path sage inwardly. That bastard was clearly dead, yet he nearly destroyed his pawn. Not only did he refuse to save the world, but he also shattered Kaguya's image in Emiya Shihara's mind. That bastard had caused his pawn to change so much? He'd even become as dejected as when he was first resurrected. Surely, the six-path sage, like his son Ashura, wasn't a good person. This was Emiya Shihara, the man who had always held out hope for the future, the man who had always been omnipotent. However, no matter what, Black Zetsu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could regain Emiya Shihara's trust, nothing else would matter to him. All he had to do in the future was find a way to boost Emiya Shihara's confidence. Speaking of which, have you also joined the Akatsuki organization? Why are you wearing the same clothes as Orochimaru? Emiya Shihara looked at the black robe with auspicious clouds on it, frowned and asked, Orochimaru told me that the leader of the Akatsuki organization is a man named Pain. He is a sorcerer who possesses the Rinnegan and wants to rely on the power of the Rinnegan to rule the world. It was because Konoha wanted to destroy the Akatsuki organization that Orochimaru was ordered to carry out this task. He needed to obtain information about the Rinnegan to defeat Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, so he resurrected me. Lord Emiya Shihara, it seems that you were deceived by Orochimaru. White Zetsu finally interrupted and couldn't help but remind him, Orochimaru defected from Konoha a long time ago. He is no longer a ninja of Konoha, and Akatsuki is the organization we use to carry out the plan to collect the tailed beasts. We have never thought about using it to rule the world or anything like that, huh? Emiya Shiyuan's brows were still frowned, and he seemed a little confused, but Orochimaru told me that he was ordered to defect and join the Akatsuki organization. It seems that he is not lying. The expressions of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were not very good. Could that bastard Orochimaru really be a spy sent by Konoha? Chapter 83, Konan, Nagato, an important person wants to see you. Some things just can't be reconciled. For example, Black Zetsu never dared to reconcile his accounts with the Six Paths Sage. Because if they did, some of the accounts would be mismatched, and one of them would be exposed as a liar, and the consequences of being caught lying would be dire. Orochimaru had never imagined the risk of facing the two masterminds reconciling accounts on his very first day. Tell me first, what's going on? Emiya Shiyuan seemed a little unimpressed by the strangeness of this situation. I remember the Rinnegan was supposed to appear on Madara's body, wasn't it? Black Zetsu fell silent. Yet, Black Zetsu had to reveal some truths, and he had to cherry-pick and paint himself as a leader of world peace. It's been too long. Madara's lifespan has come to an end. Before that, Madara chose to entrust his Rinnegan to a young man named Nagato, and asked me to guide that young man in carrying out a preliminary plan of infinite Tsukuyomi, but the young man named Nagato later met a companion named Yohiko. Yohiko wanted to carry out the will for peace you left behind. He and Nagato founded the first generation of Akatsuki, hoping to mediate the war between major powers like you did. This is not a strange thing, because many people in this world who have suffered from war want to calm the war by mediation, just like you did in the First Ninja World War, but they all failed without exception. Yohiko is no exception. The first generation of Akatsuki was besieged by Danzo and Hanzo. Yohiko, the leader of the first generation of Akatsuki, died in that incident. From then on, the organization began to change, and Madara's secret guidance was also involved, because Madara believed that this method was only temporary after all, and the young man named Nagato needed to change. When Black Zetsu said this, he continued, in order to lead Nagato to the path of true and eternal peace. Before his death, Madara found another pawn named Uchiha Obito. In his name and yours, he instructed Uchiha Obito to impersonate him and guide Nagato to start the first step of the plan, gathering a powerful force to capture the tailed beast. The situation of the Akatsuki organization is more complicated. Uchiha Obito has been disguising himself as Uchiha Madara, even claiming that it came from Emiya Shiyuan's will in the name of Black Zetsu, so as to better gain Nagato's trust. Nagato and Konan, the only two remaining elders of the first generation of Akatsuki, were indeed transformed by Uchiha Obito in the name of Emiya Shiyuan and Uchiha Madara with great ease. The only difference is that Uchiha Obito only told them the first step of the plan, which was to collect and resurrect the 10 tails. Emiya Shiyuan, in the truest sense of the word, Black Zetsu desperately hoped Emiya Shiyuan would pull himself together. He solemnly explained, "You are the very source of the Akatsuki." From the very beginning, Akatsuki's first leader, Yohiko, sought to carry forward the will for peace you once brought to the world. He hoped to mediate wars like you did. The current Akatsuki's second leader, Pain, is also a puppet of the heavenly path created by Nagato after that incident, using the Rinnegan and Yohiko's corpse. Under our guidance, he believes he is carrying out the second path you left for the world. There was no way to lie about this. Because that was exactly what Nagato and Konan believed. After all, when Akatsuki's first leader, Yohiko, learned of Emiya Shiyuan's mediation efforts to quell the First Shinobi World War, he, along with Nagato and Konan, deeply admired Emiya Shiyuan. To gain Nagato and Konan's trust, Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu had simply borrowed the names of Uchiha Madara and Emiya Shiyuan, claiming that Shihara, too, had once despaired of the present era, and that he and Uchiha Madara had forged an alternative path for the world. This naturally drew Yohiko's dissatisfaction and doubt, and it wasn't until Yohiko's death at the hands of Danzo and Hanzo that Nagato was forced to believe Uchiha Obito's words. So, the Akatsuki is our ally, Emiya Shiyuan replied, seemingly understanding the true nature of Akatsuki. Black Zetsu instinctively tried to retort. They were merely pawns in their hands. However, Black Zetsu couldn't argue at this moment, for Shihara never treated anyone as a pawn, just as he had with Uchiha Madara, even hoping that he would take over the future. Yes, Black Zetsu could only agree with Emiya Shiyuan's idea, offering his own suggestion. However, their implementation is somewhat slow. to prevent the other major ninja villages from noticing Akatsuki's plan to gather the tailed beasts. Their actions have yet to yield any results. Now we know those major ninja villages have noticed, White Zetsu quickly added, whispering, hasn't Konoha's ninja, Orochimaru, already infiltrated? Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel a headache at the thought. What a bunch of losers. What on earth are the Akatsuki for? They casually recruit renegade ninjas without even checking their identities, and even Orochimaru, a Konoha spy, is lurking. Perhaps Konoha actually knows their plans. Thankfully, Emiya Shiyuan has been resurrected. With Emiya Shiyuan's power, even if it's not at its peak, they won't be afraid of trouble from Konoha. We must eliminate Orochimaru, the spy, as soon as possible. White Zetsu offered his own advice, believing that Orochimaru, Konoha's spy, shouldn't be allowed to send too much information back to Konoha. Perhaps Konoha has been keeping an eye on us, White Zetsu thought. After Danzo destroyed the Akatsuki and secretly discovered its resurgence, Shimura Danzo secretly sent Orochimaru to spy on us. Emiya, you should take over our plan as soon as possible. Black Zetsu is truly troubled. He doubted the vision and intelligence of Uchiha Obito and Nagato. How could Orochimaru's exposure make the Akatsuki appear so flawed? Why not just hand everything over to Emiya Shiyuan, as he had done in the past, and just wait for the plan to succeed? Emiya Shiyuan had no intention of objecting to Black Zetsu's idea. He also needed to control the plan, and perhaps even insert an opportunity for his true resurrection and complete 2,000-year-old missions. In a dark underground cave, where the Akatsuki had been stationed, hidden, a thin, red-haired man sat in a wheelchair. His eyes slowly opened, his Rinnegan opening, concluding a training session to connect with a Rinnegan's hidden power. It was Nagato. Because Nagato was still familiarizing himself with the power of the Rinnegan, he had only created a heavenly Deo puppet and hadn't truly decided to begin his own plan. Do you really believe what that mysterious masked man and Zetsu said? Konan looked at the increasingly emaciated Nagato, a hint of suppressed pain in her eyes. Nagato, although they have been guiding you to use the Rinnegan, your body will become increasingly unable to withstand its power, compared to the pain of losing your Hiko. Nagato took a deep breath and slammed his hand heavily on the wheelchair. This pain is nothing to me. Black rods were inserted into Nagato's back, adding an increasing burden to his body. However, when Yohiko died, he had already experienced pain far heavier than this burden. It doesn't matter whether what they say is true or not. Nagato slowly raised his head and looked at Konan before him. The power hidden within this Rinnegan is unfailing. I will use it to help Yohiko achieve the peace he desires. At this point, Nagato slowly closed his eyes. The heavenly path puppet, Pain, who had been standing beside him, opened his eyes. This was the second-generation leader of the Akatsuki organization. He hoped that this powerful heavenly path puppet, created from Yohiko's corpse, could replace his former friend Yohiko. This was a kind of sustenance. The hope of helping a deceased friend realize his ideals. Konan, when Pine opened his eyes, his voice was still Yohiko's, though it had become somewhat arrogant and cold. How is the recruitment going? There are very few powerful S-rank rebels in the ninja world. Konan frowned, recounting something that troubled her. And last time, Kakuzu killed his teammates again. We were willing to let him join the Akatsuki in exchange for protection and high-paying missions, but we didn't expect this senior to cause so much trouble. It was truly melancholy. Although Kakuzu had joined the Akatsuki at their invitation and was thriving there, he had a problem. He seemed to care little for his fellow Akatsuki members, often killing them for money, which gave Konan a headache. It just so happened that the Akatsuki had its own problems. Because recruiting strong personnel was difficult, the Akatsuki usually only sought out well-known S-rank rebels in the ninja world. These S-rank rebels often carried extremely high bounties. Kakuzu seemed to be coming to the Akatsuki to stock up. Although Konan knew Kakuzu was highly efficient in completing missions, and that he used all his earnings for good causes, and even received a donation from Yohiko when he founded the first Akatsuki, claiming they inherited Emiya Shiyuan's pacifist ideals, Konan had always been grateful for Kakuzu's actions. However, this couldn't mask the troublesome fact that Kakuzu kept killing his teammates for money. In fact, Nagato couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache after hearing this. Even though he portrayed Pain Tendo with a cold-blooded demeanor, he really didn't want to deal with Kakuzu, the good guy. Help him find a teammate with a low bounty, Pain Tendo reluctantly offered. A low bounty means the opponent isn't strong enough. Konan had to raise another question, even adding, and he doesn't care about the bounty on his teammates. As long as a teammate has a bounty on them, even if it's only 100,000 ryo, he will kill them along with the target. That's a bit more troublesome. Pain Tendo fell silent. Because Kakuzu wasn't picky about food, it seemed like no one could solve this problem. Unless they found Kakuzu a strong enough teammate. Kakuzu had survived for so many years, even protecting many members of the Uzumaki clan. Yet, he remained resilient in the ninja world. Other ninja villages had considered sending forces to eliminate him. But he often ended up getting killed. Let Zetsu look for him again, was all Tendo Pain could say. It was impossible for him to expel Kakuzu from the Akatsuki organization, as Kakuzu was highly efficient in completing high-value commissions. Furthermore, Kakuzu was an angel investor in Akatsuki. In a sense, Kakuzu was more trustworthy than Uchiha Obito and Zetsu, as they all knew Kakuzu was a strangely kind person. Zetsu must be in a difficult situation too. Konan's expression darkened. As they were muttering about Zetsu's figure slowly emerged from the ground, a strange smile plastered across his black and white face. What's my dilemma? Why are you here, Zetsu? Konan instinctively tried to block Nagato's path. Although Konan knew the Zetsu before her was their teammate, she subconsciously worried he might harm Nagato. Of course it's something, Konan. Nagato, get ready. White Zetsu smiled at them, politely emerging from the ground and explaining his purpose with a smile. An important person wants to see you. Important person. Konan's brows furrowed even deeper. Because important people often meant trouble, and the fact that the person they were seeking to see was Nagato made her feel extremely uneasy. Maybe no, definitely this is a person everyone in the ninja world would respect. Black Zetsu's voice remained sinister. He glanced at Nagato in his wheelchair and couldn't help but praise their good fortune. Honestly, they were truly lucky. If the person being reincarnated had been someone like Uchiha Madara, who wasn't known for being kind, Nagato and Konan would have been reduced to corpses by now. Black Zetsu's plan was to manipulate Nagato directly into resurrecting Emiya Shiyuan, but he knew that Emiya Shiyuan would never agree to such a move. Such noble character was truly unacceptable. Black Zetsu didn't want to raise any issue that might offend Emiya Shiyuan at this moment, especially since he was currently trying to restore his confidence. You're lucky, Black Zetsu said with some regret, looking at Nagato's Rinnegan and the crippled legs in his wheelchair. If you can gain his favor, then perhaps there's hope for Nagato's recovery. Chapter 84, The Rebellious Pharmacist Kabuto. Konan was a little uneasy. Because this didn't look very safe. Because she had always distrusted Zetsu, Konan was a little worried that he would set an ambush to harm Nagato. This kind of thing had happened in the past. If it weren't for the joint ambush by Danzo Shimura of Konoha and Hanzo of the Hidden Rain Village, Yohiko wouldn't have died, and Nagato wouldn't have had his legs crippled. Don't worry, Black Zetsu's voice was always gloomy and hoarse, making people feel a strong sense of distrust when listening to it. However, it was still trying to convince Konan and Nagato, the person you are about to meet is the most trustworthy person in the world, except Yohiko and Nagato. Konan stared at Black Zetsu with a cold expression. Her eyes were covered with light purple eyeshadow, which made her look a little inhuman, but it complemented her hair color. There's no one in this world I can absolutely trust. What a narrow-minded perspective. Black Zetsu couldn't help but smile, as if mocking Konan's narrow-mindedness. When you actually meet him, you'll understand how arrogant you are. Is it a long way to go? Nagato frowned at his wheelchair. Due to his disabled legs and the yin-yang release black rod stuck in his back, using a wheelchair was more cumbersome than a normal one, making it difficult for him to travel long distances. Every long journey was a torture for him. He's in river country. White Zetsu mentioned a place, then couldn't help but explain. Although given your physical condition, it would be more appropriate for him to come and see you. Given his status and reputation, I still suggest you visit him in person. A powerful medical ninja and a very prestigious person. Nagato stared at them, pondering their words. His eyes widened involuntarily, as if a thought had suddenly occurred to him. All along, the mysterious masked man claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu claims to be the will left behind by Emiya Shiyuan. It just so happens that Uchiha Madara's last appearance was to help Emiya Shiyuan, who had been resurrected from the ancient world by the Impure World Reincarnation, quell the First Shinobi World War. That's the man, Black Zetsu said with great satisfaction at the shock on Nagato's face. I remember. Nagato's forehead suddenly began to sweat as he recalled the legends of the past. That man should have disappeared many years ago. You also told me that he returned to the underworld after the First Shinobi World War. Are you trying to deceive us? Konan immediately raised her hand, and pieces of white paper fell from it, as if ready to attack Zetsu at any moment. We have Orochimaru to thank for that. White Zetsu quickly spread his hands and explained earnestly, Orochimaru was a spy sent by Konoha to Akatsuki. In order to defeat Tendo Pain and destroy Akatsuki, he used Konoha's forbidden technique to bring the Lord back to the human world. Orochimaru is a spy for Konoha? Konan wasn't surprised at all. She even turned and gestured to Nagato. We shouldn't have let Orochimaru join Akatsuki in the first place, but Orochimaru is a dangerous man. Nagato remained silent. Instead, Tendo Pain spoke up. I wasn't sure I could kill him, so I kept Orochimaru close to me for surveillance. I didn't expect this dangerous man to be a spy from Konoha. Isn't he from Danzo? White Zetsu stroked his chin and expressed his earlier speculation. Konan, Nagato, and Tendo Pain all looked over at the same time, a dangerous glint in their eyes. Go see him first. Black Zetsu urged them to go see Emiya Shiyuan first. Compared to Emiya Shiyuan, everyone else in this world seems insignificant. Of course, Emiya Shiyuan certainly wouldn't think so. Emiya Shiyuan never considered others insignificant. He always believed that everyone in this world possessed immense value, even Kabuto Yakashi, who was sent by Orochimaru to spy on him. These days, Kabuto feels somewhat happy. He constantly learns from Emiya Shiyuan and hears his wisdom. Especially since Kabuto can chat with Emiya Shiyuan about his newfound love for the Dean, Yakashi no, he sometimes finds it hard not to seek answers to life's questions from this ancient sage. There's certainly no one in this world more suited to his life than Emiya Shiyuan. Anyone who chats with Emiya Shiyuan seems to find guidance in his words, and even just chatting with him is a soothing experience. When the Dean died, I don't know who I really am. I don't know what the meaning of my existence is. I don't seem to have anything I particularly like, nor do I particularly hate anything, and I don't know why I am alive in this world. Kabuto Yakashi remembered his confusion during that time, and also remembered Orochimaru's teachings to him. Orochimaru told me to collect all the information in the world, know all the knowledge in this world, and you will be able to find the final answer from it. What about before that? Emiya Shiyuan fiddled with the experimental equipment in his hand while guiding Kabuto Yakashi's thinking. I remember Danzo used the funds of your orphanage to force you to become a spy when you were still a child. Did you like that kind of life? Very disgusting. Kabuto Yakashi frowned subconsciously, recalling his feelings during that time. Sometimes I was afraid that I would be killed after being discovered, but in order to ensure that the orphanage could get funds to survive, I had to do it. Emiya Shiyuan paused, then resumed the experiment. He seemed to say something inadvertently. When a person knows why he lives, he will find that he can endure any kind of life. Kabuto Yakashi gripped his test tube tightly. You're an excellent medical ninja. Even in learning medical ninjutsu, even Tsunade might not be able to match you in some aspects. I thought you were pursuing the ninjutsu of a medical ninja. Now it seems. Emiya Shiyuan sighed, his words piercing through Kabuto Yakashi's heart. Being a medical ninja, a spy, or a ninja, none of these are what you truly want. The orphanage's continued existence is the destiny you've always wanted. Kabuto Yakashi's arms drooped involuntarily. It really seemed like that. To keep the director and the orphanage afloat, he could endure any kind of miserable life, even if it meant living a precarious life worse than death. Under the director's guidance, he became a medical ninja, allowing him to participate in battlefield rescue operations and help cover some of the orphanage's expenses. He had taken the initiative to become a spy so that the orphanage could receive more funding and continue to exist. Yes, that was the true meaning of his life. Kabuto Yakashi thought back to his past life, tears streaming down his face as he recalled the first time he'd received them. The gentle Dean, who treated him like his own son, realized his eyesight wasn't enough to see clearly, so he gave him these glasses. For the first time, he'd truly felt the love and attention he'd earned. These were the true meaning of his life, and for this, he was willing to endure anything. Give me the test tube. Emiya Shiyuan, as if nothing had been said, continued to focus on his experiments. He casually asked, has funding always been tight for that orphanage? When I was there, Konoha didn't seem to have any, but there was an old friend named Kakuzu who was working hard to earn money to support orphanages. Kakuzu-sama. Kabuto Yakashi gritted his teeth and brought up something, a memory that filled him with a sense of grievance and resentment. In fact, the Dean once met Kakuzu-sama, and received donations from Kakuzu-sama, who hated Konoha, for a period of time. Later, Danzo forced the dean to refuse to accept Kakuzu-sama's donation, on the grounds that the dean was forbidden to collude with outside rebel ninjas, but Kabuto Yakashi's palms clenched again. He remembered some things he had secretly inquired about after becoming a spy. Danzo banned the dean from accepting donations from outside the village, and in his capacity as the Hokage's assistant, he reduced the funds allocated to the orphanage by the village. At this moment, Kabuto Yakashi could no longer hide his anger. If it was understandable that Danzo refused their contact with Kakuzu, he also cut the orphanage's funds in order to force Dean Yakashi Nono and the children in the orphanage to become spies in his hands, and to force them to a dead end. What a terrible time. Emiya Shiyuan's voice became a little dull, and he suddenly asked, was Orochimaru also sent by Danzo to carry out the mission of destroying the Akatsuki organization? Kabuto Yakashi didn't know how to start. Kabuto Yakashi was reluctant to deceive Emiya Shiyuan. Whether it was Emiya Shiyuan's rescue of Yakashi Nona's soul in the underworld or his unraveling of his inner struggles, it had made him realize the man's greatness. He felt a sense of shame at having been watching and even aiding Orochimaru in deceiving Emiya Shiyuan. He felt ashamed. But Kabuto Yakashi didn't know what to do. Telling the truth would inevitably betray Orochimaru's trust. I don't know. Kabuto lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then decided to give up. I'm only Orochimaru's subordinate. I don't know the specifics, but Orochimaru has sent me intelligence. In a few days, Orochimaru should be able to find an opportunity to escape Akatsuki's surveillance and come to this base. Emiya-sama should be able to learn the answer from him. In a few days, a trace of regret crossed Emiya Shiyuan's face. If Orochimaru had to wait a few days before he could meet, then their meeting might not have been in this bunker. What's wrong? Seeing Emiya Shiyuan seem disappointed, Kabuto quickly wiped his tears and asked earnestly and nervously, if Emiya-sama needs anything, I'll go see Orochimaru-sama immediately. It's okay. Emiya Shiyuan waved his hand and spoke, seemingly intentionally or not, I just wanted to see how much darkness this era 40 years from now still hides, and I also want to see if I can still change this dark era. Yes, Kabuto nodded with mixed feelings. As expected, Lord Orochimaru had always wanted to keep Emiya Shiyuan in this base, but it was obviously not enough to hold a great man like Emiya Shiyuan. But did this lord want to change this era? Kabuto couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He could sense Emiya Shiyuan's dissatisfaction with this era, because he himself was dissatisfied with this dark world. But how could he change this era? Orochimaru had always considered Kabuto Yakashi intelligent, yet he couldn't think of a way to change the times. He was even aware of his own weakness, and he didn't believe he was capable of changing them. To be frank, he wasn't even qualified to consider such a thing. But if it were Lord Emiya Shiyuan, surely he could do it? I'll go see Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakashi bowed respectfully to Shihara. He wanted to report Shihara's ideas to Orochimaru and also to consider his own future. If possible, Kabuto Yakashi hoped to see the day when the times changed. Then, perhaps he could return to the director's orphanage and learn to care for the homeless children like the gentle director did every day. Shihara Emiya fiddled with his lab equipment calmly, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the person who had been watching him had left. Perhaps, in fact, that person was no longer the one watching him. After a long moment, Emiya Shihara looked at the Hashirama cells being cultivated in the experimental instrument, and turned off the experimental instrument with a calm and indifferent expression, as if he was talking to himself, or as if he was saying something to the person leaving. It's better to leave, after all, my guests will be here soon, see you next time, I'll invite you to change the world with me again. Chapter 85 Emiya Shihara's Secret Past. The door to the underground fortress slowly opened. Able to sense the chakra within, Zetsu knew there was no danger and walked in first, leading the way. Tendo Pain followed behind him. Konan hesitated for a moment before following, pushing Nagato's wheelchair. In the dim corridor, a faint candlelight flickered on either side. Deep within the corridor, a thick darkness enveloped it, obscuring its contours. The unknown path ahead always makes one instinctively want to retreat. But arriving here meant there was no turning back. As they slowly made their way through the gloomy corridor, reaching the door to the laboratory further inside, a somewhat cold voice emanated from within. Come right in, his perception is remarkable, Black Zetsu said as he pushed the door open, quietly introducing Emiya Shihara. It seems he's been aware of our arrival for a while, but he seems busy. As the group entered the laboratory, they paused in their tracks as they saw a man bent over an experiment, meticulously writing and drawing on a scroll. He seemed quite busy at that moment. "Sorry, I'm a little busy today, otherwise, I should have gone to greet the guests first." Emiya Shiyuan raised his hand to turn off the instrument on the laboratory table. While continuing to write and draw on the scroll, he continued to explain, "The scientific and technological progress of this era has been of great help to medicine. New things will inevitably make people want to try them." Nagato and Konan were slightly stunned. Because in their inherent impression, a big man like Emiya Shiyuan seemed to be waiting for their arrival arrogantly, or even sitting in a seat that could look down on them, quietly watching them, the visitors. But this man sat by the laboratory table, and when he spoke, he seemed to be chatting about family matters. His voice was a little cold but not indifferent. It was completely impossible to tell that this was the big man of ancient times. "This technology doesn't seem to contribute to peace." Tendo Pain spoke first, frowning. His voice was cold and questioning. Even if Lord Emiya's medical skills were truly exceptional and could cure all ailments in the ninja world, such methods can't cure the ninja's greed. Pine. Konan glanced nervously at Pain, then at Nagato, his true master, who controlled him. She was a little afraid of angering him. "Perhaps our perspectives differ. I've always believed that healing the patient's pain is the true purpose of chakra." Emiya Shiyuan's pen suddenly stopped. As he spoke, he turned slightly, revealing his Rinnegan eyes, and met Tendo Pain's gaze. Tendo Pain's expression changed. "That's the Rinnegan." Nagato and Konan's faces flickered with shock. They hadn't expected Emiya Shiyuan to possess a pair of Rinnegan either. As a practitioner of the Rinnegan, Nagato had always believed that his awakening was a gift from heaven. Those who had seen the Rinnegan in this world said he was a special being, but now he saw a pair of them in another person. Those Rinnegan were equally mysterious. Perhaps even possessed a power even more terrifying than his own. The possessor of those Rinnegan was Emiya Shiyuan of ancient times, far beyond the reach of a humble figure like him. "Emiya-sama's eyes are the eyes of the six-path sage," Black Zetsu said sinisterly, recounting the story of the past based on his own understanding. "Those eyes were taken from the corpse of the six-path sage by Emiya-sama." Nagato and Konan's eyes flashed with astonishment, somewhat shocked by the origin of Emiya Shiyuan's Rinnegan. Everyone knew that the Rinnegan belonged to the six-path sage. While Nagato believed he had awakened eyes like the six-path sages, this was far less shocking than the source of Emiya Shiyuan's Rinnegan. Those eyes were plucked from the six-path sage's body. In ancient times, the six-path sage founded the shinobi clan and distributed chakra to the world. At that time, Emiya-sama believed chakra was a power that could heal suffering, so he created a system of medical ninjas capable of healing and saving lives. However, when disciples began to exploit chakra for evil, Emiya-sama realized that chakra could be used as a weapon for human gain. Black Zetsu continued hoarsely, recounting Emiya Shiyuan's past. To prevent humanity from embroiled in a more brutal war with chakra, Emiya-sama completely destroyed the six-path sage's shinobi clan. He was only one step away from bringing eternal peace to this world. Yes, only one step. Only one step away from participating in it. Nagato and Konan's expressions couldn't have been more shocked. Because this secret was something the ninja world had never known. Everyone only knew that Emiya Shiyuan created a respected medical ninja for the world, but they never knew of this dark past. If such a thing were to become known, wouldn't it shock the entire ninja world? What a shame. Emiya-sama finally softened his heart. At that time, Emiya-sama chose to leave humanity's fate to their own decision. He finally believed that humans could understand each other. Black Zetsu glanced at Emiya Shiyuan and sighed softly. Emiya-sama used the technique hidden within the Rinnegan to resurrect the dead of that war, but he didn't expect that soon after he left this world, the ninja would begin the chaotic millennium of the Warring States period. That technique, Konan felt a faint pain between her brows. Nagato couldn't help but touch his eye sockets. Although Nagato already knew that the Rinnegan contained the reincarnation technique, which could truly resurrect the dead, he had never imagined that someone in this world had already used this technique. It's truly unexpected. Nagato took a deep breath, his voice reminiscent of the medical ninja slogans and the pain he had endured. "I always thought we fully understood the greatness of Emiya Shiyuan-sama." Unexpectedly, this man had done so much more for the world. Whether it was his resolute decision to kill the ninja clan to prevent the spread of chakra, or his own sacrifice to resurrect the dead out of faith in humanity, such a decision required only immense determination. After truly harnessing the power of the Rinnegan, Nagato pondered the path to godhood for his heavenly Deo puppet, Pain. Nagato had come to believe that the narrow-minded human perspective couldn't truly determine the fate of the world, and that only a transcendental god could change the world. He hadn't anticipated that this world had already seen those who had achieved this before him. Their methods were even more terrifying than he had imagined. However, if Emiya Shiyuan had destroyed the ninja clan at that time, completely halting the spread of chakra, perhaps the world wouldn't be what it is today. From the first time he was brought back to the world through the Impure World Reincarnation, Lord Emiya realized the mistakes he made thousands of years ago. As Black Zetsu spoke, he glanced at Emiya Shiyuan, whose face showed a hint of pain, and continued, "When the First Shinobi World War broke out in this era, Lord Emiya made up his mind. So he calmed the First Shinobi World War, hoping to continue his will for peace. At the same time, in order to prevent a more tragic war from happening in this world, he left a second way for this world." "Nagato, don't doubt Lord Emiya." Black Zetsu noticed Nagato's silence, and the smile on his face turned gloomy again. "Your vision has indeed surpassed most people in this world, but it is still too narrow in front of Lord Emiya." Nagato and Konan fell silent at the same time. This made him unable to refute it, because he knew that the Akatsuki organization had always been behind Emiya Shiyuan. Akatsuki once attempted to recreate the peace of Emiya Shiyuan. They pursued his peaceful will, seeking to mediate the war and following his first path. They also failed. Now, Akatsuki is following the other path left behind by Emiya Shiyuan. They only knew it was the path left by Emiya Shiyuan, as described by the mysterious masked man in Black Zetsu, but they had no idea the birth of this second dark path would have such a fraught history. "Black Zetsu," Emiya Shiyuan said, seeming somewhat displeased by Black Zetsu's mockery of Nagato, and stopped him from making further taunts. "Sorry, Black Zetsu has always been like this. I hope you won't let his words bother you." Emiya Shiyuan approached Nagato, his face devoid of pride. He calmly extended his hand and said, "Black Zetsu is wrong about one thing. My perspective isn't any broader than yours. I was born earlier than you, and I've met countless lives and walked countless paths saving the sick, so I've seen the suffering of many more people." Nagato, ashamed, hesitated to extend his hand. Only after noticing Emiya Shiyuan's somewhat surprised gaze did Nagato cautiously reach out and grasp his hand. A complex mix of emotions welled up in his chest. Akatsuki has always carried out Emiya-sama's will, whether it's Yahiko or Pain. Indeed, both Yahiko and Pain simply sought to continue Emiya Shiyuan's will. It seemed their dream was to carry out Emiya Shiyuan's will. "I know." Emiya Shiyuan's expression grew particularly serious, as if his sincerity came from the heart. "Actually, when Black Zetsu told me about it when I returned to the living world from the underworld for the second time, I learned that someone else had also embarked on a second path to save the world. It's a path even more difficult than that of a medical ninja. Those who walk this path require extraordinary willpower, enduring pain that the world cannot understand, striving to change a world that the world cannot alter. This pain is too heavy. I never wish anyone would bear it on this path, but I am also grateful that there are people willing to walk this path together." Chapter 86 The Forgotten Mysterious Masked Man. "It's our honor." Nagato shook his head gently, not believing he needed Emiya Shiyuan's gratitude. He was even somewhat moved by his attitude. In this silent shift of power within the Akatsuki organization, Nagato and Konan had already accepted Emiya Shiyuan as their own. They had always walked on Emiya Shiyuan's side, and naturally, it was impossible for them to compete with him for power in the Akatsuki organization. They didn't even realize it was being taken away. It was as if the Akatsuki organization had always belonged to Emiya Shiyuan. The roots of the organization's actions for 2 generations came from Emiya Shiyuan. Of course, in a sense, true control of the second generation of Akatsuki had never been in their hands, but rather in the hands of the mysterious masked man who had always manipulated them from behind the scenes. To be honest, compared to the mysterious masked man who proudly called himself Uchiha Madara, who always brazenly claimed to guide them and make them carry out his orders, the Emiya Shiyuan standing before them was so approachable, like something out of a childhood fairy tale, compassionate towards everyone in the world. "Is this your companion?" Emiya Shiyuan glanced at Tendo Pain beside him. He watched Nagato and Konan both lower their heads in pain, and said casually, "It seems you have a very close relationship. Even at this moment, I wish he could live to accompany you." "Yes," Nagato replied, his head lowered. "But, he must have known you would remember him. I've been rescuing lost souls trapped by obsession between life and death, but I've never seen his soul. So, when he died, He must have believed his death was meaningful, allowing him to return to the pure land of the underworld without regrets. Yohiko, tears welled up in Nagato's eyes. Even Konan couldn't help but wipe away the tears. At this moment, Nagato's long-held belief that he had caused Yohiko's death seemed to be lifted. Konan clasped her fingers tightly, and asked with some sadness in her eyes, Master Emiya, what will it be like when the soul of a person returns to the underworld after death? Every deceased person is different. As a person who has truly died, Shihara Emiya knows the pure land of the underworld very well. He seems to be communicating with the living on behalf of the dead. He looks at Tendo Pain with a hint of compassion, as if he can see the soul of this Tendo puppet when he was alive. If it were him, he should be watching you in the underworld. Shihara Emiya's words always seem to be able to easily penetrate people's hearts. Every word he said was like a trickle of water that caressed Nagato and Konan's pain. There is no time or space there. You who are in the world are his only hope. Perhaps his words will make their emotions even stronger. Nagato and Konan, both seemingly envisioning their former best friend's joyful gaze from the underworld, echoed in Shihara Emiya's words. It was a long moment before Konan reacted. Her fingers gripped the wheelchair tightly, gazing at the black rods, now stained with blood, lodged deep in Nagato's back. She wanted to offer another reason for meeting Shihara. However, Shihara spoke first. So, don't let your friend down. Shihara reached out and grasped Nagato's wrist. He stared at the black rod snaking from behind and whispered, at least try to survive. Your body doesn't seem to be able to bear the strain of the Rinnegan anymore. It's nothing serious. Cough cough cough. Nagato subconsciously wanted to refuse, but a violent coughing fit broke out. Hey, Black Zetsu laughed sinisterly beside him. Its laughter somewhat marred the atmosphere, but its words were undeniably true. Master Emiya will not stand by and watch a patient suffer before his eyes. Nagato, Konan felt a wave of nervousness. Did you overdraw your life force to use the power of the Rinnegan? Emiya Shihara immediately identified Nagato's problem. His palm, shimmering with emerald chakra, probed Nagato's body. Although your chakra is abundant, the power required to activate the Rinnegan is still far from sufficient. Master Emiya, is there any solution? Konan stared nervously at the weakened Nagato. First, remove the black chakra rods from your back. Emiya Shihara's fingers tapped Nagato's back, attempting to remove them. These rods also served as chakra transmission rods for him and Tendo Pain. It was through these rods that Nagato could continuously supply chakra to Tendo Pain, maintaining his movements. Emiya-sama, Nagato refused. Clearly, he also intended to use the chakra to transmit the black rod, allowing his former friend Yohiko to assume the identity of Pain. Implement Emiya-sama's will. Making peace in this world has always been Yohiko's dream. Nagato clenched his fists, enduring the pain of the black rod from behind, and insisted, if Yohiko is always watching over Konan and me, I hope he will continue to participate in our peace plan. Does this conflict with healing your body? Emiya Shihara frowned, thinking for a moment, as if he couldn't understand Nagato's meaning. Won't it be a hindrance? Nagato felt a little confused himself. It won't be a problem. Emiya Shihara tapped his finger on Nagato's back and explained softly, I'm also a user of the Rinnegan, and I have some knowledge of yin-yang release and chakra transfer. I just think this method would be too harmful to you. Follow Master Emiya's wishes. Black Zetsu's voice echoed again, a sinister smile on his face as he spoke. You underestimate Master Emiya's other identity. Master Emiya's true identity has always been the greatest medical ninja in the ninja world. This statement was clearly a bit of flattery. In a sense, it wasn't exactly flattery. For Emiya Shihara could indeed provide a solution to any ailment in the ninja world, even the problem of an overburdened Rinnegan. It just so happened that Emiya Shihara had a remedy on hand. After all, Nagato's real problem was the constant overuse of his chakra by the Rinnegan, to the point where it sometimes began to drain his vitality. This was thanks to the Hashirama cells sent by Orochimaru. Because there's no other material more suitable than Hashirama cells. Even Emiya Shihara's curse seal is inferior, as its energy can only replenish chakra. However, the Rinnegan consumes a lot of chakra. Emiya Shihara transplanted Hashirama cells into Nagato's body, allowing him to control the Rinnegan's power to suppress the reproductive and phagocytic nature of Hashirama cells. He also left his own curse seal on Tendo Pain. This is my curse seal. It can be converted into chakra by refining natural energy. Theoretically, this curse seal is sufficient to support Tendo Pain's daily activities, except for certain Rinnegan techniques that require particularly high chakra consumption. In this way, most of the time, you can simply control Tendo Pain's actions with your own will. The more powerful Shinra Tensei and Shibaku Tensei, Nagato immediately realized a prohibition mentioned by Emiya Shihara. Emiya nodded, then continued, "At that time, your chakra will be needed. I will transplant a black stick chakra transmitter and my curse seal into your body through surgery, which can also provide some chakra for his actions. Also I will teach you to practice a chakra control technique. This technique can reduce the chakra consumption of your body, seal some unnecessary chakra, and leave only some chakra to regulate and maintain your body in a healthy state. By the way, when you really need to fight, you can use these sealed chakras to avoid excessive consumption of the Rinnegan. After all, sooner or later, you will need to fight. There will be many people who oppose this road," Emiya said casually while performing surgery on Nagato. "No one wants someone above their head to control their behavior." "Yes," Nagato expressed his understanding of this. "As for your legs, this is the after effect of the burns from the explosion. From the tips of Emiya's fingers, tiny needles of chakra emerged and pierced the acupuncture points between Nagato's legs. A layer of delicate chakra scalpel appeared between his fingers, slowly cutting open Nagato's legs. His voice became calmer. Compared to the trouble with the Rinnegan, this old injury is probably the least worth mentioning. It turns out that the explosion destroyed the nerves in my legs, outside the laboratory. Or rather, outside the operating room." Konan stood at the door with a nervous look on her face. Since Nagato believed that they could trust Emiya, he refused to let Konan stay inside, but Konan was just a little worried about his injuries. "Hey," White Zetsu couldn't help but laugh, grinning. "Don't worry, Konan. Master Emiya Shihara's medical skills are undoubtedly formidable." Konan didn't think White Zetsu and Black Zetsu would understand her feelings, but she was also a little upset. She casually brought up another matter. "Master Emiya has returned. Why hasn't that mysterious masked man who keeps claiming to be Uchiha Madara come to greet him?" Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were both startled. They seemed to have forgotten about this. With Emiya Shihara's return, no other pawns mattered. The mysterious masked man was incompetent, possessing the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. For a moment, they hadn't considered informing each other. What should they do? Should they abandon the mysterious masked man outright? Isn't that a bit of a bad idea? He knew more about the plan and possessed the strange power of his main Gekyo Sharingan. It wouldn't be easy to eliminate him, and if you were to cause trouble in the future, it would be difficult to deal with. "I'll have my clone notify him immediately," White Zetsu's original form quickly offered. "I hope he won't go against Lord Wieden's will." Black Zetsu's voice became a little hoarse, because he had always had a bad impression of the mysterious masked man. The other's arrogance made his thoughts really difficult for Black Zetsu to understand. "Zoot, have you been calling him Lord Emiya?" Xiaonan asked in surprise. Her confusion flashed with suspicion in her light purple eyeshadow. That man would oppose Lord Emiya. This is a unique title that only people close to Lord Emiya can call him. Sometimes we can even call him by his name directly. Black Zetsu's voice immediately became gloomy. After reminding Xiaonan, he continued, "That guy has an arrogant personality and has never respected other people, because he is not the real Uchiha Madara, he is just a person who inherited Madara's will." Black Zetsu contacted Emiya Shihara again and sold the identity of the mysterious masked man neatly. "I'm just worried that he will offend Lord Emiya. Although Madara has always respected Lord Emiya, it's hard to say about the guy who becomes completely arrogant after gaining a little power. One of my clones likes him very much." White Zetsu sighed helplessly, and did not completely agree with Black Zetsu's idea. "Forget it, at least he also represents Madara's will. Let's deal with Orochimaru, the Konoha spy first." Chapter 87 Nagato's Return, Akatsuki's Secret. The Akatsuki's cave base in the Land of Rain was damp. Because the base was located in the Land of Rain, the clouds were thick and the rain never ceased, leaving tiny drops of water hanging from the cliffs above the cave. When Emiya Shihara arrived, he reached out and touched the damp wall before stepping deeper into the Akatsuki base. "Sorry, we haven't found a suitable base yet." Tendo Pain followed behind Emiya Shihara, offering a brief introduction to the Akatsuki base. "It houses the Outer Path Demon statue." Nagato walked behind them, his steps somewhat unsteady. Nagato insisted on walking with Konan behind, as if they were just two ordinary Akatsuki members. He insisted that Pain, as Akatsuki's leader, accompany Emiya Shihara. After Emiya Shihara's treatment, Nagato seemed truly transformed. Although still a little thin, he was no longer the gaunt look that had always struck Konan as alarming. However, there were some strange aspects to this. A mark had appeared between Nagato's eyebrows, and he looked like the red-haired boy he'd been at 15 or 16. Although he still had some difficulty walking, he wanted to get used to the feeling of being in control of his body. He was pleased with the treatment. He could feel the chakra and vitality growing within him, at least enough to support his Rinnegan. Nagato? Konan saw Nagato nearly fall and instinctively tried to support him. Konan, let me walk for a while. Nagato refused Konan's help, softly reminding him, Emiya-sama said I need to get familiar with my legs again. Nagato, Zetsu approached. White Zetsu raised his finger, attempting to use the Spore Jutsu on Nagato. If necessary, I can prepare a clone to assist you. I'll be able to move freely soon. Nagato shook his head, flatly refusing the offer. What a pity. Black Zetsu's voice sounded regretful. Get well soon, came Emiya Shihara's voice from the front, casually discussing the future. If your legs are able to move freely soon, you can go out with your teammates. Konan in pain, if anything needs to happen. Yes, Nagato finally smiled. This was exactly what he had been thinking. Nagato was pleased that Emiya Shihara was understanding. Normally, whenever Tendo Pain went out, he'd secretly follow him, seemingly manipulating him from behind. From now on, he wouldn't have to hide this anymore. He could even openly stand by Pain's side with Konan, just as they had stood by Yuhiko. And with Emiya Shihara by his side, there was no need to hide behind the scenes. After all, he only needed to implement Emiya Shihara's peaceful will, and he preferred to work alongside his former teammates. Besides, Nagato didn't consider himself a qualified leader. Even though he had been controlling Pain, it was just like he had a mental problem, creating a false illusion that Yuhiko was still leading the Akatsuki organization to satisfy himself. There are very few members in Akatsuki now. Tendo Pain still acted like a responsible leader, and earnestly told their mentor about the situation within Akatsuki. There are only 4 teams in the entire organization, Konan and I, Zetsu and the man who calls himself Madara, Orochimaru and Scorpion, Kokuzu and, at this point, Tendo Pain seemed to remember something, and turned around to ask Konan, Konan, what are the names of Kokuzu's current teammates? No teammates, Konan reminded him somewhat helplessly, frowning and falling into deep melancholy. The bounty on the previous teammate at the gold exchange was 1.5 million taels, so he accidentally killed his teammate during the mission and exchanged his teammate's body for money. Everyone present fell into deep silence. That Kokuzu guy. White Zetsu couldn't help but feel troubled by Kokuzu's situation, sighing helplessly. When will we stop treating his teammates as mission targets? After saying this, White Zetsu looked at Konan and Nagato and said, speaking of which, why did you two insist on recruiting that troublesome guy, Kokuzu? For White Zetsu, Kokuzu was truly too much of a hassle. After all, White Zetsu and Konan had always been in charge of recruiting, White Zetsu finding the right people, Konan recruiting them. Kokuzu's presence was a huge burden for them. Because Kokuzu-senpai is strong enough, Nagato's mindset seemed to have returned to his youth. His expression was serious, and his words were no longer as cold as Pain's. He showed great respect for Kokuzu's status. Kokuzu, Emiya Shihara couldn't help but think of this long-lost figure. Kokuzu-senpai has always been very supportive of Emiya-sama's will. When Nagato mentioned Kokuzu, he inevitably brought up Kokuzu's attitude towards Emiya Shihara, asking, did Emiya-sama and Kokuzu-senpai ever interact? I heard Kokuzu-senpai was active for a while before the First Shinobi World War. We're old acquaintances, I suppose. Emiya Shihara's voice faded into the dim bass. They should be back soon. Konan calculated the time based on Akatsuki members' habits. Deep within the Akatsuki base, a massive statue stood. It was hideously humanoid, with 9 eyes on its head and skin like a dead tree. It was an outer path demon statue. Or rather, the 10 tails husk. Even in its shell, it possessed a vibrant vitality and immense power, standing deep within the base like a living being poised for resurgence. Of course, its true purpose wasn't combat. Only when all 9-tailed beasts of the ninja world are gathered and their chakra is fully infused into the outer path demon statue can it truly be revived with its immense power. Upon returning, Akatsuki members will see the outer path demon statue. They know Akatsuki's plan is to gather the tailed beasts and revive it. However, given Akatsuki's current sparse membership, they consider this a difficult undertaking. After all, the tailed beasts are primarily in the hands of the major ninja villages. Akatsuki's overall strength is slightly inferior to the tens of thousands of ninja from the 5 major ninja villages. Any attempt to seize the tailed beasts from these major ninja villages would inevitably lead to a catastrophic retaliation, and if their plan were exposed, they would likely trigger an attack from the 5 major ninja villages. Therefore, the current Akatsuki members have little hope. As S-rank defectors, they view the organization as a temporary refuge. For Kakuzu, Akatsuki is a decent option, as it offers him many high-paying commissions. While the team members offered by the organization are often weak, often even highly ruthless, they can still be a valuable asset to him. As for Orochimaru, who harbored ulterior motives, he and his teammate, Sasori, returned to the Akatsuki base and planned to return to their labs, one continuing to work on his technique, the other on his puppet, occasionally exchanging banter. However, today was a marked exception. Konan informed the 3 of them to head deep within the base, where the Outer Path Demon statue was stored. They would participate in the welcoming of a new member and the announcement of some important matters. Another new member, Kakuzu didn't seem to mind the thought. If Akatsuki recruited only the most heinous S-rank traitors in the ninja world, Kakuzu simply hoped the bounties on these new recruits would be high enough. Is this newcomer my teammate? Kakuzu stood before the Outer Path Golem and turned to Konan. He was always blunt. Konan, can you help me find a teammate with a high bounty? Konan's face immediately twisted with pain. Taking a deep breath, she pleaded, Akatsuki's companions aren't meant to be traded for money, but they're too weak. They could easily die in battle. Such valuable bodies can't go to waste. Kakuzu's face was stony, unconcerned with the notion of companions. I don't consider them my companions, just teammates on missions together. He didn't need companions either. Back in Takigakure, he'd consider the village's ninja his companions, only to have them abandon him, betray him, and even try to kill him. Companions? None of them were reliable. His Akatsuki teammates weren't as reliable as the Uzumaki clan's clueless idiots. At least those redheads wouldn't embezzle his money or try to harm him. Aside from some of the clingy kids, there wasn't much else to upset him. But everyone else felt the same way. Even Orochimaru and his teammate, Scorpion, disliked each other. If they hadn't been unable to kill each other, they would have fought long ago. Scorpion was an S-rank renegade ninja from the Sand Village. He secretly assassinated the 3rd Kazakage of the village and then defected. A skilled puppeteer, he cared only about his art, considering his puppets his companions. HMPH, wasting my time. Scorpion, who usually enjoyed studying puppets, showed no interest in meeting the newcomers, his voice distinctly cold. Perhaps they'll be very interesting. Orochimaru's lips curled up. He was quite interested in the newcomers to the Akatsuki, as he enjoyed encountering interesting abilities. If the opponent's abilities were so intriguing that he could possess their body, even better. Orochimaru certainly wouldn't leave if he wasn't interested. Orochimaru still wanted the Akatsuki leader's Rinnegan, especially since he'd sacrificed the world's last crystal coffin to resurrect Emiya Shiyuan for it. But that important figure was truly troublesome. Yesterday, Kabuto Yakushi delivered a message that Emiya Shiyuan wanted to leave the base, seemingly intent on changing this dark world just as he had quelled the Ninja World War. He was still that innocent and kind. The ninja world was now vastly different from what it was 40 years ago. Emiya Shiyuan's prestige was no longer what it had been 40 years ago. Every ninja in the world was vying for the benefit of their own villages, and no one would completely abandon their interests for a single word from him. The cage of the great ninja villages of Iwagakure, Kumagakure, Sandagakure, Konoha, and Mistagakure were all resorting to shady tactics in their constant struggles. The ninjas, whose way of ninja had long been tarnished by their greed, would no longer believe in the naive will of their ancestors. And even if they changed, what would it matter? The world would still come to this point today. Everyone has their own greed. Everyone has their own desires. Sooner or later, the world would slowly turn into a world where ninjas fight, deceive and betray each other for their own interests. Orochimaru planned to find a time to quietly escape from the surveillance of the Red Sand Scorpion, return to the base and persuade Emiya Shiyuan to give up such naive ideas and let him know that this dark world could no longer be saved. Konan looked at Orochimaru, and a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. Konan wanted to kill Orochimaru when he returned to the Akatsuki base, because the other party was very likely a spy sent by Shimura Danzo to spy on Akatsuki. But Konan was not absolutely sure. Tendo Pain was not absolutely sure that he could kill him either. It'll interest you, Konan narrowed her eyes at Orochimaru, a dangerous glare flashing through her. This newcomer is quite capable, and we're familiar with him before. Really? Orochimaru's interest was piqued. Even Kakuzu and Scorpion were intrigued. Sorry to have wasted your time. Tendo Pain stood atop the outer path statue. He gazed down at the crowd below and spoke in a deep voice. Let me introduce you. The first newcomer is Nagato. From now on, you'll be Konan and I's partner. We'll be on the move together. With that, a red-haired boy stepped out. Scorpion seemed unfazed by his appearance, but Kakuzu and Orochimaru couldn't help but look surprised. They'd seen this boy before. It was just that the last time they'd seen him was ages ago. How could he look completely unchanged? Even his eyes still held a Rinnegan. Isn't this brat your old comrade? Kakuzu frowned, remembering the red-haired boy's past with Pain and Konan. He couldn't understand what had happened. When Kakuzu joined the Akatsuki, he'd already found it odd, recognizing that Pain looked a lot like Yahiko from the past, only younger. Now, how could this brat, Nagato, look so much younger? Kakuzu-senpai, Nagato bowed politely, still looking incredibly polite, like the boy who had learned about his mother's family from Kakuzu and received bread from him. Konan, standing beside Nagato, softly explained, Nagato was ill and has only recently recovered. Oh, Kakuzu's interest immediately faded. To him, Nagato's assignment to Pain's team, the reunion of the three former brats, wasn't surprising at all. What the hell? Is this the new guy? Only Orochimaru's eyes flickered for a moment. He looked at Nagato's Rinnegan, then at Tendo Pain's. Two pairs of Rinnegan. Besides this, there was something else that struck Orochimaru as odd. He had seen Nagato in this state before, and it reminded him of his former friend. In this state, this brat has mastered the Yin Seal, using it to maintain peak form. I believe Tsunade invented this technique. Perhaps she cured him and taught him. Konan, Nagato, and Pain, Yahiko. During the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru and Tsunade had seen these former brats together and knew they were Jiraiya's disciples. Tsunade was the only one in the ninja world who had the potential and motivation to heal Nagato and teach him the Yin Seal. Next, it's an important matter concerning the future of Akatsuki. Tendo Pain looked at everyone present, his voice becoming serious. Everything in Akatsuki comes from the will of a truly great man. Perhaps you have heard of his name, or even some of you here have seen him before. Chapter 88 Orochimaru, I am not a spy from Konoha, do you believe it? At this point, there's no need to bring up the past, right? Kakuzu frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with Tendo Pain's words, as he knew the origin of the Akatsuki was Emiya Shiyuan. However, that was the first generation of Akatsuki after all. If the members of this generation of Akatsuki still wanted to act under Emiya Shiyuan's banner, it would inevitably make Kakuzu feel a little uncomfortable. What kind of people are in the Akatsuki now? Although Kakuzu cursed himself, he knew very well that the Akatsuki was a dangerous organization and he didn't think it could be associated with Emiya Shiyuan. No, actually, Akatsuki has never changed. Tendo Pain didn't choose to refute Kakuzu's words. He continued in a deep voice, we are still carrying out the will of that adult? Stop saying such ridiculous things here. Kakuzu looked up with some dissatisfaction, his voice even turning a little cold. I admit that you three did carry out the will of that adult back then, but the Akatsuki organization now has no connection with him at all. Kakuzu-senpai, Nagato quickly stepped forward to comfort Kakuzu. However, Nagato's mind seemed to have truly become fragmented. He was here to comfort Kakuzu, and the Tendo Pain he controlled was still diligently playing the role of leader of the Akatsuki organization. There are some secrets that you have not noticed. Tendo Pain's voice also became cold. Looking at Kakuzu, he continued in a deep voice, in order to bring true and eternal peace to the ninja world, that adult once left another way for this disappointing world. This is the meaning of the revival of Akatsuki, and even before the birth of Akatsuki, there was another person walking on the second path. This person once assisted that adult in quelling the first ninja world war, Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu remembered that when he first met Emiya Shiyuan, he was defeated by Uchiha Madara. He was still impressed by it. That's right, Tendo Pain nodded and continued in a deep voice, Uchiha Madara also received guidance from that sage. Before his death, he extended the second path of peace to the Akatsuki, giving us a second option. We are still carrying out that sage's will, even. Tendo Pain said this, his eyes falling on Orochimaru. Because a Konoha ninja used an evil forbidden technique to resurrect that sage, we have the opportunity to contact him. We have truly gained his approval. Orochimaru's heart tightened. His secret resurrection of Emiya Shiyuan had been discovered by the Akatsuki, and they had even sent someone to contact him. When and how did they find out? Did Emiya Shiyuan really leave behind the second path? If the Akatsuki had always been carrying out Emiya Shiyuan's will, Nagato and Konan had slowly positioned themselves near Orochimaru, a position from which they could attack him at any time. Clearly, this was also a premeditated plot. This wasn't just Emiya Shiyuan's plan to take over the Akatsuki organization, it was also a premeditated plot against Orochimaru. As someone extremely sensitive to danger, Orochimaru immediately realized he was in trouble. He could sense two bursts of chakra threatening to erupt at any moment. He was in trouble. Has someone violated the peace of his soul again? Kakuzu didn't quite understand the situation. He just frowned, and a complex regret flashed across his face. Where's Lord Emiya now? What do you mean? Scorpion raised his head mechanically and said the respected name in a dull voice. Pain, are you saying that Lord Emiya Shiyuan is resurrected again? Yes, we have found the person who should truly control the Akatsuki organization. Tendo Pain's body stepped back slightly, making room for his position, and turned slightly. From today on, Lord Emiya Shiyuan will officially take over Akatsuki. All actions of the Akatsuki organization will be decided by him personally. I believe everyone should have no objection. Along with Tendo Pain's voice, a figure walked up calmly, slowly opened his eyes, and a pair of reincarnation eyes calmly looked at the people under the outer path statue. Long time no see, Kakuzu, Lord Emiya. Kakuzu's palms clenched into fists involuntarily. When Emiya Shiyuan finally appeared, Kakuzu's tense mood instantly relaxed. It was Shihara's words that had given him the meaning of his life over the past 40 or 50 years. He hadn't expected to see him again after all these years. Akatsuki's plan, Kakuzu couldn't help but raise his bewilderment. Akatsuki's plan indeed originated with me, Shihara nodded, then calmly continued, although, when I heard the story of Akatsuki, I was somewhat surprised that someone still pursued a second path, but, now everything proves that the second path is the right one. The medical ninja I once founded couldn't prevent the emergence of the Warring States period, and even the peaceful will I left behind couldn't prevent the beginning of the Ninja World War. Kakuzu fell silent. He knew what Shihara said was true. Kakuzu had witnessed the chaos of the Warring States period and the three Ninja World Wars firsthand, and he vaguely understood what Shihara meant. If the ninja world had always been this awful, then it wouldn't be surprising that Emiya Shiyuan would guide Uchiha Madara and even the Akatsuki organization down a different path. But this was a bit too shocking. The world's greatest medical ninja, once standing in the sun, receiving the attention of all, was now standing in the darkness, embarking on a different path. A path destined to be incomprehensible to the world. Even Kakuzu found it a bit too much to bear. He didn't want to see Emiya Shiyuan become like this, but it seemed so natural for him to become like this. Kakuzu lowered his head in silence, recalling the memory of Emiya Shiyuan gently healing him, masking his complex feelings. This kind of life is very painful. It shouldn't be Emiya-sama's choice. It doesn't matter. Emiya Shiyuan's voice was somewhat calm, as if he was calmly talking about his change of heart. Someone has to do it. I have witnessed the endless ninja fights in this world in the real world, and I have also seen countless tragic souls who died in the fights in the underworld. At that time, I also made up my mind completely. When I was resurrected last time, I learned a lot from the ninjas of that era. One of them is that in order to achieve the goal of eternal peace, you can use all means at all costs, even if the world does not understand it. I know, what I did was the right thing. Kakuzu could only remain silent. He didn't know these things. Because he always saw Emiya Shiyuan illuminating the darkness shrouded others with light, but he never knew the pain Emiya Shiyuan felt when he saw the darkness. Emiya Shiyuan's eyes moved slightly and fell on another person present. His voice was somewhat calm. Hello again, Orochimaru. I may have to say sorry to you first. I should not use my power to help Konoha destroy Akatsuki. Orochimaru's spirit had long become nervous. The lie he had said before became a shuriken flying towards him. He used the Impure World Reincarnation to resurrect the real master of Akatsuki, and he even mentioned that he wanted this master to help him destroy Akatsuki. In order to gain Emiya Shiyuan's trust, Orochimaru always believed that Emiya Shiyuan was still the kind-hearted person he used to be. He chose to deceive the other party in the identity of Konoha, and even told a big lie that he was ordered to defect and destroy Akatsuki. But Emiya Shiyuan's will changed unexpectedly. During the conversation between Emiya Shiyuan and Kakuzu, Orochimaru also realized this problem. The three ninja world wars had transformed this man's thinking. No longer the medical ninja willing to treat everyone with absolute kindness, he had transformed into a formidable warrior willing to stop at nothing for the so-called eternal peace. He had also taken over the Akatsuki organization, which had always carried out his will. His situation seemed dire. Orochimaru could already sense Nagato and Konan approaching. He could almost sense their chakra surging, ready to kill him at any moment. Apparently, Emiya Shiyuan had already identified him as a spy sent by Konoha and had told Konan and the others about it, intending to eliminate him here. Worst of all, this place possessed three pairs of Rinnegan. Nagato, Pain, and Emiya Shiyuan. Their Rinnegan must possess unfathomable and terrifying power. Orochimaru had even personally experienced its terrifying power. Furthermore, the reactions of the others were equally fierce. "Is Orochimaru a spy for Konoha?" Scorpion asked loudly in disbelief. A scroll quickly appeared on his palm, and he immediately wanted to release his puppet. "This bastard. He's actually a spy for Konoha." Kakuzu's figure immediately tense up. If there were any ninjas who didn't like Konoha, Kakuzu would definitely be one of them. He had seen other ninja villages in the ninja world spurn Konoha, and even if those ninja villages later fell to the point of being worse than Konoha, it couldn't change Kakuzu's opinion of Konoha. Orochimaru, was Danzo sent you here? Konan had already determined this fact in her heart. Her palms began to slowly turn into pieces of origami, and among the origami, detonating tags appeared faintly. Nagato remained silent and just raised his finger. "If I say," Orochimaru's mouth curled up into a smile, and he slowly raised his head to look at Emiya Shiyuan, and smiled and wanted to explain, "In fact, I am not a spy of Konoha at all, but a rebel ninja of Konoha, will you believe it?" The moment the voice fell, Orochimaru's figure suddenly fled out of the cave. To be honest, under such circumstances, Orochimaru actually thought that he didn't believe it. If he hadn't really defected from Konoha, Orochimaru himself would have doubted that he was really a spy sent by Danzo to defect and infiltrate the Akatsuki organization. After all, he was a Konoha spy, but he had told Emiya Shiyuan in person. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. If necessary, I can be a spy sent to Danzo. Kill him. Scorpion's voice was filled with murderous intent. Telekinesis, Nagato raised his palm, his cry echoing through the cave. As the Rinnegan in his eyes suddenly activated, a terrifying gravitational force emanated from his palm, firmly locking onto Orochimaru, who was trying to escape. This brat, Orochimaru also understood Nagato's situation. If Nagato had been ill before, it wasn't Tsunade's fault at all, but Emiya Shiyuan's healing. Perhaps the power of the Yin Seal also came from Emiya Shiyuan's personal teaching. He had even forgotten that although Tsunade had developed the Yin Seal, perhaps it was Emiya Shiyuan's guidance from her childhood when she first developed it. As Orochimaru's body was pulled backward by gravity, pieces of origami quickly pressed against him. One of them bore the mark of a detonating tag. Die, Konan's hand suddenly lifted. The detonating tag on Orochimaru's body suddenly exploded. However, in the nick of time, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spit out a long snake, which then spit out another Orochimaru. This Orochimaru's legs had transformed into a snake tail, and he swam away at lightning speed. Don't even think about escaping, Scorpion hurriedly gave chase. Scorpion didn't care about the power shift in Akatsuki, but his desire to kill Orochimaru remained steadfast. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Orochimaru's palms quickly formed a summoning technique, and a round python emerged from the smoke, opening its mouth to swallow Scorpion. "You're using such a petty trick," Scorpion sneered, and threads of chakra flew out from his fingers, instantly slicing the brown python into several pieces. Blood immediately sprayed into the cave. Scorpion was not afraid, and bravely rushed through the blood and gave chase. He knew that he would not let Orochimaru escape today, no matter what. Tendo Pain, Nagato, and Konan followed closely behind, their bodies launching into the air almost simultaneously. This lineup was enough to attack even a single ninja village, let alone just to hunt down Orochimaru. HMPH, Orochimaru raised his finger. Although Orochimaru hadn't held out hope that he could control the reincarnated Emiya Shiyuan, he still wanted to try. However, just as Orochimaru was about to try, he realized that his connection with Emiya Shiyuan's body had been severed. Evidently the other party had already released the reincarnation technique. As expected, Orochimaru gritted his teeth. This kind of reincarnation control was completely useless against Emiya Shiyuan. Above the head of the Outer Path demon statue, Emiya Shiyuan calmly stopped his attempt to release the reincarnation technique. Compared to the last time he was resurrected through the reincarnation technique, this time he didn't need to hide it at all, and he even mastered the technique from the memories of Senju Tobirama. Whoosh! A black rod swung from his hand. This yin-yang release rod suddenly struck Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru immediately sensed the rod blocking his chakra flow. Without a second thought, he yanked it free and fled in panic. Orochimaru, white paper fluttered around Konan, and behind her, origami wings slowly formed. She flew at high speed like an origami angel. Her voice coldly announced Orochimaru's fate. No matter what, you won't escape today. That may not be the case. Orochimaru raised his finger, his pupils darting back and forth as he glared at the pursuers. He suddenly spit out a cloud of poisonous purple mist to them. Toxic, Nagato quickly warned everyone. Wind release, air flow. Nagato quickly formed hand seals and released a wind release. The wind release immediately blew the poisonous mist away from the cave. In this confined cave, it was difficult for him and Tendo Pain to fully unleash their full combat potential. Their powerful techniques could easily bring the entire base to its knees if they weren't careful. Orochimaru was clearly aware of this. Having witnessed the power of the Rinnegan before, he knew he couldn't simply escape, as he would be constantly pursued. Nagato, Pain, and Emiya Shiyuan, the three Rinnegan could crush him countless times. But staying here would be a slow death. Orochimaru's hands clasped together swiftly. When it came to escaping and saving his life, he didn't think anyone in the ninja world had it easier than him. After all, he'd risked being killed by Pain before, even saving his own life from him. The next moment, Orochimaru's body suddenly transformed into countless white snakes. These snakes swiftly swam into the corners of the cave, sending a shiver down the Akatsuki's spines. They couldn't tell which one was Orochimaru. Or perhaps they could all be one. This guy was surprisingly tricky. No wonder he was sent out to carry out such a dangerous mission. I'll go outside to sense his whereabouts. Tendo Pain rushed out directly, without any lingering in the cave. His voice was very calm. As long as you sense the appearance of a snake, kill it immediately. Konan, let's go. Nagato and Konan followed together. Scorpion of the Red Sand was also gritting his teeth in hatred. He thought for a while and simply rushed out, because he knew that Orochimaru could not stay in the cave. Black veins of earth resentment emerged from Kokuzu's body, and he felt a little uneasy. What if Orochimaru spreads the news about Akatsuki and Lord Emiya? That won't happen. Emiya Shiyuan shook his head, and his figure jumped down from the Outer Path demon statue. His palms landed lightly on the ground, sensing the whereabouts of every white snake in the cave. The next moment, the ground suddenly began to shake. The entire underground of the cave began to shake. Nagato and the other two who had been searching for the whereabouts of the white snakes outside immediately noticed the shaking of the cave, which made Nagato realize something. How could I forget that I can use Earth Escape ninjutsu? Nagato rubbed his brows with a headache, and couldn't help sighing. It seems that I may have really relied too much on the power of the Samsara Eye. The power of the Samsara Eye was so strong that he had forgotten that he had already mastered the 6 types of chakra nature changes, and even mastered all the mainstream ninjutsu in the ninja world. It can't be called that. Konan shook her head, reassuring her friend. At least you remembered to use your wind jutsu when you encountered the poisonous fog just now. Inside the cave, the cracks and crevices beneath the ground were shrinking under the vibrations of the earth jutsu. Orochimaru's scattered white snake clones were quickly crushed to death by the shifting rocks and earth, steadily shrinking his escape possibilities. Finally unable to endure this slow death, one of the white snakes scrambled out, emerging from a hidden corner of the cave and spitting out Orochimaru's body. A flash of emerald green blade light caught Orochimaru's eye. The blade flashed with such swift speed, extending for dozens of meters, instantly piercing Orochimaru's chest and pinning him to the wall. Chakra Scalpel. This medical ninja technique was once again used in battle. Only one person in the entire Akatsuki organization could wield the chakra scalpel to such proficiency, piercing Orochimaru's body with ease. The most terrifying thing was the opponent's perception. Even as Orochimaru emerged from the white snake's mouth, the emerald green blade of the chakra scalpel flew towards him, leaving him no time to react. Cough. Orochimaru spat out a mouthful of blood. Surrender. Emiya Shiyuan sheathed the chakra scalpel in his hand, watched Orochimaru's body fall to the ground, and stepped towards him, saying calmly, "You should know that you can never be my opponent." Orochimaru's eyes twitched. Emiya Shiyuan, this man, despite his calm demeanor, exuded a sense of overwhelming power. But that was only natural. Emiya Shiyuan was truly a terrifying ninja. How confident was he in his perception to draw his sword at that moment? How confident was he in his own strength to speak such words? Orochimaru gritted his teeth, his neck suddenly stretched out, and he opened his mouth to bite towards Emiya Shiyuan. From his mouth, a strange spell emanated, a strange and eerie sound. Earth style, earth spear. Kakuzu's figure rushed in front of Emiya Shiyuan. His fist suddenly turned pitch black, and he slammed heavily into Orochimaru's head. Bang! Orochimaru's head retreated in panic. Shinra Tensei, a repulsive force appeared in Emiya Shiyuan's palm. However, he controlled this force so delicately that it just touched Orochimaru's body, almost squeezing him against the cliff face. Puff! Orochimaru felt his body severely damaged the moment it was struck by the repulsive force, and was pushed against the cliff face, squeezing his already damaged organs. Orochimaru's mouth could only hastily open, and an arm emerged from his mouth, and another Orochimaru emerged. The Great Snake-style substitution technique. This technique was enough to allow him to recover from his severe injuries. The only problem was that it consumed a significant amount of chakra. Bang! The sharp emerald blade slashed through once more. Orochimaru's body had barely escaped the shed remains when the over 10-meter-long emerald blade sliced through him, even more fierce than the previous one. This sword technique always appeared at the moment he was recovering. It was precisely at this moment that Orochimaru's vigilance was at its lowest. The blade instantly severed Orochimaru's upper and lower torso, but at the same time, a dense swarm of tiny snakes emerged from both halves, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. The snakes instantly wrapped around his body, allowing him to recover. Whoosh! The chakra scalpel extended and swung again. It actually severed one of Orochimaru's arms. Blood finally splattered. "It looks like you're not immortal," Emiya Shiyuan's voice finally revealed a hint of realization. Huh? Orochimaru breathed heavily, his face heavy. He clutched his arm tightly, feeling the pain and mental and physical exhaustion. He had been completely suppressed in the battle. Unable to resist. In fact, it was impossible to resist at all. How on earth did such a terrifying person become a medical ninja? Tsunade had been learning medical ninjutsu from Emiya Shiyuan since she was a child, so how could she not learn to use chakra scalpels to perform such majestic and sometimes nimble swordsmanship? Although Orochimaru knew that he could recover through his unique Orochimaru-style substitution technique, he knew that he couldn't avoid Emiya Shiyuan's attacks. A hint of fear finally flashed in Orochimaru's pupils, but the corners of his mouth subconsciously smiled and praised Emiya Shiyuan, trying to hide his inner feelings. As expected of a ninja from the ancient times, your perception ability is so terrifying that it's impossible to hide. Your samsara eyes control over your pupils is even better than Pain's, and your sharp swordsmanship always strikes when I can't resist. Then, are you going to accept your fate? Emiya Shiyuan raised his eyes and whispered, "I can't let you pass on the information before Akatsuki's plan is truly implemented." At this moment, Emiya Shiyuan didn't look like a medical ninja at all. This man truly became a decisive and ruthless Akatsuki controller. "I never passed any information to Konoha." Orochimaru, clutching his broken arm, offered a helpless explanation, hoping the other party would believe his words. "In fact, I defected from Konoha a long time ago. I was never a spy on orders. I simply thought Emiya-sama might develop feelings for the Konoha ninjas, so I tried to deceive them with this lie when I used the Impure World Reincarnation to resurrect Emiya-sama. It was really just a misunderstanding." "Is that so? But it's a pity." Emiya Shiyuan's gaze grew cold. He raised his hand towards Orochimaru, the chakra scalpel in his hand once again gleaming with the emerald green light. "During my 2 Impure World Reincarnations, both you and the Konoha ninjas deceived and exploited me. I will never trust you again." Orochimaru's heart pounded. "This is truly the fault of our ancestors." A wry smile played upon Orochimaru's lips. Because even he himself did not expect that the last time Senju Tobirama deceived and exploited Emiya Shiyuan, the medical ninja would become like this, from a noble person who always believed in others to a person who was always full of doubts. If you want to blame someone, Blame the ninjas of Konoha, blame Tobirama, Danzo, or Hiruzen. The chakra scalpel in Emiya Shiyuan's hand was completely condensed, and the murderous intent was released without reservation. If you really are a spy sent by Danzo, perhaps there is still some information value to me, but unfortunately you are no longer trustworthy and have no value. Wait, Orochimaru's forehead broke out in a cold sweat at this momentum, and he immediately betrayed his allies without hesitation. I can really provide some information about Danzo, and even help Lord Emiya trick Danzo out. When I was in Konoha, Danzo was always my ally. In a sense, I can indeed become a spy sent by Danzo at any time. When Orochimaru said this, the corner of his mouth smiled again. If you give me some time, I can even become a spy sent by Lord Emiya to Danzo. I know that Danzo got the power by deceiving Lord Emiya. Over the years, he used that power to do many things that Lord Emiya hates. Orochimaru had no problem betraying his allies. If it meant harming their interests or benefiting him, he would certainly not hesitate. Furthermore, betraying them meant saving his own life from the Akatsuki. Orochimaru's morals and conscience had always been below the surface of the ninja world, even below average within Akatsuki itself. His morals and conscience simply wouldn't allow him to protect his allies' information at this point. He'd betray them normally, so why would he keep them around now? Danzo wasn't a good person anyway, and there was no way he'd help a traitor like him become Hokage. Emiya Shiyuan frowned, lost in thought. Emiya-sama, Kakuzu said, seeming to disagree with Shihara's approach. He didn't believe Orochimaru was trustworthy. Orochimaru is so dangerous, it's better to execute him. Is he dangerous? Shihara glanced at Orochimaru, who was once again in a state of disarray, clutching the wound on his severed arm. A hint of panic still lingered on his face. Orochimaru's expression was slightly displeased. Although this man was indeed a big shot, his image as a medical ninja had made people subconsciously overlook his terrifying power. He was powerless in his hands, but his gaze did seem a little rude. Was he weak? At least he was much stronger than Scorpion, right? Chapter 90 Orochimaru, everything about you is exposed. Orochimaru was a bit dishonest. Even as he seemed helpless in Emiya Shiyuan's grasp, his chakra sealed, he still wore a confident, sinister smile. This made the Akatsuki members consider him too dangerous. Although Orochimaru was willing to trade information on Shimura Danzo for his own life, the Akatsuki members preferred to execute him first. Orochimaru is very dangerous, Scorpion immediately stated. Indeed, Tendo Pain said in a cold voice, offering his suggestion, if we let him go, it will be impossible to capture him again. This requires careful consideration. Kakuzu also strongly agreed with the proposal, echoing in a deep voice, if Orochimaru leaks information, Emiya-sama will gain control of Akatsuki's information. It would be better to kill him. Konan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Yes, Nagato nodded. Really, I never thought I'd be hated by so many people. Orochimaru smiled, unwilling to resist, seemingly resigned to his fate. He glanced at the Akatsuki members, his gaze fixed on Emiya Shiyuan, knowing that the true decision-making power always lay in his hands. He was powerless to resist anyway. There was no way he could escape Akatsuki's clutches now. Even if Shihara truly cared about the Akatsuki's opinions, if he were executed on the spot, Orochimaru would have no choice but to accept his fate. He had a plan for resurrection, albeit one with an extremely low probability. However, Shihara's palm emitted a stream of emerald green chakra, probing Orochimaru's condition. His eyes narrowed slightly, sensing a secret within him. It doesn't matter, I was just trying to get information about Danzo from him, but it seems there's no point in dealing with him here. Orochimaru's expression changed. He knew Shihara must have uncovered something. This ancient medical ninja is very proficient in the study of the soul, and it is indeed very likely that he can discover abnormalities in himself. His soul is very fragile. Emiya Shiyuan put away his palms and bluntly exposed Orochimaru's secret. He has dealt with his own soul. Even if there is a problem with this body, the soul fragments in other places will be resurrected with chakra. No wonder, you are not very scared. I thought you still wanted to be sure that I was still a kind-hearted medical ninja, and I would choose to agree if I encountered a method that could be resolved through peaceful negotiations, but now it seems that it is your backup plan that makes you confident that you will not die here. Orochimaru's face changed, and he immediately smiled again. No, I am still very afraid of death. It is a blessing for humans to survive. I didn't expect that this little trick could not be hidden from Lord Emiya, but that's right, a hint of praise appeared on Orochimaru's face. He was no longer surprised that Emiya Shiyuan discovered his secret. Lord Emiya should be the first person in the world to invent the use of natural energy to make curse seals. I just picked up his ideas and improved the curse seal slightly. When I tried to improve the curse seal, I didn't expect the curse seal to have this ability. As Emiya Shiyuan had said, Orochimaru hadn't left any plans unsaid. When he defected from Konoha, to avoid mortal danger, he placed a heavenly curse seal of the highest order on one of his disciples, allowing him to be resurrected. This would at least give him a chance to be resurrected if he died in the future. This meant that even if Orochimaru died there, he could still be resurrected with the help of the seal he had left behind. The only problem was that this method of resurrection was unstable, and it was unknown when he would be able to be resurrected. In comparison, Orochimaru certainly didn't want to die. At least surviving meant he wouldn't have to wait for the hope of resurrection at some unknown time in the future. However, this also became a bargaining chip. Although he was only a captive, Orochimaru smiled, looking like the one who had regained control of the situation. For us, keeping this body alive and working together in the future isn't the best option, but it's within our reach. Akatsuki will undoubtedly need intelligence from the great ninja villages if they want to capture the tailed beasts, and I happen to have some access to that information. Besides, Akatsuki is constantly worried about Denzo Shimura spying on us, and I can help address that. Is there a better option? Scorpion raised his head in disapproval, looking at Orochimaru. Of course, Orochimaru's smile widened after he finished speaking. The best option, of course, is for me to remain within Akatsuki and serve Lord Emiya, because the misunderstanding between Lord Emiya and me was originally just a lie. The Akatsuki members couldn't help but glance sideways. Orochimaru is truly a talent. Emiya Shiyuan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Even in terms of emotional intelligence, Orochimaru is a talent, not to mention his genuine scientific and development capabilities that even Emiya Shiyuan would have to respect. Take, for example, Orochimaru's use of the curse seal. In ancient times, Emiya Shiyuan had attempted to refine the seal of natural energy, similar to Orochimaru's, sealing fragments of his soul within it, hoping for a chance at future resurrection. To survive, to deserve his own survival, Emiya Shiyuan had truly tried every possible means. However, his progress was too rapid, and the power he later gained was so immense that his soul was so strong it could penetrate the pure land of the underworld, preventing him from tearing his own soul apart. Is it really impossible to kill him completely? Scorpion's voice rang out with a hint of regret. He seemed unimpressed by Orochimaru's proposal, his goal clearly being to kill him. Emiya Shiyuan shook his head. Then, can I remain in Akatsuki? Orochimaru's smile faded, and he seemed genuine. I truly hope to learn from Lord Emiya. Orochimaru truly desired to gain more knowledge from Emiya Shiyuan. He knew only too well how rare such an opportunity was, and that it might never come again. After all, Shihara Emiya has changed. After his last resurrection, Shihara Emiya no longer trusts anyone easily. Only by staying in Akatsuki can he have the possibility of obtaining their knowledge. What Shimura Danzo, what Akatsuki's plan, what intelligence about the great ninja villages in the ninja world, none of it matters to Orochimaru. He just wants to draw enough nutrients from Shihara Emiya's knowledge to perfect his own theory of immortality. Although this is part of my selfish motive, Orochimaru looked at Shihara Emiya and continued, but even if Lord Emiya's thoughts have changed and he wants to use other means to make the ninja world truly peaceful, it does not hinder the technological progress of medical ninjutsu in the ninja world, right? Shihara Emiya's face seemed to show some movement. You are just for eternal life. Scorpion of the Red Sand also directly exposed Orochimaru's little thoughts. Before this day, Scorpion had been Orochimaru's teammate, even sharing these so-called technologies. He knew him well, and a hint of disdain laced his voice. HMPH, ugly immortality can never compare to eternal art. Orochimaru's eyes twitched. This former teammate was actually undermining him at this moment. Orochimaru, it's a shame, I can't trust you. Emiya Shiyuan, seemingly moved by Scorpion's words, finally raised his eyes. For you, betrayal and deception are a given. I can't tolerate you remaining in Akatsuki, to prevent your future betrayal and deception from posing any threat to their actions. The will that constantly lingers within you isn't that of a ninja who remains loyal to Akatsuki even under pressure from power. Orochimaru's forehead was beaded with sweat. The gaze of this ancient figure was surprisingly sharp. For Orochimaru, even when he was forced to temporarily concede a disadvantage due to a vast power gap, he would always strive to find ways to turn the tables. No need to deny it. Emiya Shiyuan's eyes fell on Orochimaru, who attempted to refute him. His cold voice echoed through the cave base. Under these eyes, nothing you have will be hidden. Yes, Orochimaru's lips curled with a hint of resignation. If you desire eternal life, then you must fear the brevity of life. Seeing Orochimaru's continued indifference, Emiya Shiyuan calmly stated his plan. I will personally go to Konoha and discover the location of the cursed seal that will resurrect you. Orochimaru's expression quickly darkened. For anyone else, discovering the whereabouts of the heavenly cursed seal would be difficult. Even gathering intelligence in Konoha would take a long time. But for Emiya Shiyuan, it was different. The ancient being who first created the cursed seal was highly likely to discover his heaven's cursed seal. Once Emiya Shiyuan saw the Konoha ninja bearing the seal, he would. For the time being, you will operate under the surveillance of the Red Sand Sasori. I believe the power of the seal carrying your soul fragment is beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. There must not be too many in this world. My judgment of your soul should be correct. There is only one at most. Emiya Shiyuan watched Orochimaru's face grow increasingly grim and continued calmly. I will bring back the seal that will revive you. It will be used as collateral for your willingness to become a spy for the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru clenched his fists, a smile returning to his lips. His long tongue darted out to lick his lips. Rage seemed to ignite his heart, and his eyes became particularly dangerous. Is it possible for me to refuse? No. Emiya Shiyuan refused Orochimaru, but his attitude suddenly softened, a hint of warmth lingering beneath his cold exterior. Don't worry, I know the bearer of the curse must be someone very important to you, so I won't rashly harm that person's life. Chapter 91, The Shocking Change from Konoha. Thank you. Orochimaru's face still held a lingering trace of anger. Nothing in this world could be more terrifying and infuriating than having one's greatest secret discovered. It also implicated his greatest fear, a matter of life and death. The only ninja who possessed the Heaven's Curse seal was the only one he still considered placing some human emotion in Konoha. Emiya-sama, isn't this a bit dangerous? Tendo Pain had to warn Emiya Shiyuan. Not really. Emiya Shiyuan didn't consider his plan to travel to Konoha troubling, nor did he worry about the dangers, especially with Zetsu at his side. Honestly, Emiya Shiyuan could even enter Konoha openly. Konoha wouldn't be able to do anything to him now, and this presented a golden opportunity for Emiya Shiyuan. This era was likely to bring a significant number of commissions, as the two true protagonists of ninja stories had already appeared. Furthermore, there were plenty of people who could trigger the system. According to Shihara Emiya's understanding of the system, the commissions it issues often go to renowned ninja. During his last resurrection and travels through the ninja world, he encountered many capable ninja, but none of them triggered any commissions. Outside the Akatsuki base, Shihara Emiya and Zetsu set out on their journey. If we go to Konoha, we can deal with Obito's problem. Black Zetsu's voice was sinister, reminding Shihara Emiya of a remaining concern. Uchiha Obito is Madara's descendant. He's been staying in Konoha lately. Actually, Obito isn't much of a problem. White Zetsu didn't quite agree with Black Zetsu's opinion, and at this point, he spoke favorably of Uchiha Obito. Obito is just a bit impulsive. He probably wouldn't resist Emiya-sama's wishes. He's always considered himself Madara's successor, so he's become a bit arrogant, just like Madara. Like Madara, Shihara Emiya seemed to harbor a certain curiosity about Uchiha Obito, who was diligently working in Konoha, but his Rinnegan masked his emotions. He's completely different from Madara. Black Zetsu saw through Uchiha Obito's heart. Madara's will is stronger than his. He's just a pawn. This was definitely something he couldn't say out loud. Uchiha Madara was indeed arrogant, even a bit defiant, but he wasn't a brainless fool. Uchiha Obito's arrogance was rather presumptuous and foolish. After inheriting Madara's will, he thought he was the savior. Unfortunately, in the past, Black Zetsu wouldn't have minded his folly. However, when the true savior, Emiya Shiyuan, appeared, Uchiha Obito's presence inevitably became a bit of an eyesore. Something's happened to Obito. A white Zetsu clone emerged from beneath their feet, its face etched with disbelief as it spoke the news it had personally brought back. Is Obito dead? Black Zetsu's voice was filled with surprise, yet there was a hint of relief. It would have been much better if Uchiha Obito had simply died. There wouldn't have been any concerns about him disrespecting Emiya Shiyuan. Huh? The white Zetsu clone quickly shook its head and offered an explanation. No, something went wrong in Konoha. Uchiha Obito and a fellow named Uchiha Itachi killed every last member of the Uchiha clan, Except for a child of 7 or 8, Emiya Shiyuan's eyes flashed. Why did they kill the entire Uchiha clan? The original White Zetsu was deeply confused. I don't know. The White Zetsu clone was also extremely puzzled by this matter. If Uchiha Obito had killed the entire Uchiha clan, it would have been understandable, as they all knew that Uchiha needed some spare Sharingan to perform a life-saving technique as a price. But Uchiha Itachi's involvement was truly baffling to White Zetsu, especially since White Zetsu's IQ was not high to begin with. Even if his brain was burned out, he couldn't figure it out. Where are they? The original White Zetsu quickly inquired about their whereabouts. When I came here, I was still in Konoha. The White Zetsu clone scratched its head and spoke sheepishly, but I told Obito that Emiya-sama has been resurrected. He should be coming back soon, right? Let's go meet them. Emiya Shiyuan tapped his arm. This is a truly big event. Black Zetsu's voice was filled with emotion. It recalled its first meeting with Emiya Shiyuan, when he assassinated Indra. The Uchiha clan were descendants of Indra. Likewise, they were the clan Black Zetsu had always kept a close eye on. Kaguya's resurrection required a Rinnegan, and the only hope for its emergence lay in the Uchiha clan. It had not anticipated that these descendants of Indra would face extinction, forcing it to make a final decision. Its plan to resurrect Kaguya could not fail again, no matter what. The demise of the Uchiha clan would likely mean the Rinnegan would never be born again. At this moment, Emiya Shiyuan seemed to share Black Zetsu's thoughts. Emiya Shiyuan looked up at the moon in the sky. His voice was that of a gambler with no way out. Black Zetsu, if the Uchiha clan is truly annihilated, Madara may very well be the last pair of Rinnegan in the world. Our plan cannot fail again. It won't fail. Black Zetsu quickly tried to persuade Emiya Shiyuan. Black Zetsu felt a deep sense of melancholy, but he had to try to comfort Emiya Shiyuan first. Black Zetsu tried hard to find a reason to boost Emiya Shiyuan's confidence, and there are still members of the Uchiha clan alive. Did they say there's a child who survived, in the land of fire? A blood-red moon hung in the sky. In a forest outside Konoha village, a mysterious masked man stood in a tree, quietly awaiting his newly recruited Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, a powerful and complex member of whose clan who possessed the main Gekiyo Sharingan, had long sought to recruit him into the Akatsuki organization, but he had always refused his offer. However, something unexpected happened tonight. Uchiha Itachi inexplicably offered to help him exterminate the Uchiha clan, a fact that truly surprised the mysterious masked man. However, believing it would only benefit him, he immediately agreed and even participated. A bountiful harvest. The mysterious masked man was delighted with his haul, having acquired numerous spare Sharingan tonight, which would allow him to perform a powerful jutsu. This was good news. Unfortunately, there was also bad news. It was rumored that Orochimaru had resurrected Emiya Shiyuan through the Impure World Reincarnation technique and had ordered him to visit him, acting as if he were his subordinate. This news left him feeling a little queasy. How could a long-dead old man be resurrected? The mysterious masked man knew he could never match Emiya Shiyuan in any way, but he still desired to control Madara's plan for the Moon Eye, which would allow him to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, even if Madara were to be resurrected. He wanted to create a new world with his own hands. This absurd, false world must be transformed into new one by one. Just as the mysterious masked man was pondering how to continue to control the Moon Eye project following the appearance of Emiya Shiyuan, some unsettling movements were detected in the forest. Whoosh! A figure landed beside the mysterious masked man. The figure, dressed in a sharp bamboo uniform, still stained with a strong scent of blood, spoke with a forced calmness that seemed to be masked. Sorry for the wait, not that long. The mysterious masked man's voice, with a forced calmness and arrogance, coldly asked, have you dealt with a tail that was following you? Did it? Uchiha Itachi didn't elaborate on how he had dealt with a tail. Come with me. The mysterious masked man nodded and said gravely, I originally invited you to join my organization to offer a new path, but I just received a message that there may be some changes within my organization. Changes? Uchiha Itachi's eyes sharpened. Indeed, the mysterious masked man looked up at the sky, a hint of complexity emanating from the hollow hole on his mask where a crimson Sharingan shone. Now, let me truly introduce you to my organization. We are about to welcome a truly powerful figure. Uchiha Itachi's eyes narrowed. This mysterious masked man, who had always claimed to be Uchiha Madara, had once been a suspect of his true identity. However, the entire ninja world knew that Madara had survived the battle with the first Hokage. After assisting Emiya Shiyuan in quelling the First Shinobi World War, he had been hiding in a corner of the ninja world. He only had one intact Sharingan. The mysterious masked man, who had only been able to use one eye, had only managed to dispel Itachi's suspicions. Now, this man named Uchiha Madara was actually calling someone else a powerful figure? Could there be someone in the ninja world with a higher status than him? Inside Konoha village, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, held his pipe with a hint of melancholy. As Konoha's longest-serving Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen has experienced much. He's lived through the glorious first Hokage era and the arduous second Hokage era, steadily making his way to where he is today. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is an old man. As he ages, his perceived softness has inevitably festered, leading him to tolerate and perpetuate the conflict within Konoha and within the Uchiha clan, ultimately leading to the tragic demise of the Uchiha clan tonight. While the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha's leadership, which had threatened to escalate since Konoha's founding, has finally come to an end with the clan's demise, it remains a significant loss for Konoha. Having just seen off Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen learned the identity of the mysterious masked man, who had been calling himself Uchiha Madara. Is it possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but recall the time he'd met Uchiha Madara. He knew it was possible, as Uchiha Madara and Emiya Shiyuan had crossed paths before. Now, he could only hope for Uchiha Itachi. Before leaving, Itachi had entrusted Uchiha Sasuke, the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan, to him, saying he would join Madara's organization as a renegade ninja and would gather intelligence on them. Third Sama, the bodies of the Uchiha clan have been disposed of. A silver-haired Anbu stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen and quietly reported their mission and other situations. However, the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan bodies in the Konoha police force building are unknown. We cannot confirm whether their bodies have been disposed of. Don't worry about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, indicating that it was unnecessary to worry about such things. He really didn't have the energy to worry about it anymore. Although I just dismissed Danzo from his position, Danzo should have had his Anbu training class cleaned up beforehand. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned another matter. Now that Danzo no longer holds any position, the Anbu training class he established has been disbanded. Let's disband the members and transfer them to the Anbu. Yes, the Anbu ninja agreed with his headbout. The Anbu training class actually has another name within the Anbu, the Root. The Root, treated the same as the Anbu ninja, was an armed force belonging exclusively to Shimura Danzo, and refused to even obey orders from the Hokage. Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. He remembered the mysterious masked man and felt a sense of uncertainty about his future. He softly instructed the silver-haired Anbu ninja beside him, the burden of the village's future will ultimately fall on you young people. A storm is brewing in the ninja world, a storm that could even destroy Konoha. You must be more diligent in the future. The Anbu ninja simply lowered his head and remained silent. This Anbu ninja was none other than Hatake Tsukumo's son, Hatake Kakashi. Ever since his father's accident when Hatake Kakashi was young, his heart had been closed. He met companions he could trust with his life, but they perished one after another. His teachers, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife, who had always treated him kindly, were also killed in the Nine Tails Rebellion. To be honest, Hatake Kakashi felt that his life was meaningless. Because he seemed to have been constantly in pain in his life, and he never saw any hope in his future. He didn't think it would be of any use to train diligently. Anyway, it didn't matter if he was weak, and it didn't matter if he died. At least he didn't have to endure endless loneliness and pain like a scarecrow in the field. Kakashi, don't let down your storm-release bloodline Genkei. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen valued the power of bloodline more than ever on the night when the Uchiha clan was destroyed. He didn't want to see another bloodline die in Konoha. The storm-release bloodline was taught to your father by a great man. I hope you can cheer up a little, pick up the glory of the past, and don't let the traces left by that adult be tarnished by the dust. Chapter 92, Obito, how can you guarantee that Uchiha Itachi is not a spy of Konoha? Third Hokage's teachings. His life, plagued by constant destruction, had long since become a man of despair, making it difficult for him to muster any emotion. He believed the Uchiha clan's fall was due to his former companions being members of the clan, murdered by his former subordinate, Uchiha Itachi. This had left him somewhat shaken, but after disposing of the remains, he no longer had any thoughts, only finding his life's path more difficult. The storm-released Kakuya was merely a combat tactic. When Kakashi Hatake used lightning release in battle, he had diligently awakened his own storm release Kakai Genkai. He had also experimented with developing a set of combat techniques based on his own Chidori. Now, none of that mattered. Even when the third Hokage said it was a great man who had passed it down to his father, it didn't stir a single wave in Kakashi Hatake's heart. What? What great man? Would this change his life? Could that great man resurrect his once dead companions? Hatake Kakashi listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's ramblings, then went back to handling Anbu affairs, his demeanor remaining unmotivated. Kakashi-senpai, a broad, square-faced man approached and whispered, "Are those root ninjas joining the Anbu, Tenzou?" Hatake Kakashi finally raised his eyes and nodded slowly. "The root has been disbanded, and they'll all be Anbu members from now on." The appearance of this man barely persuaded Hatake Kakashi to speak properly. When Hatake Kakashi was initially unmotivated, he secretly discovered the would-release Kakai Genkai of Tenzou, still a root ninja, and discovered that Tenzou was being controlled and persecuted by Shimura Danzo. He then brought Tenzou from Shimura Danzo's command back to the Anbu, feeling somewhat responsible for the man he had saved. Tenzou hesitated, unsure whether to answer. Tenzou knew those root ninjas were still under the spell of Danzo's old superior, and would undoubtedly remain loyal to Danzo. He just didn't know if he should reveal this. "What's wrong?" Hatake Kakashi asked, puzzled. "No, nothing." Tenzou quickly shook his head, but decided to tell him. "Danzo-sama is highly skilled in spells, and they still have the spells that control them. What's the point?" Hatake Kakashi placed a hand on Tenzou's shoulder, his eyes expressionless. "Even if the spells on them are removed, the spells in their hearts won't be erased. Compared to Tenzou, who is worth saving, the root ninjas sent here were truly brainwashed killing machines by Shimura Danzo. They possessed no emotions, were unmoved by anything, and were solely focused on their mission." He didn't need to report these matters to the third Hokage, for Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally adept at using spells. The third Hokage would undoubtedly discover the cursed seals controlling these root ninjas. Since the Hokage hadn't mentioned it, why should they bother? "I'll go to the memorial on the back mountain." Hatake Kakashi's hands drooped, and he went back to change his clothes, feeling dejected. He felt he should inform his fallen comrades of the Uchiha clan's demise. After all, they had once been proud of the Uchiha clan. As he thought of this, Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but reach out to touch his covered eye sockets. He, too, possessed a Sharingan gifted to him by his former comrades. Sharingan and Storm Release. In truth, Hatake Kakashi had always possessed two Kakai Genkai. Even with the power of these two Kakai Genkai, for him, these powers prevented him from finding the meaning of his existence. Elsewhere, at the border of the Land of Fire, when the mysterious masked man and Uchiha Itachi arrived, they received a message from the White Zetsu clone, ordering them to meet Emiya Shihara immediately. "Lord Emiya wishes to see you." After delivering this message, the White Zetsu clone added, "By the way, Lord Emiya has taken over the Akatsuki organization. You must show some respect to Lord Emiya. My original form has always worried that you might not show him enough respect. This was actually quite important." The White Zetsu original was fond of Uchiha Obito as a chess piece, while the Black Zetsu clones found him merely an eyesore. However, neither of them wanted Uchiha Obito to treat Shihara with disrespect. However, they all knew that Uchiha Obito was indeed that kind of person. Even when he inherited Madara's will, he treated the elderly Madara with a certain arrogance. Uchiha Obito believed that the infinite Tsukuyomi, which could create a new world, was the most important thing, and no one else mattered. "Lord Emiya," Itachi frowned, puzzled. "HMPH, that's the big shot I was talking about." The mysterious masked man nonchalantly revealed Emiya Shihara's identity, expressing a certain dissatisfaction with his leadership of the Akatsuki organization. The medical ninja who quelled the First Ninja World War, the one who must have appeared frequently in your childhood bedtime stories. The masked man's hair fluttered in the wind, and he certainly didn't respect Emiya Shihara. "Just before we arrived, I received news that Orochimaru used the Impure World Reincarnation technique to summon him back from the underworld." Uchiha Itachi's face was filled with shock. Was this a joke? How could the Akatsuki organization be connected to him? Although Uchiha Itachi suspected that the big shot was not ordinary, perhaps the cage of a village, he had never imagined it was such a big shot. That was Emiya Shihara. Emiya Shihara, the medical ninja whose stories had been sung throughout the ninja world for thousands of years. Even a child on the street should know his story. A dead saint, Nothing could be more shocking than his identity. "You must respect Emiya-sama," the white Zetsu clone, somewhat helplessly, tried to persuade the mysterious masked man. It was incredibly persistent, hoping this man, whom all of them admired, wouldn't offend him. "I understand." The mysterious masked man glanced at the white Zetsu clone with some disapproval and said coldly, "If he doesn't sabotage my plans, I'll give him the respect of a senior." What nonsense. The mysterious masked man was already somewhat dissatisfied with Emiya Shihara's overbearing behavior, and hearing the white Zetsu clone's persuasion only intensified his anger. That's good," the white Zetsu clone grinned, retreating back underground. "It is." Uchiha narrowed his eyes, curious about the white Zetsu clone's abilities, since he couldn't even sense its movements. "Just an idiot," the mysterious masked man bluntly judged the IQ of the white Zetsu clone. "It's mainly for searching and gathering intelligence for my organization." "It sounds like it's no longer your organization." Uchiha thought of the words of the white Zetsu clone, and took the opportunity to sow discord between the mysterious masked man and Emiya Shiyuan. "Will the other party really agree to my joining? I remember that Lord Emiya was a great medical ninja. He has always taken it as his mission to save the world from suffering. It is unlikely that he would like bloody ninjas like us, right? Huh? No need to say that. He's unlikely to have time to care about the Akatsuki organization." The mysterious masked man remembered the story he knew from Uchiha Madara, and said coldly and contemptuously, "Who knows, it might be the same as the first time he was resurrected in this world. He's been healing and saving lives in the ninja world to quell wars, and we're secretly implementing the second peace plan, but things did change after all." At least a mysterious masked man knew there would definitely be people within Akatsuki who would be more willing to obey Emiya Shihara's orders, because it was in Shihara's name that he had finally convinced Nagato and Konan. A second peace plan. Uchiha's curiosity returned. Uchiha Ibito seemed unusually tolerant of a fellow clansman, casually revealing the secrets of the First Shinobi World War. That's right, Emiya Shihara also realized that the war in the ninja world was unavoidable. He also prepared a second plan to bring peace to the ninja world, but chose not to implement it, believing that the second plan was the path humanity would choose in the worst-case scenario. Now, this resurrected great man should also realize that the current world is bad enough and that a new world needs to be built. Uchiha's heart suddenly began to beat violently. This was truly unexpected. He had only just joined this organization, and before he even joined, he had already obtained so much intelligence, information that was enough to shock the entire ninja world. We can only blame Konoha's second Hokage. If it weren't for that second Hokage, the Uchiha clan wouldn't have been destroyed. If it weren't for that second Hokage developing the soul-desecrating forbidden technique of Impure World Reincarnation, we wouldn't have received the world-changing second peace plan. The mysterious masked man taunted Konoha's second Hokage as he quickly led Uchiha to their meeting place. "I don't like these long-dead old guys getting involved, because the world no longer needs them." However, the mysterious masked man didn't expect that the person the world truly didn't need would become himself. Before the mysterious masked man and Uchiha could actually meet Emiya Shihara, Zetsu's path was blocked. Black Zetsu, who had always been tolerant of him, now looked at him with disapproval and even questioned the fact that he had brought Uchiha with him. "We just caught a Konoha spy?" Black Zetsu glanced at the mysterious masked man. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked at Uchiha. "Can you guarantee that he is not a spy sent by Konoha?" The mysterious masked man's heart skipped a beat. Because he really couldn't guarantee this matter, and he was even planning to find another person to be Uchiha's teammate, and let that teammate monitor Uchiha's actions. Uchiha's heart tightened. Because he really was a spy from Konoha. Could it be that Akatsuki had another way to detect spies? And which Konoha spy was caught by Akatsuki? Chapter 93. To sow discord between the two Uchiha, only the simplest means are needed. When someone is disliked by others, everything they do is wrong, even their friends. The mysterious masked man doesn't think Uchiha is his friend, but he does have a vague feeling that it's a mistake for him and Uchiha to be here. What the hell? Does Black Zetsu want to betray him? No, it doesn't seem to be a betrayal because Black Zetsu is the will left behind by Emiya Shihara. It's normal for this black monster to be loyal to its master, and it's also natural for it to want to betray and abandon him. Does he really think that since Emiya Shihara resurrected him, he has someone backing him up? This guy never dared to treat him like this before. The mysterious masked man glanced at Black Zetsu's sinister half-face and replied coldly, Itachi is the manpower needed to carry out Akatsuki's plan. Itachi killed his entire clan. Konoha has already issued a wanted order for him as a traitor. Unless Konoha is mentally ill, there's no way he could be a spy sent by Konoha. The mysterious masked man was deeply skeptical of Uchiha Itachi's intentions to join Akatsuki, but he felt compelled to defend him and maintain his own dignity. Isn't there still a survivor in Uchiha? Black Zetsu's smile suddenly grew even more sinister. Uchiha Itachi's hands clenched into fists unconsciously. That's his younger brother. He's also the backup he left behind for the Mangekyou Sharingan. The mysterious masked man, growing increasingly dissatisfied, tried to defend Itachi, saying, Itachi has already awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, and suffers from the blindness it causes. Itachi wants his younger brother to awaken the same Mangekyou Sharingan in the future. He wants to seize his brother's Mangekyou Sharingan to boost his own vision and unlock the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, which will never go blind. Itachi chose to kill all of his own kind to gain the power of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, thereby fueling the hatred and pain within his younger brother. Black Zetsu was momentarily speechless. The mysterious masked man's reasoning was quite compelling. What? A glint of murderous intent flashed in the masked man's eyes, and he coldly demanded, do you think that your master's resurrection means you no longer need me to carry out your plans? At this thought, the masked man's voice suddenly grew sinister, and he no longer concealed his identity. I represent Madara's will, indeed. There was no need to hide it. After returning from the underworld, Emiya Shiyuan must have known his background, so he didn't need to use Uchiha Madara's banner to hide his identity. After all, in the past, he pretended to be Uchiha Madara and acted in his name just to subdue Nagato and Konan. Now that Nagato and Konan had joined Emiya Shiyuan, perhaps the other party might also know his true identity. Uchiha Itachi looked at the mysterious masked man in surprise. Does this mean that this guy was never Uchiha Madara? Then who is this fellow clan member who has never revealed his identity? Black Zetsu, let them come. Emiya Shiyuan's voice was particularly gentle compared to Black Zetsu's questioning. He didn't seem to care about these things. He represents Madara's will. Madara and I are allies in this matter. We never thought of letting Madara miss the eternal peace plan. Zetsu's figure could only slowly move aside. Be respectful to Lord Emiya. White Zetsu's true form reminded the mysterious masked man again. HMPH. The mysterious masked man smirked, stepping forward. Uchiha Itachi followed him, pondering. Though he could faintly sense a calming presence, his vigilance was now at its highest. After all, they were meeting a prominent figure, one whose history was even older than that of the ninja. Yet, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but feel a little surprised. When they finally met Emiya Shiyuan, they saw him, like a scholar, writing on a blank scroll with a pen in hand. Give them 2 glasses of sugarcane juice, Shihara ordered without looking up, his figure shrouded in shadow by the dim candlelight, seemingly still absorbed in his task. Excuse me, please sit down for a moment. Your arguing has been a bit disorienting for me. Uchiha Itachi felt an involuntary calm. Though the other person appeared gentle, like a character from a bedtime story, it was hard not to warm to him, even a little worried about disturbing him. But when one considers his deep connection to the mysterious masked man's schemes, and even how his resurrection directly usurped his power, a sense of disconnect arises. It's hard to imagine him as the legendary sage. It's truly unimaginable. Perhaps even the entire ninja world can't imagine it. A sage who once bequeathed a legacy of medical ninja to future generations is also secretly controlling a dark organization with a vast conspiracy. HMPH, the mysterious masked man snorted, sitting down, even carelessly removing his mask, revealing a shattered face. One side of this face appears intact, the other is covered in scars. One eye socket holds a Mangekyou Sharingan, the other a transplanted, ordinary Sharingan. Zeta mentioned it to me. Emiya Shiyuan continued to write and draw on the scroll while casually asking, you are Madara's successor. Your name is Uchiha Obito? HMPH. Uchiha Obito's face was not good. He seemed too lazy to answer such a low-level question. It was obviously impossible for him to respect Emiya Shiyuan who had seized control. His arrogance would not allow him to bow to Emiya Shiyuan. Even if Uchiha Madara was resurrected, Uchiha Obito would not allow the control of the plan to fall into the hands of Uchiha Madara, who guided him, let alone this guy Emiya Shiyuan. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi's heart was shocked. Because he had heard of this name before. When Konoha commemorated the heroes of the Third Shinobi World War, the Uchiha clan talked about Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was a hero of the Third Shinobi World War. He died in the battle between Konoha and Iwagakure. Before his death, he entrusted one of his Sharingan eyes to his friend Hatake Kakashi, sparking controversy within the Uchiha clan. Surprisingly, he survived. I just want to know what you mean. A resurrected dead man has taken control of the Akatsuki organization from me. Aren't you really trying to kick Madara and me out of this plan? His eyes fixed on the shadowy figure, as if trying to discern his intentions. Or do you want to control that power? Although their plans shared the same goal, Uchiha Obito refused to trust Emiya Shiyuan. Because the controller of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan could not only determine the future of the ninja world but also gain power beyond all other ninjas during its execution, Uchiha Obito was forced to question his intentions. Don't worry, I'm not interested in that power. Emiya Shiyuan raised his head slightly, his eyes lifting slightly, revealing the Rinnegan in his sockets. He gazed into Uchiha Obito's eyes. The power you crave, I already possessed in ancient times, a far more powerful kind. Naive child. Black Zetsu's voice inevitably mocked Uchiha Obito, and even the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's main Jakyo Sharingan is as short-sighted as ever. Black Zetsu's taunting was merciless, taking the opportunity to praise his favorite pawn. Lord Emiya has never coveted that power. He desires eternal peace in this world. With your short-sighted vision, do you think you can guess his capabilities, Rinnegan? Uchiha Obito's expression suddenly changed. The appearance of the Rinnegan made him ignore Black Zetsu's mockery. What the hell is this? Why does Emiya Shiyuan have a pair of Rinnegan? This ancient artifact possessed not only medical ninjutsu but also terrifying power. The Rinnegan signified immense power, and he lacked the strength to bear it. Why hadn't Uchiha Madara mentioned this before? Uchiha Obito, however, was unfazed. He had awakened the miraculous power of the main Jakyo Sharingan. This ability allowed him to ignore all attacks from the ninja world, making him virtually invincible in any battle. Uchiha Obito's mind reacted and he glared fiercely at Zetsu, only to receive concern from White Zetsu and sneer from Black Zetsu. While Uchiha Obito's shock faded into indifference, Uchiha Itachi's composure was less assured. The moment he saw the Rinnegan, his body subconsciously tensed. Those eyes were even more terrifying than the main Jakyo Sharingan. Even a single glance captivated Uchiha Itachi, knowing his opponent's strength was far superior to his own. I see. Uchiha Obito's mood completely calmed down. He subconsciously crossed his legs and said coldly, since you don't care about that power, it's easy to deal with. Let's do it the same way you worked with Madara. Uchiha Obito seemed to have regained the initiative. He arrogantly assigned them tasks. You continue to be the medical ninja saint in the ninja world, and I will continue to be responsible for implementing the plan. You don't have to interfere in the affairs of the Akatsuki organization. Obito. Black Zetsu couldn't stand his arrogance and mocked him again. I asked you to implement the plan, but it seems that you haven't implemented it very well. Now, when Black Zetsu said this, his face became gloomy. If you want that plan to succeed, you only need to be responsible for implementing Lord Emiya Shiyuan's wishes. Black Zetsu. A surge of anger suddenly rose in Uchiha Obito's chest. He thought he had made enough concessions today. Black Zetsu, that bastard. He actually relied on Emiya Shiyuan to show off his power. Uchiha Obito thought that he had endured Black Zetsu's malice towards him long enough today. If it weren't for the fact that Black Zetsu was Emiya Shiyuan, he would have taken action long ago. You are just his will. Besides, do you really think that this old antique has been resurrected and that he has a pair of reincarnation eyes, so he can take away control of the plan? Uchiha Itachi's expression was slightly strange. Because he didn't expect that Uchiha Obito, who wanted to bring him into the organization, seemed to be a little useless. It seemed that he had just wanted to join in when he was about to witness an internal conflict among the upper echelons of the Akatsuki organization. Be quiet, don't make a fool of yourself of the newcomer. Emiya Shiyuan seemed to have noticed the strange expression on Uchiha Itachi's face. He gently stopped the conflict between Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito and took the initiative to ease the situation. I came to see you just to find out some information about Konoha from you. Emiya Shiyuan's fingers tapped lightly on the wooden rod of the scroll and continued, wait until I finish writing this scroll, then we can discuss these troublesome things. Black Zetsu immediately shut his mouth. Huh? Uchiha Obito barely calmed down his anger, but still sneered to himself, what's the point of studying useless medical ninjutsu now, as long as the infinite Tsukuyomi plan can succeed? All the ninjas in the entire ninja world will fall into eternal sleep. Emiya Shiyuan's medical ninjutsu had long since become meaningless to the world. He didn't understand why he was acting this way, and even felt he was being hypocritical. They were already preparing to begin the Moon Eye project, so why waste time researching medical ninjutsu? Fools, sitting in a well, watching the world from afar, Black Zetsu cursed inwardly. Black Zetsu was the only one who believed he understood Emiya Shiyuan's greatness and kindness. After all, according to his and Emiya Shiyuan's plan to resurrect Kaguya, Emiya Shiyuan's insistence on researching medical ninjutsu was undoubtedly preparing the ninja world for Kaguya's resurrection and rule. How could the arrogant Uchiha fools possibly understand Emiya Shiyuan's innocence and kindness? Although Black Zetsu didn't believe Emiya Shiyuan's actions were meaningful, he still enjoyed seeing his kind gestures towards the world. At least he knew his heart remained true to his desire for a better world. Only then would he remain his most trusted pawn. Emiya Shiyuan's eyes dropped slightly, and his handwriting undoubtedly quickened, as if oblivious to Uchiha Obito's taunts. His voice remained gentle and calm. I don't care about control of the plan, I just have a problem. Black Zetsu was right about one thing, your efficiency in executing the plan isn't very high. I even suspect you're trying to stall for time. Now that you're placing so much importance on control of the plan, I'm beginning to suspect you're just using it to gain power. Don't worry, I don't care about that power either, I want this plan to succeed more than anyone. Uchiha Obito glanced coldly at Emiya Shiyuan. This guy actually doubted his own commitment to the Moon Eye project. He wanted more than anyone else to use the Moon Eye's infinite Tsukuyomi to create a Jinjutsu world more beautiful than reality. So, where's the plan at this point? Emiya Shiyuan's questioning left Uchiha Obito speechless. Because no matter what he said, it wouldn't change one thing, their plan hadn't truly begun, not even the first step. It's not time to start planning yet. Uchiha Obito could only choose an answer that didn't quite work out, and continued, before we begin our true plan to capture the tailed beasts, we must not let the other ninja villages know we're gathering them. I'm recruiting helpers to capture them. He then picked up Uchiha Itachi, whom he had just recruited, to demonstrate his actions. I just recruited Itachi to join Akatsuki. He possesses the main Gekyo Sharingan, which can neutralize all the tailed beasts in the ninja world. Black Zetsu immediately tried to scoff. Black Zetsu, Emiya Shiyuan stopped Black Zetsu. His pen still. The man tapped the pen against the wooden handle of the scroll again. The rhythmic sound was somewhat unsettling. The clacking of the pen gradually faded. Just as Uchiha Obito could suppress the rage rising again, Emiya Shiyuan's gaze suddenly turned to Uchiha Itachi. Your idea is sound, at least he's a suitable candidate. If we were to use him, are you sure you can control him? He killed his own kind for power, even killing the very parents who gave him his lifeblood. Emiya Shiyuan seemed oblivious to the suppressed pain in Itachi's eyes as he questioned Obito. There's nothing in this world he fears anymore. How can you be sure this newcomer to Akatsuki doesn't have ulterior motives? His younger brother, Sasuke. Obito took a deep breath and revealed a weakness he could exploit. If he doesn't comply with our wishes, we can kill his brother at any time. Itachi's fingers clasped tightly in his palm. At that moment, Itachi's murderous intent towards Obito reached its peak. Even if the other party merely harbored the desire to kill his brother, he would not tolerate such a thought. He would not tolerate anyone threatening his brother's life. Not even himself. Emiya Shiyuan nodded, as if he didn't know what Uchiha Itachi was thinking, and seemed to agree with Uchiha Obito's words. In other words, if his brother is killed, then this newcomer who advocates power will never be able to reach the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan, the eternal main Gekyo Sharingan. But, I am more optimistic about his brother. After all, with such a cruel brother, his brother's heart should be shrouded in hatred and derive a deeper darkness. Who knows, he may grow up to be better than his brother in the future. For us, this newcomer is just a temporary helper, far less important than the inheritance of the Uchiha clan. When Emiya Shiyuan said this, he frowned at Uchiha Itachi, as if he was extremely dissatisfied. I am even a little dissatisfied with the fact that he destroyed the Uchiha clan. Black Zetsu agreed with Emiya Shiyuan's opinion very much. Because Black Zetsu understands Emiya Shiyuan's thoughts, and Emiya Shiyuan's thoughts are also very beneficial to it. The survival of the Uchiha clan means that the eternal main Gekyo Sharingan may be born in the future, and it will have countless opportunities to try to realize its plan in the future. Although Black Zetsu knew this plan had a high probability of success, he also understood that Emiya Shiyuan had faced two difficult situations where he thought he had no way out. Uchiha Itachi's mood gradually relaxed. Although Emiya Shiyuan was extremely dissatisfied with him and hated him for destroying the Uchiha clan, he felt a sense of peace in his heart, and even felt a certain satisfaction with Emiya Shiyuan as the controller of Akatsuki. His emphasis on the Uchiha clan's heritage might also be partly due to that so-called plan, but it also meant that this ancient ninja would not harbor any intention of harming his younger brother. Furthermore, he was very optimistic about his younger brother, just as he hoped his younger brother would surpass him in the future. If Emiya Shiyuan and Uchiha Obito were to truly fight for control of Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi would prefer someone like Emiya Shiyuan to be the victor. However, just as Itachi's mood relaxed, Uchiha Obito's emotions were completely ignited by Emiya Shiyuan's words. Relics from ancient times should stay in the grave instead of being picky about my people. Uchiha Obito could no longer tolerate Emiya Shiyuan's dissatisfaction with the people he recruited. It was like a slap in his face. He could not suppress his anger, and said with a cold face, Emiya Shiyuan, your era has long passed. I don't need you to interfere with my decisions. Now I am the controller of the plan. Want to challenge Lord Emiya Shiyuan? Black Zetsu's sinister voice echoed in everyone's ears. Obito, you will regret this, White Zetsu's true form reminded Uchiha Obito anxiously, hoping that the other party would admit his mistake quickly. Hurry up and apologize to Lord Emiya. How could you be Lord Emiya's opponent? Humph, that's hard to say. Uchiha Obito's right eye slowly turned into the shape of a kaleidoscope. He finally decided to take back everything he had lost with his own strength, and opened his declaration of war in a cold voice. If you want to take away the control of the plan, just saying hello is not enough. At least let me see how powerful you, a ninja from the ancient times, are. Chapter 94. You failed too quickly. New SSSSSS level commission. Kamui, a special distortion appeared in Uchiha Obito's right eye. A massive fan suddenly emerged from the special distortion, and he seized it. It was the weapon passed down through the generations of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan in Uchiha Obito's eyes stared intently at Shihara Emiya. His awakened Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan was the very reason why Uchiha Obito dared to challenge the Rinnegan. Nice eyes, Shihara Emiya praised. Shihara Emiya actually possessed the power of Kamui. When he awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan during the ancient times, when he recovered the remains of the six-path sage, he held the mindset of not wanting to remain in this world, and thus awakened the power of the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. The only difference was that Shihara Emiya never told anyone. Hey, but, Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito, unconvinced by his uncanny Kamui power. Even with that strange eye, do you think you can challenge Lord Emiya? Even your ancestor Indra would never be his match. All his efforts to seduce Indra were in vain. He turned out to be even worse than Emiya Shiyuan, whom he had never paid any attention to. Whenever Black Zetsu thought of his decision to use Indra and ignore Emiya Shiyuan, he couldn't help but slap his thigh in regret. Coupled with a millennia of repeated failures, this was the reason for his constant dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan. No need to waste your time. Uchiha Obito suddenly pointed his finger at Emiya Shiyuan and sternly announced his plans for victory. If you lose, then continue to be the medical ninja who roams the ninja world. No need to interfere with this plan. With that, Uchiha Obito ignored Emiya Shiyuan's reply and charged directly at him, brandishing his fan. Stand back, Shihara whispered to Black Zetsu. Don't be careless. Zetsu quietly retreated underground. Itachi also retreated abruptly, his eyes transformed into Sharingan, fixed intently on the two combatants. This was truly a spectacle, and an opportunity to gain crucial intelligence on the opposing team. Itachi knew something about Uchiha Obito's abilities. His Mangekyo Sharingan could enter a mysterious hollow state, seemingly impervious to any attack from the ninja world. So, how could Shihara, possessing the Rinnegan, counter Uchiha Obito? Shihara, seemingly ignoring the oncoming Uchiha, expressionlessly threw the pen he was using to write on his scroll into the air. Itachi was surprised by this action. The next moment, Uchiha Obito was about to charge at Shihara. Emiya Shiyuan raised his palm, and a repulsive force erupted from him, radiating outwards towards Uchiha Obito. Shinra Tensei, this repulsive force instantly destroyed everything in its path. The only thing it escaped was the charging Uchiha Obito. His body seemed to exist outside this world, without a trace of repulsive force. Amidst a cloud of dust, Uchiha Obito's figure rushed forward, not even a speck of dust on his body. This was the Kamui's hollowing ability. Uchiha Obito, completely unconcerned about any attack, charged towards Emiya Shiyuan with confidence, even his victory already secured. As expected, a sneer crossed Uchiha Obito's lips. He had a considerable understanding of the Rinnegan's abilities, knew the Shinra Tensei's weaknesses, and even judged that Emiya Shiyuan would likely use this technique arrogantly. However, this was exactly the tactic Uchiha Obito had devised. Once Emiya Shiyuan used Shinra Tensei first, the technique would have a cooldown period, allowing him to attack without fear of a sudden Shinra Tensei attack. Do you think you can defeat me with just Shinra Tensei? Even the Shinra Tensei you used was so weak. It seems the power of the Rinnegan can lead to arrogance, Uchiha Obito sneered as he rushed towards Emiya Shiyuan, waving his fan and striking him hard. The next moment, the fan was about to strike Emiya Shiyuan's shoulder. As if he could already see himself shattering Emiya Shiyuan's impure earthly form with a single blow, Uchiha Obito's mouth curled up in a grin. Just as his attack was about to land on Emiya Shiyuan's shoulder, he unleashed his Kamui hollowing ability. After all, Kamui allowed him to dodge attacks, but it also prevented him from launching any attacks. Only by releasing Kamui's hollowing state and returning his body to this dimension could he truly strike his opponent. Did he let his guard down? White Zetsu watched the scene nervously. If nothing unexpected happened, it looked like Emiya Shiyuan would be defeated. It was truly unexpected that they would decide the winner in a single move. Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel uneasy. In his heart, Emiya Shiyuan was absolutely invincible. Could it be that he'd be defeated simply because he was too careless the first time he faced Uchiha Obito's strange power? That would be a bit embarrassing. The winner will be decided. Itachi had witnessed the uncanny power of Uchiha Obito's hollow form, and he hadn't expected Emiya Shiyuan, possessing the Rinnegan, to be so incompetent. It looked like the outcome would be decided in a single move. Just as Itachi was doubting this, his Sharingan's dynamic vision suddenly captured something. The pen that Emiya Shiyuan had tossed into the air. When Uchiha Obito rushed in front of Emiya, waving his round fan at him, the pen landed right behind him. It was unknown where the pen was made, but it had a cute slug printed on it. Bang! As Uchiha Obito released his hollow form and swung the round fan at Emiya's shoulder, Shihara's figure instantly vanished from his sight. This, Uchiha Obito's pupils suddenly dilated. However, before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, and a stream of blood spurted out. Flying Thunder God Jutsu Uchiha Obito's body fell to the ground in a mess, finally realizing that he had been defeated by a technique he had defeated before. The last time, 8 years ago, he was defeated by Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God Jutsu during the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha. He never expected to repeat the same mistake again. After the chakra scalpel in Emiya Shiyuan's hand cut open Uchiha Obito's waist and abdomen, he retracted the green blade light and reached out to catch the falling pen. Emiya Shiyuan turned around calmly, looked at Uchiha Obito who fell to the ground, and calmly pronounced the outcome of the battle. You lost, your eyes are just beautiful, it seems that you can't really bring out their power. It seems that the two sides have only fought for one round and the winner has been decided. When the winner was decided, it was so fast that people couldn't even react to the real winner. The battle started so suddenly. The end of this battle was just as sudden. However, the process of such a short battle was so exciting. The moment before, the White Zetsu body was still thinking that Emiya Shiyuan was too careless when facing Uchiha Obito. He was so arrogant that he let Uchiha Obito rush in front of him without dodging. The next moment, the really careless Uchiha Obito had already been defeated. Uchiha Itachi's expression became weird again. If Uchiha Itachi didn't know that Uchiha Obito's ability was weird, he really thought that Uchiha Obito's defeat was a bit too ugly. The voice of the big man Emiya Shiyuan, who made such a bold declaration, had not really dissipated before he was directly hit hard in the battle. I learned to conceal and deceive. Emiya looked at Uchiha Obito on the ground, his voice full of indifference. The last time I was used by the Impure World Reincarnation, I learned a lot from the ninjas of this era, such as the scheming of Senju Tobirama and the Flying Thunder God technique he developed. After all, it is really difficult to keep your original heart after being polluted by the ninjas of your era. When this battle began, I had already designed 2 tactics that could defeat you, although I am a figure from ancient times. Emiya glanced at the slug mark on the pen in his hand, and continued, but it's not just relying on beautiful eyes, Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and supported the fan and wanted to stand up. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes. He caught a lot of information from Emiya's words. It seemed that a lot happened in the era of the second generation Hokage 40 years ago. Judging from this battle, you are indeed not the right person to be in charge of the plan. For someone who can't even endure pain and even starts a fight for power, it's hard for me to believe that your original intention is to bring eternal peace to the world. Of course, after all, you represent Madara. I won't really let you out of the plan. Emiya Shiyuan announced his decision in a cold voice, and he didn't even intend to help Uchiha Obito with his treatment. He could also see the wounds on Uchiha Obito's body that were healing. It seemed that the other party had also transplanted Hashirama's cells. Emiya Shiyuan glanced meaningfully at Uchiha Itachi, who was thinking with his head down, and then looked at Uchiha Obito, who was covering his wound. From today on, just take care of the newcomers you brought with you honestly, and don't have to hold on to the extravagant hope of regaining control of the plan. Uchiha Obito slammed his fist to the ground in anger, regardless of his injuries. A red light flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. This fellow named Uchiha Obito seemed to have completely lost his power, and even felt frustrated and dissatisfied about this matter. Perhaps he could use the other party and get enough information from the other party. However, Uchiha Itachi really felt that Emiya Shiyuan was more suitable to be in charge of the so-called plan than this fellow. At least the other party would not hurt his brother. You are always too tolerant of people. The voice of Black Zetsu came out, and he seemed to be a little regretful that Uchiha Obito was still alive. You should learn from Senju Tobirama's attitude towards them and kill him to avoid future troubles. Let's go. Turning to leave, Emiya Shiyuan casually explained, after all, he's Madara's man. I promised him that he would master the Moon Eye project. As for his true motivation, it was, of course, the brand new commission he just received. The brilliance of this commission had last been seen in ancient times. SSSSS level commission, tell the world, convince the world, that the mysterious masked man is Uchiha Obito. Where did this SSSSS level commission come from? Emiya Shiyuan could even sense a deep resentment in his words. He was somewhat surprised that such a simple task could be given such a high level. But, he shouldn't continue to borrow Madara's name. Emiya Shiyuan, his expression composed, smoothly accepted the commission, but spoke to Black Zetsu, as if defending Uchiha Madara's reputation. Let Uchiha Obito recognize his true identity. Perhaps he's been impersonating Madara for too long, believing that he truly possesses everything Madara has. Let him give up these unrealistic notions. Chapter 95 Emiya Shiyuan who doesn't lie. At all times, Emiya Shiyuan knew that Black Zetsu's trust was paramount. Black Zetsu is the ultimate mastermind behind all things ninja, and his trust was crucial to his success. Therefore, Emiya Shiyuan consulted with Black Zetsu on every decision he made, constantly seeking to convince Black Zetsu of his decisions, often even enlisting Black Zetsu's help in achieving his goals. Even when Emiya Shiyuan simply wanted to expose Uchiha Obito's identity, he consulted with Black Zetsu, despite the fact that the matter was of little importance to either of them. Huh? That idiot. Black Zetsu's smile became more and more sinister, and his disgust for Uchiha Obito had already reached its peak. He's just a pawn left by Madara to prevent us from kicking him out of the plan, but he actually thinks he has Madara's status. In this world polluted by lies, it is always difficult to recognize one's true identity and maintain one's original heart. Emiya Shiyuan sighed again, as if he had learned something from this incident. Black Zetsu, in fact, we have also begun to get used to this era full of deception and betrayal. It is only the belief that Lord Kaguya can achieve eternal peace that has kept us going until now. Don't worry about it. Black Zetsu realized Emiya Shiyuan's mentality, and hurriedly persuaded Emiya Shiyuan. Emiya, when Kaguya is resurrected, everything in this world will return to the starting point. Maybe. Emiya Shiyuan casually changed the subject, as if he didn't have enough confidence in Kaguya. Speaking of which, if we rashly enter Konoha, will it cause unnecessary trouble? I seem to have forgotten to find out some information about Konoha from them just now. Emiya Shiyuan's voice gradually calmed down. We must first find the bearer of Orochimaru's resurrection seal. Whether we deal with him or use him in the future, we cannot allow him to leak information about the Akatsuki organization in the future. Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel helpless. Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel a little angry at the Six Paths Sage. However, Black Zetsu knew that he could only work hard to restore Emiya Shiyuan's confidence, so he could only follow Emiya Shiyuan's topic and talk about his own speculation. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi just slaughtered the Uchiha clan. Such a major event has occurred in Konoha. The vigilance of Konoha ninjas may be increased beyond imagination. It may not be a problem for White Zetsu and I to infiltrate and gather intelligence, but Emiya Shiyuan was more troublesome. However, Emiya Shiyuan was the one who wanted to enter Konoha. Emiya Shiyuan couldn't guarantee that his actions in Konoha would not be discovered. Their purpose in coming to Konoha was to capture the person bearing Orochimaru's cursed seal, thereby controlling him and forcing him into Akatsuki's service. Only Emiya Shiyuan, the one who had once created the cursed seal, possessed the foresight to detect this person. No problem, Emiya Shiyuan seemed unconcerned, even prepared to be exposed long beforehand. He continued to guide Black Zetsu toward his own ideas. Even if I'm exposed, it doesn't matter. Orochimaru once mentioned that there might be people I know in this village, and perhaps a peaceful solution could be found. I've mastered ninja deception, and I'll trick them. Black Zetsu was a little skeptical of Emiya Shiyuan's words. Honestly, Emiya Shiyuan was truly reliable in every way. Even given a plan, he could pull it off on his own. The only thing that struck Black Zetsu as unreliable was Emiya Shiyuan's claim of mastering deception. How could he possibly be so confident? He had originally tasked Shihara with deceiving Uchiha Madara, but Shihara had previously told him he wasn't a good liar, nearly thwarting their attempt. Fortunately, Madara deeply disliked Senju Tobirama and believed everything was his fault. Black Zetsu, however, was terrified, constantly worried that their attempt to exploit Uchiha Madara would fail due to Shihara's inability to lie. Therefore, even though Shihara often claimed to have mastered the art of ninja deception, Black Zetsu had little faith in his ability to lie. He believed Shihara had mastered the art of concealment, despite his self-righteous deceptions. It seemed as if he remained silent whenever faced with a crucial issue. What kind of a cover-up was this? If the ninja of this era hadn't been unaware of Kaguya's existence, Black Zetsu would have suspected their plan had already been leaked. Perhaps even when the other party asked about Kaguya's resurrection, Emiya Shiyuan would remain silent, a silence that almost felt like a confession. Are you sure you can hide this from those Konoha people? Black Zetsu asked Emiya Shiyuan cautiously. Trust me, Black Zetsu, I've mastered the ninja's deception techniques. Emiya Shiyuan nodded, as if he was extremely confident in his methods, a confidence that suddenly made Black Zetsu feel a little insecure. If my identity were discovered, I'd tell them I was here to pay my respects to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It just so happened that I didn't see Hashirama in the underworld. After being resurrected by Orochimaru, I broke free of his control and stopped by Konoha to pay my respects to his grave. That sounds fine. I remember you had a good relationship with Hashirama back then. Black Zetsu felt something was amiss. It felt like Emiya Shiyuan wasn't lying, that what he said was more than a little truthful, so he tried to test him. If someone asks about your relationship with the Akatsuki, no, Emiya Shiyuan replied expressionlessly, then frowned. Actually, I don't think there's any need to lie about this kind of question. The Akatsuki is committed to the will of eternal peace throughout the ninja world. It was indeed me who told Madara this method. We originally believed that Madara was a fellow believer in achieving eternal peace. This will was passed down and gave rise to the current Akatsuki. In fact, there was nothing wrong with this statement. This rhetoric could even convince everyone in the ninja world. Anyone would undoubtedly believe that this was a method left behind by Emiya Shiyuan, only to be exploited by Uchiha Madara. The key point was this: Emiya Shiyuan seemed to be telling the truth. Doesn't that sound true? White Zetsu couldn't help but doubt the veracity of what he was hearing. Emiya Shiyuan, your lies and concealment, still as clumsy as ever. Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache about Emiya Shiyuan. While it was Emiya Shiyuan's honesty and kindness that had earned his trust, it also gave Black Zetsu some cause for concern. His honesty meant he was less likely to lie to others, but it also meant his kindness could be used to persuade others. It was truly unfortunate. Fortunately, this little bit of worry was actually a positive development for him. For no one in the ninja world was more closely connected to Emiya Shiyuan than he was, and no one more worthy of Emiya Shiyuan's trust. Don't you believe me? Emiya Shiyuan frowned, seemingly in dissatisfaction, as if testing him. I used the flying thunder god jutsu to deceive Obito during the battle. I will always believe you. In ancient times, you were a true genius. Black Zetsu sighed, his trust in Emiya Shiyuan immense. He spoke his own assessment of him, yet concealed another inner assessment. Apart from lying, he was capable of anything else. Okay, even if something unexpected happens, it doesn't matter. Emiya Shiyuan's eyes gleamed, his Rinnegan appearing so trustworthy to Black Zetsu. I've learned a lot from Tobirama Senju, and I'm no longer as repulsed by the benefits of powerful strength as I was before. Konoha Village. The village had indeed become heavily guarded. Due to the drastic changes caused by the Uchiha clan's extermination, everyone in Konoha was worried about infiltration. Anbu ninjas patrolled the village's periphery for extended periods, and the barrier protecting Konoha was always active, ensuring that anyone attempting to infiltrate would be detected by the Konoha barrier squad. In order to avoid any accidents, Konoha even took the initiative to suspend external commissions. If it weren't for the need for daily necessities, Konoha would probably have cut off all visits from outsiders during this sensitive and tense time. Even so, Konoha's scrutiny of outsiders has become stricter. However, this kind of defense is nothing to Emiya Shiyuan. Because Emiya Shiyuan mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he could leave the mark of the Flying Thunder God on Zetsu's body, and through them, he could directly bypass Konoha's protective barrier and enter. Let's go worship Hashirama first. Emiya Shiyuan immediately chose the memorial stone on the back mountain of Konoha. So, the corners of White Zetsu's mouth twitched, remembering that Emiya Shiyuan's claim that worshipping Senju Hashirama was his lie. Are you Lord Emiya who never lies, huh? Black Zetsu looked at Emiya Shiyuan's back, and remembered the past. After all, Senju Hashirama once held his hope for world peace, a meaningless peace. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Emiya Shiyuan in Action. Konoha Village. The memorial stone in the back hills. Hatake Kakashi had been coming here quite frequently lately. Whenever he encountered something happy or sad, or something meaningful, he would visit the graves of his old friends. This was his sustenance. Or rather, this place held many of his sustenance. Both his teachers and friends were long ago buried here. I'll be on a long mission for a while. I guess I won't have time to see you until the village has forgotten the Uchiha tragedy and relaxed. Apart from Yamato, there weren't any happy events today. I'm also a bit busy, and I have to visit my father's grave later. Hatake Kakashi placed 2 bouquets of white flowers in front of the graves of his 2 former teammates and said a sincere goodbye. Obito, Rin, goodbye. As he was about to leave, he seemed to notice something strange. There was a new bouquet of flowers on the tombstone of Konoha's first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Even the tombstone had been swept clean. It seemed a little strange, yet not particularly strange. In fact, the Konoha ninjas of this era no longer revered the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, because the founder of Konoha was too distant from them. Many of the ninjas who once admired him had long since passed away. Most of the time, the first Hokage's tombstone was cleaned collectively, as Tsunade, the only relative left, was away traveling. Hatake Kakashi didn't seem to mind it, thinking it might have been the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been there. He turned and left the memorial's burial area. Next, let's go and sweep his grave, Hatake Kakashi said, shaking the thought out of his mind as he headed towards the burial site of his father, Hatake Tsukumo. Even though the Konoha Sannin had attended his father's funeral, and even though Tsunade had insisted that Hatake Tsukumo's remains be buried at the memorial, the others still objected. Since Tsunade had left Konoha to continue her journey through the ninja world, the young Hatake Kakashi was unable to object to the village's decision. People believed Hatake Tsukumo had committed suicide out of fear of punishment after failing his mission, and his grave was relocated to a small corner of the cemetery. This was a deeply embarrassing situation. Hatake Kakashi had felt immense pain as a child, but as he grew older and saw more and more people dying around him, he no longer cared about it. Too many people had died. Everyone who was important to him was dying. Furthermore, even with his growing power, Hatake Kakashi was powerless to change the majority of the village. Perhaps his father also didn't want to be buried at the memorial. His father's wishes were alien to the other ninja in the village. Perhaps only Uchiha Obito, his long-dead teammate, would agree with his father. However, as Hatake Kakashi reminisced about these past events, he slowly walked to a small corner of the cemetery and saw a bouquet of white flowers placed at his father's headstone. Even the weeds around the tombstone had been cleared clean. Have any friends come to visit him? Hatake Kakashi was a little surprised. He knew his father had few friends, and even fewer would bother to visit. Perhaps only Tsunade-sama was left. He remembered a bouquet of white flowers placed on the first Hokage's tombstone. Could it be that Tsunade-sama, who had been away on a journey, had returned? Had the tragedy of the Uchiha clan within Konoha finally alarmed her? So much so that she, after years away, was forced to return to the village? But that was none of his business. Hatake Kakashi returned to the village's commercial street, intending to buy some groceries, pack up, and return to Anbu duty. Konoha's Anbu had been quite busy lately, shouldering the responsibility of guarding against infiltration. Even before the Uchiha clan's demise, the village's barrier squad had repeatedly reported irregularities within the barrier, but they had never uncovered the details. At this sensitive time, patrols around the village must be stepped up again. A sweet shop in Konoha village. Kakashi Hatake strolled here. Before a big event happened in the village, there would always be people lining up here to buy sweets, but it seemed that there were fewer people lining up recently. A group of former classmates of Kakashi Hatake were gathered here. They were also taking advantage of the short break to get together and discuss the destruction of the Uchiha clan. I really didn't expect it. The Uchiha clan would be destroyed by a 13-year-old chunin. By the way, were there any Uchiha classmates in our class? Have you forgotten? Kakashi's teammate Uchiha Obito? But I remember he seemed to have died in the Ninja World War. A young man with a watermelon head and green tights spoke slowly. He soon noticed Kakashi Hatake and quickly called out to him. Hey, Kakashi, over here. Hatake Kakashi glanced at him briefly before slowly moving forward. Remembering the 2 bouquets of white flowers he'd seen at the memorial in Konoha's back mountains, he casually asked, Have you seen Tsunade-sama? No. Is Tsunade-sama back? The Konoha ninjas exchanged surprised glances. What's wrong, Kakashi? The young man in green tights, who was closest to Hatake Kakashi, looked at his friend curiously. You seem to be getting more and more down lately. At this point, the young man clenched his fists and shouted, How about we have a youth showdown now? I'm leaving. Hatake Kakashi shrugged him off, seemingly turning to leave. He wasn't in the mood to chat with his classmates. However, as he was about to leave, he noticed a strange figure sitting under a tree outside the sweet shop. Their behavior seemed out of place in Konoha. The man wore a concealing hat, a glass of unopened sugarcane juice beside him, and a pen in hand, writing on a scroll. He looked like a ninja, because only ninjas could use that kind of scroll. Had no one in the village noticed his unusual behavior? His strange attire didn't seem like that of a Konoha ninja, and at this sensitive time, he seemed someone who needed to be scrutinized. Kakashi Hatake approached with some suspicion, intending to inquire about his background to prevent any potential complications for the Anbu. However, as he approached, he saw that the man had already put away the scroll and was heading towards Konoha's commercial district, running straight towards the Konoha ninja. That ninja seemed to be the village's special jounin, Anko Mitarashi. Actually, this special jounin didn't have a strong presence in the village, with her fondness for sweets and a somewhat volatile temper. But that was perfectly normal, given her unique status. Mitarashi Anko's teacher was Orochimaru, a Konoha S-rank renegade ninja. Her teacher's defection left her unhappy in the village, and she dedicated herself to hunting down her renegade teacher. Besides her fondness for sweets, she had few other hobbies. Hatake Kakashi initially assumed that if the man knew the village ninja, Mitarashi Anko, he wasn't an enemy, and perhaps he'd been a bit overly sensitive lately. However, he didn't know what the mysterious man had said. A look of shock crossed Mitarashi Anko's face, and she followed him closely. This immediately struck Kakashi as something strange. This was incredibly strange. It didn't seem right at all. Did something happen? Curious, Kakashi followed quietly, subconsciously pondering the identity of the man in the bamboo hat. Who is that man? The next moment, a gentle breeze picked up. The breeze ripped a tiny slit in the bamboo hat, allowing Kakashi Hatake to glimpse a glimpse of the man's true face. He had a pair of vertical pupils. Kakashi had seen them before. That S-rank ninja who had defected from Konoha. When he was ordered to hunt him down, he was paralyzed by the murderous intent emanating from him. That's when he saw the vertical pupils. A flash of shock flashed through Kakashi Hatake's heart, and his hand instinctively grasped his kunai. He had already known the man's true identity. Orochimaru, who had long since defected, had reappeared in Konoha. Leaving a sign from the Anbu requesting support, Kakashi Hatake personally followed Orochimaru and Anko Mitarashi, observing their every move. Kakashi Hatake never imagined that his tracking had already been discovered. A black and white creature quietly emerged from the ground, its movements agile and swift, quickly erasing the sign Kakashi had left requesting support. It seems that Lord Emiya has found the curse seal left by Orochimaru. White Zetsu looked at the three figures in the distance and couldn't help but chuckle as he praised Emiya Shiyuan's wisdom. In fact, Lord Emiya does master deception. He used the transformation technique to become the appearance of Orochimaru. Did he successfully deceive the little girl? The flaw has been revealed. Black Zetsu's voice was a little weird. It watched the whole process of Emiya Shiyuan's so-called deception and felt helpless about Emiya Shiyuan's clumsy means. As the resurrection backup given by Orochimaru to the soul curse seal, the little girl must have a close relationship with Orochimaru, but Emiya doesn't even know the other party's name. He just relied on Orochimaru's face to deceive people. The little girl must have discovered Emiya's flaw. Emiya doesn't really think that his acting skills have deceived her, right, but their goal was finally achieved. Although Black Zetsu didn't know what the young girl from Konoha was thinking, she eventually left with Emiya Shiyuan, who was still impersonating Orochimaru. Perhaps she desperately wanted to get information about Orochimaru, but she certainly couldn't escape Emiya Shiyuan's control. Unfortunately, the time was too short, and Emiya Shiyuan's whereabouts had already been discovered. Kakashi, I remember he was Obito's friend. White Zetsu looked at the figure of Hatake Kakashi and sighed softly. I didn't expect that it was the kid we used back then who discovered a trace of Lord Emiya. It doesn't matter, anyway, he can't be Emiya Shiyuan's opponent. Black Zetsu chuckled lightly, but relying on his familiarity with Emiya Shiyuan, he told the ending of Hatake Kakashi. However, he was lucky. Fortunately, he met Shihara. He should be able to survive under Shihara's mercy. Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, was Shihara's assistant. Shihara had just paid homage to Hatake Tsukumo's grave in the morning. Shihara could show mercy to Uchiha Obito, Madara's successor, let alone the son of an old friend. Really, meaningless kindness to Kaguya. Everyone in this world deserves to die. How can your momentary kindness change the ending of their lives? Chapter 97 Storm released Chidori Flow. In fact, everything was just as Black Zetsu had predicted. Although Emiya Shiyuan had impersonated Orochimaru to trick Madara into leaving him, he'd revealed so many flaws that even Madara couldn't stand it. Where did this little thief come from? He couldn't even remember the roads around Konoha. That's a dead end. Madara rolled her eyes weakly, glaring at the person impersonating Orochimaru and teasing her. Teacher Orochimaru, this is the way out of the village, is that so? Orochimaru's voice was a hint of confusion before he tried to reason. I can't believe Konoha has changed so much in recent years. Yes, Madara nodded dimly, her tongue instinctively licking the candy stain at the corner of her mouth, ready to give this little thief a brutal death. If you're thirsty, you can have a glass of sugarcane juice. Orochimaru handed Madara the unopened can of sugarcane juice, looking like a kind teacher. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. A dangerous smile crossed Madara face. This guy's impersonation was so incomplete. As Orochimaru's disciple, when she was still a teenager, Orochimaru would buy her desserts, but he always bought her the best red bean soup. Sugarcane juice was actually what Orochimaru's teammate Tsunade liked. However, Orochimaru never misjudged the preferences of his disciples and teammates. He was always so attentive. Although Madara was furious about her teacher's defection, she had to admit that he was sometimes very skilled at deceiving others, making them believe they were safe around him. How dare this little thief impersonating Orochimaru deceive her without even knowing his own preferences? The wind rustled through the forest. Tall trees stood still in the wind, and only the dense leaves rustled in the wind. The road Madara pointed out did indeed lead out of the village, but it passed through a dense forest, rarely visited. Who are you? Madara suddenly stopped in her tracks, her voice coldly demanding. Orochimaru isn't as naive as you. What do you mean? Orochimaru turned back in bewilderment, as if he couldn't believe he'd made such a mistake. Only when he saw Madara already clutching her kunai, ready to strike at any moment, did he sigh and ask, "When did you see through me?" From the very beginning, Madara hand tightened around the kunai, a sweet smile playing on her lips. Actually, your transformation technique is so exceptional that I couldn't detect a single flaw. But I'm Orochimaru's disciple, and I know everything about him. This understanding brought her both joy and pain. Her intimate knowledge of Orochimaru's little habits had once made her feel delighted that she and her teacher would have a perfect rapport. But after Orochimaru's defection, she painfully discovered that her life was filled with traces of his presence. At least one thing, Orochimaru wouldn't mistake the way to the village. Madara Shianko couldn't help but sneer, and her attitude suddenly became stern. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Orochimaru? What is your purpose? Orochimaru suddenly fell silent. Zetsu, who happened to be hiding underground, had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Black Zetsu had long seen Emiya Shiyuan's style and couldn't help but sigh softly. See? This is the concealment that Shihara thinks he has learned. He always thinks that his silence at times like this is the ninja's way of concealing things. Fortunately, the other party doesn't know Lord Emiya's identity. White Zetsu couldn't help but feel sympathetic and replied in a low voice, otherwise, why do I always feel that this silence is like a tacit agreement? The next moment, Orochimaru finally spoke. He even spoke the truth directly. I can't tell you too much, I just need you as a hostage, because I need to use Orochimaru's cursed seal on you. Look, the hiding Black Zetsu seemed to have found an opportunity to criticize Emiya Shiyuan, and quickly took the opportunity to whisper. Once he doesn't know what to say, he starts telling the truth. The hiding White Zetsu is also helpless at this. So the cursed seal is trying to kidnap me. Madara Shianko narrowed her eyes and reached out to touch her neck, where Orochimaru had placed the cursed seal on her. However, Orochimaru had erased all her memories of receiving the cursed seal, even the memories of that time and place. Even after her return, she continued to suffer the pain of the cursed seal. The third Hokage discovered the evil of the cursed seal and sealed it away completely, so that she would never have to suffer the pain it brought. It seems there's no time for discussion. Orochimaru seemed to notice Hatake Kakashi following them, and a determined look flashed across his cold, vertical pupils. Someone's been following us. I have to get you away quickly to avoid being discovered by more people. The next moment, Orochimaru rushed forward. Then let me capture you and interrogate you myself. Madara Shianko snorted coldly, her windbreaker fluttering in the wind, her plump figure trembling slightly under her tight fishnet top. Her short skirt didn't hinder her rapid forward movement. This woman's speed was astonishing. The sharp kunai in Matarashi's hand drew a dangerous arc, a sign of the Orochi-style swordsmanship. Even though Madara Shianko wasn't skilled in swordsmanship, her fighting style habitually adopted the cunning and eccentric style inherited from Orochimaru. So weak, Orochimaru's voice seemed to be filled with confusion once again. He leaned slightly to avoid a kunai, his palm already striking the woman's wrist. A flash of shock crossed Madara Shianko's face. But before she could escape, she felt a pain in her wrist, and the kunai involuntarily fell from her hand, landing directly in the opponent's hands. In a single round, her weapon was taken away. She didn't even have time to cast any hand seals. As Madara Shianko tried to retreat, the opponent, holding the cold, sharp kunai, placed it on her neck, signaling her defeat. So strong, Madara Shianko felt as if her whole body was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Madara Shianko had never encountered such a terrifying close combat with a ninja. The opponent's attacks were so fast that she couldn't keep up. She had no time to react and was easily subdued. This simple guy actually possessed such terrifying strength. I'd like to borrow your kunai, is that okay? Orochimaru stopped looking at the subdued Anko Matarashi, and without waiting for her to reply, his gaze settled on a figure lurking in the distance. Come out, I've been sensing your presence for a while. The silver-haired young ninja, finally certain he'd been spotted, broke free from hiding and slowly stepped forward, hands raised. Kakashi. Anko Matarashi addressed him by name. Although raised by Orochimaru, she had always been rude and disrespectful of her elders. It's me, I never imagined I'd be involved in such a bizarre kidnapping case. Hatake Kakashi seemed to relax. He raised his ninja forward protector, revealing his usually concealed Sharingan. Then, he quietly clasped his hands together in an odd gesture, speaking to attract Orochimaru's attention. Orochimaru, let go of Anko. Hatake Kakashi concentrated the chakra in his body and said nonchalantly, there is no need to take hostages in front of a defeated opponent like me, right, Kakashi? He is not Orochimaru. Madara Shianko quickly exposed the identity of Orochimaru. He is just a guy pretending to be Orochimaru. Then who is he? Hatake Kakashi's mind was a little dazed by what Madara Shianko said. I haven't asked yet, Madara Shianko replied righteously, completely ignoring the fact that she was a hostage, and seemed not to care about the kunai around her neck. Your name is Anko? It seems that this man named Orochimaru just knew the name of Madara Shienko, and he really is just pretending to be Orochimaru to sneak into Konoha. Hey, you guy. Madara Shienko's face darkened, as if she couldn't stand the imposter's style of behavior. You want to kidnap your target, but you don't even know my name. As a ninja, Madara Shienko is not a very cautious person. She didn't expect that this thief is even less cautious than her. What is this? He doesn't even know her name. He kidnapped her so accurately. Who are you, sir? A thin layer of sweat slowly began to appear on Hatake Kakashi's forehead. His eyes tightened slightly, as if he was going to continue chatting. He sneaked into Konoha so openly and kidnapped a ninja from Konoha. It seems that he is not an ordinary person. Don't ask about my identity anymore, lest I really say it accidentally. It will not be good for us. Orochimaru's expression turned grim, and he stated his conditions. You can leave now, and I promise not to hurt this red bean. That's great. Hatake Kakashi nodded as if he was going to agree. However, the next moment, when Hatake Kakashi clasped his hands together, a bright light shone. Storm release, Chidori flurry. Arcs of lightning jumped out violently in his palm, and drew chaotic arcs in the air. The trajectories of these lightning arcs were unpredictable, and they kept turning and circling in the air like flowing water, but under the control of Hatake Kakashi, they bypassed the hostage Madara Shienko and flew straight to the kidnapper behind. The speed of the lightning arcs was very fast. This is a kind of storm release technique that can completely attack the enemy by passing over the hostages while the enemy is unable to react. It is often used by Hatake Kakashi to sneak attack enemies hiding behind trees. To put it bluntly, the practicality of this storm release is even stronger than his favorite lightning release, Chidori. Especially under the dynamic vision capture of the Sharingan, the power of storm release, Chidori turbulence can hit the target more accurately. This is why Hatake Kakashi revealed his Sharingan in advance. This hostage rescue tactic was successful. Chapter 98, The Defeat of Hatake Kakashi. This move was a sure thing. Having used it countless times in battle, Hatake Kakashi was certain that even with the speed, Madara Shienko wouldn't be harmed. However, a strange scene unfolded. Storm release, Chidori rush not only failed to harm the hostage, Madara Shienko, but also the kidnapper impersonating Orochimaru. Storm release, the kidnapper's speed was astonishing. The kunai, which had been swaying from Madara Shienko's neck, instantly withdrew, his figure vanishing from the spot. He opened his mouth and blew a gust of wind at the kunai. Wind release, vacuum blade, the Orochimaru impersonator raised the vacuum blade in his hand, instantly severing arcs of lightning. It seemed like a piece of cake for him. Lightning release chakra is often countered by wind release. The chaotic arcs of lightning unleashed by storm style, Chidori flurry were completely slashed apart by wind style, vacuum blade, scattering around him. Each arc avoided his body with exquisite precision, seemingly completely useless. How is this possible? Hatake Kakashi's pupils widened involuntarily. He had never imagined that his most skillful move would suffer such a catastrophic error, nor had he expected the opponent's method to break it so simple, even taking him by surprise. Dust and smoke surged. The shattered arcs of lightning exploded the moment they landed. A sudden gust of wind swept away all the dust and smoke in an instant. The world is truly full of deception and lies. As the dust and smoke dissipated, a voice slowly emerged, reaching Hatake Kakashi's ears. I thought our agreement had worked. I didn't expect you to choose to deceive me, while secretly concentrating chakra to attack. That's right, I should have thought of that. Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but remain silent for a moment. No, the ninja seemed to be mocking himself for lying. But could he really believe such words? Even his friend, Might Guy, who is always close by, wouldn't be so naive as to believe such a lie as, if you take the hostages and leave, I won't chase you. Your storm release is quite good. Orochimaru raised his vacuum blade again, a glint flashing in his vertical pupils, ready to fight Hatake Kakashi again. But it's no match for your wind release. Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Honestly, the other party was a difficult one. Although Madara Shienko was rude and uncultured, she was still a comrade of Konoha, and he couldn't let her fall into his hands. Leave now, I can pretend what happened today never happened. Hatake Kakashi took a deep breath, determined to intervene. He outlined his next steps. I've already left a signal for Anbu support while tracking. Anbu ninjas will be arriving soon. Konoha's Anbu won't arrive. Even if they do, it's useless. The kidnapper, still holding the vacuum blade pointed at Orochimaru's face, his gaze gradually grew cold and ruthless. You can choose to leave now, or I can pretend you never showed up. He knew Black Zetsu would surely help him eliminate Hatake Kakashi's tracks. While Black Zetsu couldn't confront Hatake Kakashi, he could certainly eliminate any support signals Hatake Kakashi had left for Konoha. You're not giving up, do you think you can stop me? The kidnapper's gaze fell on Hatake Kakashi, taking in his silver white hair. As if recalling the name Anko Materashi had called out, he slowly spoke Hatake Kakashi's first and last name. Hatake Kakashi. He guessed it, White Zetsu sighed, lurking underground. Of course he would, Black Zetsu didn't even think twice. He had already guessed Emiya Shiyuan would figure out Hatake Kakashi's identity. The village of Konoha possesses the storm release bloodline, and Hatake Kakashi looks so much like Hatake Tsukumo. He must be the child of an old friend. Above ground, Hatake Kakashi pulled out his kunai. No matter what, while Hatake Kakashi looked somewhat unmotivated, he refused to back down. I can't just watch my fellow villagers fall into your hands. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. He also tightened his grip on the vacuum blade, signaling he wouldn't give up on kidnapping Anko Materashi. A fierce wind attribute chakra began to gather around him. In this state, it couldn't possibly be Orochimaru. Even though everyone already knew he wasn't Orochimaru. Both he and Hatake Kakashi knew that Orochimaru's disguise was no longer effective. Are we going to use wind-style chakra? White Zetsu whispered underground, discussing Emiya Shiyuan's plan. Hatake Kakashi is skilled in lightning style, Shihara has already figured it out. Only wind-style chakra is the strongest counter to lightning style, making it easier to defeat Kakashi. Add to that Shihara's swordsmanship, honed in ancient times. Black Zetsu couldn't help but let a sinister smile flicker across his face as he spoke. HMPH, Shihara once defeated Indra with his swordsmanship. The next moment, a sudden, violent gust of wind arose. Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan had already captured the opponent's oncoming figure, and he hurriedly thrust his kunai forward to block the incoming vacuum blade. Clang! The kunai was instantly severed by the sharp wind-style ninjutsu. However, the opponent's vacuum blade lifted the broken kunai blade and unleashed another burst of wind-style chakra towards the broken blade. What a joke! Hatake Kakashi watched the scene in disbelief. This speed was too terrifying. He instantly severed his kunai and used the broken blade to launch an attack. The next moment, the kunai blade, wrapped in wind chakra, was directly picked up by the opponent like a wind shuriken, and rolled towards Hatake Kakashi at high speed. Wind-style shuriken. Hatake Kakashi retreated quickly. He had never thought that the opponent could use the wind-style shuriken in this way. This enemy was more skilled in fighting than he imagined. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Hatake Kakashi quickly closed his palms, raised his hands, formed a seal, and slammed them to the ground. A wall suddenly rose from the ground, carved with a cute and iconic dog head. But this wall was too fragile. The high-speed rotation of the wind-style shuriken, igniting sharp wind-style chakra, suddenly severed the wall, forcing Hatake Kakashi to retreat rapidly. Whoosh! A shuriken flew out, striking the core of the wind-style shuriken, finally redirecting it and averting the threat that had nearly severed his body. Without further ado, Hatake Kakashi reached into his tool bag and drew another kunai, blocking the oncoming enemy. This time, he no longer resisted the direction of the vacuum blade. Instead, he focused on resisting the kunai, the core carrier of the wind-style vacuum blade. You are no match for me, I have no intention of killing you. Orochimaru continued to push Hatake Kakashi back, seeming extremely dissatisfied with his attitude. It's enough to stop here. Hatake Kakashi's eyes flashed with a scarlet Sharingan, but he did not use any genjutsu on the opponent, but only used the Sharingan's dynamic vision ability to observe the opponent's movements. Fast. Incredibly fast. To resist the opponent's attack, Hatake Kakashi didn't even have the energy to speak. He could only focus on the opponent's relentless attack of vacuum blades. It was dangerous. He could be seriously injured at any moment. However, he seemed to have already arrived, and there was no time to retreat. Kakashi, keep going. The only thing Anko could do at this moment was to cheer. Run away. Hatake Kakashi quickly shot her a helpless look, hoping that while he could hold the opponent back, Anko could escape. But Anko seemed helpless. Her legs had been engulfed in mud. Even her body was trapped in the mud by the earth escape technique, making it impossible to escape. And Hatake Kakashi didn't even notice the earth escape technique being used. "I don't like killing people," a look of dissatisfaction flashed across Orochimaru's face. Taking advantage of the gap between his sword swings, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked Hatake Kakashi in the chest. "That's perfect. I don't like it either." While Hatake Kakashi was speaking, he held the kunai tightly in his hand and rushed forward again without caring about his life. The next moment, Hatake Kakashi felt countless sharp blades coming at him. Even though the opponent maintained the false appearance of Orochimaru, the powerful wind-style ninjutsu and swordsmanship made him unable to raise his head. Hatake Kakashi was like facing a violent storm, as if he would be completely defeated in the next moment, leaving Hatake Kakashi with no ability to resist. Lightning release, Kunai Reikiri. Hatake Kakashi's figure quickly retreated, and he swung his hand to fill the kunai in his hand with lightning chakra, and threw it towards the opponent's figure. This kunai filled with lightning chakra was extremely sharp, and even the lightning chakra attached to it made its speed astonishingly fast. Sizzle. The vacuum blade and the Reikiri kunai rubbed against each other. As Hatake Kakashi watched, the enemy raised the vacuum blade and, with a fraction of a second, pierced through the hollow handle of the Reikiri kunai. With a powerful twist of his arm, he flung the Reikiri kunai back. The Reikiri kunai instantly pierced Hatake Kakashi's shoulder. His body was instantly pinned to a tree. Bang! His body instantly dissipated into smoke. His form was a mere shadow clone, intended to attract attention. The next moment, Hatake Kakashi's head emerged from the ground. Earth-style, heart decapitation technique. Hatake Kakashi's hand emerged from the ground, grasping Orochimaru's ankle and attempting to drag him underground. Successfully performing the earth-style, heart decapitation technique on an enemy, it ensnares them in the earth. However, Hatake Kakashi never had this chance again. He saw the other party's palm slam into the ground, and the ground suddenly became hard as rock. Hatake Kakashi's head was exposed, and his whole body was sealed in the stone-hard earth. This sneak attack with a decapitation technique in mind actually trapped him, leaving him with no chance of escape. At this moment, Hatake Kakashi could only watch helplessly as the other party picked up Madara Shienko, who was also buried in the earth, and swaggered away towards the outside of Konoha village. Chapter 99. Let a person recognize his identity. A person's life is a thread. This thread may be entangled with other threads. However, sometimes two threads may not intersect until far in the future, inevitably requiring someone to tug at them prematurely. Emiya Shiyuan is, in fact, the one twisting the thread. For Shihara, kidnapping Anko Materashi has become a minor task, a convenient way to gain leverage over Orochimaru. Now, Shihara's only real goal for Konoha is to find a suitable individual, manipulate them into revealing the truth about Uchiha Obito's survival and fulfilling his SSSSS level commission. A suitable individual would undoubtedly have a bond with Uchiha Obito. However, Uchiha Obito had long since lost everything he had. He personally killed his teacher, Minato Namikaze, and slaughtered his Uchiha clan. Only one former teammate, Hatake Kakashi, remained alive, and only Hatake Kakashi would show any interest in Uchiha Obito. These two were bound by an unbreakable bond in the past, destined to be entangled in the future by that past. Not really. Strictly speaking, there was also a bond of hatred between Uzumaki Naruto, Minato Namikaze's son, and Uchiha Obito, but unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto was only 8 years old at the time. Emiya Shiyuan couldn't wait for Hatake Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto to discover Uchiha Obito's true identity. He knew the lucrative rewards of such SSSSS level commissions, and this was the only one currently available. Emiya Shiyuan needed to complete this commission quickly to free up his own commissions, allowing him to secure more achievable commissions and gain more power, giving him a greater advantage in the final battle he had planned. The first step in this commission was naturally to lure out Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi had witnessed a kidnapping of the village's ninjas, and even though he seemed unmotivated now, he wouldn't sit idly by and allow this to happen. Emiya Shiyuan sat beneath a large tree, deducing the Impure World Reincarnation technique on a scroll with a pen, while slowly pondering his own plans. If nothing unexpected happened, Hatake Kakashi would surely find a way to recover her, right? Inside Konoha village, Hatake Kakashi was rescued. After being rescued, Hatake Kakashi immediately reported to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that Madara Shienko had been kidnapped by enemies within the village. Even though Konoha had just suffered the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage couldn't sit idly by and watch a village ninja being kidnapped by outsiders. Regardless, once he learned of this, Konoha couldn't remain indifferent. The opponent is extremely skilled in wind escape and swordsmanship. Hatake Kakashi's words made the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen frown. Fortunately, Kakashi thought for a while and immediately added, he is also very good at earth escape. When I used the earth escape technique in battle, he broke it instantly before I could even perform it successfully. The opponent is also very experienced in combat. I was easily defeated by him without any chance to fight back. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Secondly, the opponent should have accomplices. This accomplice is likely still lurking in Konoha to cooperate with his actions, because when I was tracking the opponent, I left a signal of Anbu support, but these signals were erased unknowingly. There is another very strange thing. After the opponent subdued me, he did not choose to kill me. Maybe he felt that my strength was weak and I didn't need to be taken seriously by him. After all, the opponent claimed that he didn't like killing, but he was ruthless when he struck. As long as I didn't have time to react in time during the battle, I might be killed by the opponent. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought with his pipe in his mouth. Because Hatake Kakashi was Konoha's current most outstanding young ninja, perhaps even one in a million, defeating him so swiftly was definitely no ordinary person. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't figure out the man's identity. If he was only skilled in wind escape techniques and swordsmanship, and was in league with Orochimaru, with accomplices within the village, he would have been an easy target. The problem was, he also excelled in earth escape techniques. Such a man should be a renowned ninja, but no matter how Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it, it didn't make sense. He didn't have time to gather more intelligence. We have no choice but to begin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew serious, and he said in a deep voice, Kakashi, I authorize you to form a special operations team to recover Anko. The village barrier squad reported an anomaly this afternoon. Someone has passed through the western barrier. You can track them in the direction of river country. There were no abnormalities when the person infiltrated Konoha. Perhaps someone is secretly supporting him. I will also send people to conduct a thorough search in the village and other directions. Yes, Hatake Kakashi had no objection. Konoha's Anbu were always on duty. In this sensitive situation, the only ones who could be mobilized were the village's other idle ninja. Fortunately, Konoha had suspended external commissions at this time, so they should be able to find some strong ninja. And there should be a lot of them who could help, right? A multi-party battle between ninja is not as simple as a one-on-one one. He can select some suitable personnel, at least he will not be as helpless as before. Besides, the enemy's strength did not make Kakashi completely lose confidence. Based on Kakashi Hatake's combat experience, the opponent wasn't beyond the range of a normal ninja, merely possessing a slightly excessive degree of wind escape and swordsmanship. Jounin Might Guy, Special Jounin Kurna Iyuhi, Kakashi Hatake first sought out two of his former classmates, then his most trusted Anbu ninja, the village's Anbu ninja, codenamed Tenzo. Due to time constraints, Kakashi Hatake could only muster the personnel he could confidently call upon, who were also relatively suitable. Might Guy possessed formidable physical abilities. Kurna Iyuhi possessed excellent perception and excelled in Jinjutsu. Tenzo possessed Konoha's most unique wood release bloodline, and while his wood release was perhaps only 1/10 that of the first Hokage, it often proved invaluable during missions. Kakashi Hatake believed his own offensive and assault abilities would be sufficient to complement the situation, and that their team shouldn't have any trouble defeating the opponent. Everyone's clear on the mission. We need to recover the kidnapped red beans as soon as possible. Looking at his three companions, a pill in his mouth, Kakashi Hatake explained the enemy's situation. This is an operation we absolutely cannot afford to underestimate. Our opponents are formidable, so we need to coordinate with each other. Let's catch up first. Might Guy clenched his fist and waved it. It was the young man in the green tights from the sweet shop. He was a man of considerable energy. Anyone who saw him could sense the fervor of youth, his passion impossible to ignore. However, this fierce fighting spirit also easily instilled a sense of security. Late night fell in the western forests of the Land of Fire. Following the clues compiled by the barrier squad, Kakashi Hatake led his team westward in pursuit, but found no trace of the enemy. Something's not normal. Tenzo was wearing an Anbu mask, his voice full of confusion. Even if the opponent is fast, if he wants to take the Jounin Midori with him, He should not be able to escape quickly. No. Kakashi Hatake shook his head and whispered, if Anko has no ability to resist at all, and the opponent is fast enough, plus we are a little late in pursuit, is there a possibility that we are chasing in the wrong direction? Might Guy recalled the time they had been chasing, and subconsciously looked at Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi, how long has passed now? We have been chasing for 5 hours. Kakashi Hatake estimated the time himself, and then estimated the time they started. It has been 7 hours since Anko was kidnapped. We should not be chasing in the wrong direction. Kakashi Hatake believed that his judgments should not be wrong. He was reasoning and speculating based on his own experience. Hokage-sama also sent out a search team. No matter how late they act, they should have found clues from other directions. I found Anko's hair. Kyorai's voice reached them, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She carefully spotted a strand of hair tinged with purple, and whispered her thoughts. They might have rested here for a while. Kyorai, skilled in perception and reconnaissance, gazed back at the path they had taken. Because this location is the best for observing the rear. Sitting here, we can always see what's going on behind us. That strand of hair must have been dropped by Anko while she was resting. We're not chasing the wrong direction. Anko left a distress signal, then continued the pursuit. Hatake Kakashi leaped first. The others followed, quickly chasing westward, searching for any clues Anko had left when she was taken with the enemy. These clues were quite useful. This special Jounin of Konoha seemed to know that Konoha would not give up on her, so she left clues for her fellow villagers to pursue, saving them considerable effort. However, it seemed they had also been discovered, as the enemy's route was constantly changing. This meant that the other party had been heading in one direction, but seemed to have sensed the Konoha ninjas pursued and temporarily changed direction. Fortunately, Madara Shianko had left many clues. Even Hatake Kakashi and the others had discovered Madara Shianko's fishnet stockings. Elsewhere, Emiya Shiyuan was still constantly changing direction with Madara Shianko. Come to think of it, Emiya Shiyuan frowned and whispered, how did they find out? I clearly changed direction the moment I sensed them. It was that woman, White Zetsu said, still very cautiously. Based on the intelligence he had gathered while tracking Hatake Kakashi's team, White Zetsu looked at Madara Shianko lying unconscious on the ground and reminded Emiya Shiyuan, it was that woman named Madara Shianko who secretly left clues for them. When Emiya Shiyuan's eyes flickered with surprise. Black Zetsu was somewhat helpless. Emiya Shiyuan had never done such trivial things before, and he had never learned to pay attention to such details. He had never expected that this woman, Madara Shianko, would take advantage of him. If nothing unexpected happened, the woman named Anko Matarashi would have been sleeping with the clues she'd left for the Konoha ninjas beneath her. Never mind, it doesn't matter, only 4 people. I've sensed them. Emiya Shiyuan seemed unconcerned with the pursuers, casually sorting through his scrolls. It's a shame I didn't leave the Flying Thunder God mark on my way here, but even if they catch up, it'd be easy to take them down. But, among these people is Hatake Tsukumo's child. You haven't always been one for killing. Black Zetsu, knowing Emiya Shiyuan's character well, couldn't help but warn him, offering his own perspective. If you're too soft-hearted, Konoha won't give up on the investigation, and they might even get information about you. The probability of this happening was 100%. If these Konoha ninjas could just talk to Emiya Shiyuan a little longer, they might be able to get the whole story about him and the Akatsuki organization. After all, Emiya Shiyuan wasn't very good at deceiving people. It is estimated that as long as Hatake Kakashi and Emiya Shiyuan talk a little more, Emiya Shiyuan may reveal the story of his own teaching Hatake Tsukumo in the past, and further he may reveal the plan of Akatsuki, and even the Munai plan. Do you want to kill them? A trace of regret flashed across Emiya Shiyuan's face, and his fingers tapped the pen tightly. In order to achieve the goal, no matter what means, I have already done it anyway, so it doesn't matter if I kill them. Black Zetsu looked at him uneasily. Forget it, I've thought of a way. Black Zetsu realized the role of others and put forward his own idea. When I came, a White Zetsu clone had already rushed to the base of the Akatsuki organization. Let Pain send a team of people to cover and help you deal with these little troubles. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Black Zetsu smiled sinisterly to soothe Emiya Shiyuan's emotions, and began to feel happy about the idea he thought of on the spur of the moment. Obito didn't respect you enough before. Don't we just want Obito to recognize his identity? It just so happens this time is also a suitable opportunity. When Black Zetsu said this, Its small eyes slowly narrowed with a dangerous look. If you want a person to recognize his own identity, there is nothing more suitable than letting him face his past. Chapter 100 Itachi Uchiha's Mission. Black Zetsu finally hit the nail on the head. When Black Zetsu offered to let Uchiha Obito handle the situation, killing two birds with one stone, Emiya Shiyuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least it looked like he wouldn't have to lead Kakashi Hatake's team to the Akatsuki base. He'd been enduring Anko Matarashi's clumsy actions all along the way, wishing he could pull out her hair himself to help leave clues. In the end, the journey was still bumpy. Fortunately, with his covert indulgence, everything slowly fell into a manageable trajectory, leaving Uchiha Obito in charge of resolving the Konoha ninjas' troubles. Black Zetsu's dislike for Uchiha Obito seemed a bit excessive. This was certainly due to the various behaviors Emiya Shiyuan had deliberately displayed in his ancient past. Back then, Emiya Shiyuan simply wanted to appear to Black Zetsu as a capable and respectful pawn who trusted and respected him, hoping that after all he had experienced, Black Zetsu would subconsciously distance himself from those who were arrogant and unreliable. Looking back, it seems like he used too much force. Black Zetsu truly wished Uchiha Obito would suffer. However, Black Zetsu didn't see it that way. He even had a hidden agenda. If Uchiha Obito were encountered by the Konoha ninja, he would surely become their target in the future. He could then use this useless fellow as bait, a way to recycle waste. However, if Black Zetsu's plan had worked, Uchiha Obito, who was initially merely upset, would likely have lost control of his emotions. Fortunately, Emiya Shiyuan had a high emotional intelligence. When it came to exploiting others, Emiya Shiyuan was always more subtle than Black Zetsu, and even his attitude showed extreme tolerance towards Uchiha Obito, his defeated opponent. Don't push Obito too hard, Emiya Shiyuan casually advised, the meaning of his words making White Zetsu's eyes light up. If Obito doesn't want to come here, I can also deal with this Konoha team myself. This is not an order for him. Yes, White Zetsu said, delighted. When Uchiha Obito was 12 years old, still a Konoha ninja, seriously injured in the war and rescued by Uchiha Madara, it was he and his clones who cared for him. They still loved that young boy. White Zetsu truly didn't want to see a conflict between Uchiha Obito and Emiya Shiyuan, knowing that would surely lead to Uchiha's death. While Uchiha Obito's death was likely sooner or later, White Zetsu and his clones still hoped that their own son, Lazy, could live a little longer. And, ask that new guy over here, Emiya Shiyuan started writing and drawing on the scroll again, and said as if he didn't care, let Obito, who is in charge of monitoring the new guy, bring him here too. I'll take this opportunity to see how strong he is. Yes, White Zetsu quickly lowered his head and agreed. The Land of Rain. The Akatsuki base. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi are still here. When the two finally arrived here, they heard that the entire Akatsuki organization had discovered the Konoha spy Orochimaru, and everyone wanted to get rid of this guy Orochimaru. This statement made Uchiha Obito sneer. He didn't care about Orochimaru's life or death, but Uchiha Itachi was also a little uneasy. This kind of thing sounds a bit familiar. Uchiha Itachi suspected Orochimaru was just like him. While they were nominally rebel ninjas forced to defect from Konoha, they were actually spies secretly protecting Konoha. This was especially true when a group of Akatsuki members insisted that Orochimaru might have been sent by Shimura Danzo, and everyone was eager to find an opportunity to execute him. In this situation, should he save him? Itachi's mind was torn. After all, he was a new member of Akatsuki, and he couldn't ignore the suffering of his fellow villagers. He needed to find a chance to secretly investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts and try to help him escape Akatsuki's clutches. However, Itachi's thoughts didn't last a single day. He soon heard another piece of incredible news. Akatsuki intended to use Orochimaru as a spy planted within Konoha village in Shimura Danzo. Should I kill Orochimaru? As this thought crossed his mind, Itachi couldn't help but doubt his own abilities and his own approach. Although Uchiha Itachi believed he possessed the main Gekkai Sharingan, Orochimaru was one of Konoha's legendary three ninjas. Orochimaru had rendered countless service to Konoha during the two ninja world wars, even nearly becoming the fourth Hokage. He was undoubtedly a powerful figure in Konoha's past. However, Uchiha Itachi soon lost his temper. The White Zetsu clone had arrived. This White Zetsu clone understood Uchiha Obito's subtle thoughts perfectly. It didn't mention that the order came from Black Zetsu, but rather that it was information from the original. Lord Emiya was discovered by a Konoha ninja squad on his way back to the Akatsuki base, HMPH, old fogey, you really don't understand the meticulousness of ninjas. Even then, Uchiha Obito was still internally venting his frustrations at Emiya Shiyuan. If you only have power, you might not survive in this era. The captain of this squad is Hatake Kakashi, the white Zetsu clone, informed Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito scratched his hair. In the past, in order to impersonate Uchiha Madara, he began sporting the same hairstyle. Now that he couldn't impersonate Uchiha Madara anymore, Uchiha Obito simply changed his long hair back to his favorite messy style. It wasn't Hatake Kakashi? Hatake Kakashi was chasing Emiya Shiyuan? Were all of Hatake Kakashi's teammates cages from the 5 great villages? Who gave that idiot the courage to lead a team in pursuit of Emiya Shiyuan? This was simply courting death. HMPH, that idiot. Uchiha Obito's eyes darkened as he recalled his former companion. Uchiha Obito recalled the time when he and Hatake Kakashi were on the same team, and how he always lost their battles. But now, with the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, he and Hatake Kakashi were no longer in the same league. But even now, he still couldn't possibly be Emiya Shiyuan's opponent. Even in their previous battle, Emiya Shiyuan had only managed to win by concealing his knowledge of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Uchiha Obito knew that if they truly fought again, his chances of defeating him would still be slim. Battles between space-time users often ended in a split second. Furthermore, Emiya Shiyuan possessed the power of the Rinnegan. Even if Hatake Kakashi's teammates were replaced by cages from the 5 great nations, they wouldn't likely be a match for him. This was pure desperation. Was he going to sit by and watch? If Hatake Kakashi died without him knowing, it wouldn't matter. That useless bastard was simply too weak. He hadn't cared about Konoha's past anyway. But now that he knew about this, Uchiha Obito's fingers snapped. Remembering the infinite Tsukuyomi world he'd imagined countless times. It was the future or past he'd truly dreamed of. In that dream world of infinite Tsukuyomi, Hatake Kakashi would still be the talented teammate that the last place Uchiha Obito could only dream of. They would still be companions who could trust each other with life and death. In that dream world of infinite Tsukuyomi, Nahara Rin, whom he had always loved, would no longer be affected by the tragedies of the real world. She would always be by his side in that world, comforting him that he had tried hard enough when he lost to Hatake Kakashi during ninja training, and praising his rapid progress when he defeated him. So, before arriving in the dream world of infinite Tsukuyomi, should he be aware of the impending crisis facing Hatake Kakashi? Do you need me to help him deal with it? Uchiha Obito turned over and sat up. His eyes were fixed on the white Zetsu clone, and he quickly looked away. He repeated his meaning with a cold face. Do you need me to help Emiya Shiyuan deal with the trouble with that waste Hatake Kakashi? Uchiha Obito's face was still a little arrogant, and his eyes narrowed slightly, as if looking for a reason for his actions. Emiya Shiyuan should not understand how meticulous the means of pursuit of ninjas in this era are. Humph, even if he kills that waste Hatake Kakashi, more Konoha ninjas will follow the traces left by Hatake Kakashi. Maybe by then we won't have time to capture the tailed beasts, and we will have to go to war with Konoha first. Yeah, the white Zetsu clone nodded quickly, taking the opportunity to say, we are also worried about this problem. Although Lord Emiya can deal with that Konoha team himself, we ask Lord Emiya to let someone who is more familiar with the style of ninjas of this era to deal with it. I understand. Uchiha Obito clasped his hands together, a vortex of space-time flashing through his eyes, and he was about to disappear. Wait, the white Zetsu clone quickly stopped him, gently reminding him, if you want to go, Lord Emiya has ordered that you take the newcomer, Uchiha Itachi, with you. He wants to observe him more. HMPH, Obito muttered, that's unnecessary. Although Obito believed he could handle everything, he couldn't disobey Emiya Shiyuan's orders for the time being, so he had no choice but to take Uchiha Itachi with him on the mission. Emiya Shiyuan is in trouble, let's go help him clean up his mess. Is that sir in trouble too? Itachi was a little confused as to what kind of trouble he might be facing. A Konoha team spotted him, Uchiha Obito said, observing Itachi's facial expression. Let's go and take care of him. With his strength, Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly, feigning incomprehension. Did Konoha send a strong team? No, Uchiha Obito explained with disdain that Emiya Shiyuan wasn't well versed in the ninja practices of this era. He was pursued on his way back and hasn't been able to break free. Our goal is to get him out of the Konoha ninja's reach. Itachi nodded slowly. 13-year-old Itachi didn't want to start killing Konoha members for no reason right after his defection. It might have affected his rapport with the Konoha clan. Fortunately, if that was the outcome, it wouldn't have been a major problem for him. As the former captain of Konoha's Anbu, Uchiha Itachi was a master at cleaning up the traces left behind by ninja operations. Even to the point that this mission seemed like a waste of his talent. "Let's go." As Uchiha Obito led Uchiha Itachi away, he suddenly pulled out a mask and donned it, as if a thought had occurred to him. While his identity within the Akatsuki was no secret, Uchiha Obito still didn't want to let Hatake Kakashi know, knowing that such knowledge would bring him endless trouble. Unsurprisingly, Uchiha Obito's masked appearance immediately drew mockery from Black Zetsu. "Obito, still trying to hide your past from your old friend, just trying to avoid unnecessary trouble." Uchiha Obito's eyes were cold, knowing Black Zetsu's displeasure, and he immediately retorted, "Compared to your rash actions, attracting Konoha's attention is even more lowbrow. You." Black Zetsu's gaze suddenly became dangerous. "Alright," Shihara Emiya stopped their bickering and, looking at Uchiha Obito, continued, "I'll leave the rest to you." With that, two scrolls materialized in Shihara Emiya's hands, which he tossed to Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi respectively. These contain the Flying Thunder God Seal. "If anything happens to you, I'll intervene." "No need." Uchiha Obito snorted contemptuously and tossed the scroll back, unconcerned with Shihara Emiya's assurances of safety. "Humph. Just a Hatake Kakashi. Is he still the same person he once was?" A space-time vortex appeared in Uchiha Obito's right eye, quickly sucking him in. Using space-time magic, he teleported towards the Konoha ninja. "I'll keep an eye on him," Zetsu quietly followed. Uchiha Itachi, however, took the Flying Thunder God Seal. Unlike Uchiha Obito, he dared not defy Shihara Emiya's wishes, and he also had to avoid arousing Shihara Emiya's suspicion. Of course, as for the scroll bearing the Flying Thunder God Seal, Uchiha Itachi had already planned to find an opportunity to destroy it in battle. He didn't want another Shihara Emiya to appear at his side at any moment. But his thoughts seemed to be guessed. "You can find an opportunity to destroy the scroll." Shihara Emiya sat calmly beneath the tree, his voice almost deadly, as faint as a leaf in the wind. "However, I still suggest that it's best to do it after you finish reading it, newcomer." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.